got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got cannabis, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, FanFIC Fantasy. Today, we're kicking off the second part of our series, What If OC/Tanjiro like OC went into Demon Slayer manga. The author of this story is Aviantei from fanfiction.net. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. Walk Steady on This Cruel World's Path. By Aviantei. Part 19. Fleeting Storm and Aftermath. So being in a literal goddamn train wreck right after getting run through a nightmare gauntlet of all my trauma was doing great things for me, and, yes, I knew deflecting was an unhealthy way to process my feelings, but if I didn't focus on the sarcasm, I was going to burst apart into thousands of little pieces from the sheer overwhelming pressure of everything chasing to catch up with me, so I deserved some slack. Memories of Jaden. The BLD and death of my dreams. That I'd drawn my sword on Zenitsu of all people. Yeah, dwelling on any of that wasn't going to help save anyone, and, in that moment, I needed to live up to my position. I was a demon slayer, someone with the rank of Tsukino. Even if the demon was gone, there were still plenty of people who could have been hurt in the crash. I didn't have anything near the medical skills of a Kikuchi, but I could at least help move people out of the wreckage. Gasping for air, I blinked the spots out of my eyes. I'd bitten my cheek in the impact, and the taste of BLD filled my mouth. I'd managed to grab onto Zenitsu in the moments before the crash, and he now laid beneath me, unconscious and with a dark puddle starting to form underneath his head. Sheet, come on, no. If I lost another person like this, I'd, not thinking about it. Pushing down my panic, I continued to focus on my breath and lifted Zenitsu's neck to check his injury. It was only surface level, and the worst of the bleeding had already slowed down, though I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a concussion. But he was still breathing, and that was what mattered most. Don't scare me like that, kōhai, I whispered. Zenitsu didn't answer, but maybe he could still hear me. Focus. Breathe. Priorities. It looks like people are evacuating on their own, so I should. Rari-kun. Are you okay now? Shimizu sprinted towards me, pulling along Nezuko with her. Shimizu had some BLD running down the side of her face, while Nezuko seemed drowsy, but relief washed through me at the sight of them being all right. We're okay. I called back, managing to get back to my feet. Zenitsu's knocked out, but he should be able to recover. Meanwhile, my own legs felt shaky, but nothing I couldn't push through with some total concentration for backup. What about you, Shimizu-chan? You're bleeding. Am I? She paused, wiping at her face as if she just realized there was BLD there. Nezuko's head bobbed a few times, and she sunk down to the ground, looking like she needed to recover her strength. Oh, I guess so. Shimizu wiped her fingers on her breathes and shook her head. That doesn't matter right now. We need to get going. Going? To do what? Shimizu's expression twisted up into something that was strong to read in the dark. That's Gimigu. Kairi. With such mispronunciations of our names, that could only be Inosuke. Sure enough, I could make out his shape in the distance, and it looked like he was pulling out several people from the train at once. I sensed a demon. Back where Gonpakiro and Goggle Eyes are. Inosuke may have been a strange person in many ways. Goggle Eyes wasn't the nickname I would have given Rengoku by any means, for example, but his instincts were undeniable. I gave one last glance to where Zenitsu was resting before dashing after Shimizu, who'd already started moving. Inosuke was in the lead, but it wasn't like he needed him for long to tell where we were going. There were the telltale sounds of blows colliding, and hot orange flames lit up the night. Soon, we were at the site of the battle, but it wasn't like there was much we could do about it. Rengoku was a blazing beacon in the dark, and flames followed every swing of his blade as he fought against a humanoid-looking demon with dark lines painted across its exposed skin whose very punches warped the air itself. Tanjiro was present, though he was stuck on the ground, a bloody wound on his stomach. Still, he was alive and just as transfixed by the battle as we were. I swallowed, Shimizu gasped, and even Inosuke was silenced by the collision of power before us. "What?" I said, struggling to make the syllables form, "in the world?" I saw his eyes," Tanjiro said, his own voice quavering. The one on the train was Lower Moon 1, but he's Upper Moon 3, Shimizu whispered, and it was a wonder that I didn't collapse right then and there. A member of the 12 Kazuki, the Upper Moon 3. That was such a ridiculous jump in power that I didn't even know what to think. Lower Moon 1 made some sense at this point, but Upper Moon 3? The third strongest demon aside from Kibutsuji Musen himself? Was this what happened back in canon? Even with a Hashira there, that was pushing it, and even more so since Tanjiro was injured. In a situation like this, what was most likely to happen? If there was a victory, I couldn't see it being without sacrifices. No, I needed to stop that. This wasn't a story anymore, it was real, and that meant every single one of us could die here. Not just us slayers, but everyone on the train. Upper Moon 3 could turn this entire place into a bloodbath in an instant. It was only because of Rengoku that we were still alive right now, and even he, a Hashira, was fighting a losing battle. Sure, he distributed out damage, but the demon's regeneration was beyond ridiculous, and it looked no worse for wear, even as Rengoku struggled and bled. The demon was saying something, but there was too much terror rushing through me to process the exact words. The difference between humans and demons? Wasn't that obvious? But though he was human, though he was fragile, Rengoku raised his sword and kept that broad smile on his face. "I will fulfill my duty. I won't let anyone here die." And then he breathed, and even the air in the middle of the night felt like it had erupted in an unrelenting heatwave. The demon prepared its own technique, the two moves poised to clash with no possible opening for any of us to step in and interfere. The difference in skill level was so great. Except Shimizu moved anyways. She dashed right towards the conflict, her blue sword drawn and the rippling waves of water starting form after it. Except she wasn't anywhere near fast enough, even with total concentration, constant enhancing her movements, and, whatever she was trying to accomplish, there wouldn't be any possible way for her to make it in time, to the point that I wondered why she was even bothering. But if she was willing to try, even when she was at a disadvantage, and the problem was that she wasn't fast enough. Ichi no kata, Hekareki Isen. I moved without even thinking about it, my deep breath shooting oxygen-rich blood through my body and heart on a level that I'd never achieved before, the familiar technique blasting me forward, past Shimizu and into the fray. My blade found purchase in the hardest surface I'd ever even attempted to slice, but I pushed my strength into my arms and managed to complete the swing, cutting a deep gouge through the demon's arm and sending blood flying through the air. Holy F dash, holy F dash, holy F. As I landed, yellow irises with kanji carved into their surface snapped to me, just one portion of an expression filled with scorn. "Stay out of this, weakling. Even if you are a core member, I don't go around killing women." "Is that so?" I said with my usual lack of regard for the FNG position I was in, shaking my head enough to flip my braid back over my shoulder. If I were a woman, I might be offended. Well, in that case. If I'd thought that the hand demon Shimizu and I fought during final selection had a nasty killing intent, boy, was I in for surprise. As expected of the Upper Moon 3, a wave of pure despair blasted through me, or maybe that was just the pure force of the compressed air that slammed into me seconds later. Pain was everywhere, hot and deep in my chest, and I didn't even register anything between me standing face to face with an upper moon and my entire body crashing strong into something with a resounding echo of metal. I might have gagged, spit up blood, but I'm not sure. It's a little strong to tell what's going on when you pass the F out. Isked in a breath, the air tasting sterile and a bit like medicine. Fraction by fraction, I opened my eyes, finding myself in a white hospital room. It was overall peaceful, though I could still hear the bustle of activity beyond the door. Whenever I tried to sit up, I got nowhere whatsoever. I didn't feel any immediate pain, hooray for the Demon Slayer Corps' incredible painkillers once more, but I felt numb all the way through. There wasn't a cast on my arm, though, so that was a plus, but I had plenty of bandages in other places, and my eyes were about the only thing I could move. Isn't this, at Butterfly Manor? Yeah, that was it. The room had the same design as the medical wing that I'd visited Zenitsu and Shimizu and Tanjiro and Inosuke in so many times. Taking another breath with total concentration, I forced myself to sit up, even as my body didn't want to cooperate. It didn't matter if I got hurt, I couldn't have been the only one to live through that. Please, don't let me be the only one to survive again. Rari-san, I would appreciate it if you didn't go aggravating your injuries like that. The voice was gentle, but it had the tiniest of edge to it. Before me was a petite figure in a corps uniform, along with a white, pink, and pale green butterfly wing-patterned haori hanging over their shoulders. They had a delicate face, a touch of makeup, and violet eyes, the whole pretty package framed between locks of dark-colored hair that tinted purple at the ends. A hairpiece, also in the style of a butterfly, kept the rest of said hair tightly wound back, and even I, with my fuzzy brain, could identify who this person was without even needing to be told. The lady of the house and the insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu. Kocho-san, I managed to mumble, in awe, but then my brain remembered what I had been attempting to do in the first place. The mission, everyone else. While some may find it admirable to have such concern for others while gravely injured themselves, Rari-san, I find such ideals foolish, Kocho said, stunning me into silence. You suffered several broken ribs, a heavy blow to the head leading to a crack in your skull, and compressed vertebrae in your spine that you're lucky haven't immobilized you. If you weren't a practitioner of total concentration, there's a strong chance you might not be alive. Still, you pushed yourself to such an extreme that you strained your heart, and you've been unconscious for the past 2 days. Do you understand how fortunate you are that we've made enough medical breakthroughs in the Corps for you to still be here, Rari-san? I thought of tires screeching, screaming voices, a deafening crash, impact, the sounds and sensations both a lifetime and no time at all ago. Yeah. I know. Good. Since you do, if you would please do yourself a favor and lie back down before I force you to, that would be for the best of everyone. I did as instructed. The bed was cushy and comfortable, but even it couldn't erase the apprehension coursing through me. Kocho's smile widened, the expression now starting to seem friendly in comparison to the faint icy sheen it had had before. Much better, Rari-san. Please refrain from any more reckless actions while you're recovering. I nodded, though I just wanted to shout at her to give me answers, but even I balked at the idea of provoking the person responsible for my recovery. Kocho sighed. As much I would like to further scold you for your recklessness, I do still have to give you my thanks. It seems that, when you stepped into the battle, you redirected an injury on Rengoku-san that could have been fatal if it had followed through. It would have been a great loss for the Demon Slayer Corps if he passed away. As things are, his and everyone else's efforts were able to result in the defeat of the 12 Kazuki's Upper Moon 3. I gaped, not expecting that news in the slightest. The defeat of an Upper Moon was a huge victory, since I was pretty sure that Tanjiro had also mentioned the Lower Moon one, as well. In one night, we'd managed to eliminate 2 major pieces of Kibutsuji Musen's fighting force, and that was following the defeat of Lower Moon 5 on Natagumoyama not even 2 full months ago. Even so, the fact that Kocho had chosen to share that piece of information first had me worrying about the timing. And everyone else? Not a single passenger on the Mugen train died, including your fellow Slayers, Kocho said, and I almost fainted from the pure relief that statement brought me. While I managed to stay awake, fresh tears spilled out of my eyes. Thank everyone made it. That's not to say that there weren't injuries involved, but everyone should recover well enough, save for Rengoku-san's left eye. Still, considering the circumstances, that alone is an exceptional result. Yeah, that was a mild way to put it. If Zenitsu hadn't reassured me that I'd woken up again, I might have worried that this was another trap of the demon's dream prison. Now, the matter of your recovery plan. Considering that all I could do consisted of A, stay in bed and B, obey whatever Kocho and her collective medical helpers told me to do, there wasn't much point of reiterating all the details. There would be rehab to get me combat ready again, but that was some time off. I gave the expected yes, ma'ams, not having any intention of making my injuries worse. If things had gotten intense enough to bring the Upper Moon 3 into the picture, I had no doubt that whatever plot-related events that came next were going to be worse. And if that were the case, I needed to recover and keep training so I could, well, maybe at least scrape by again if I ever decided to be stupid enough to charge at another Upper Moon demon. And one more thing, Rari-san, Kocho said as she concluded her lecture. From her pocket, she pulled out a paper medicine packet and sat it on my bedside table. Your friends mentioned to me that you have troubles with nightmares, so I took the liberty of concocting a medication for you. I've just made a small dose for now, but I'm confident it should help. Do tell me if you still have issues, and I'll adjust the composition. The familiar rush of shame caught up with me, but I told myself to get a grip. Kocho may have been a Hashira, but she was also a doctor. She wasn't judging me, she was trying to help. Thank you very much, I said, meaning it. I'll be sure to let you know how well it works. Good. Kocho dusted off her hands, still wearing that perfect smile. Well, since that's settled, I'll allow your visitors to see you, then. Do avoid any roughhousing, do you understand, Rari-san? Yes, ma'am. As expected, having everyone in the room at once turned into a chaotic mess in no time. Shimizu and Zenitsu both cried. And Inosuke was beyond boisterous for the time he had the attention span to stick around. Even Aoi, Kyo, Sumi, and Naho stopped by to offer some well wishes. It seemed that Rengoku had managed to pull back from most of his injuries already, and he and a not nearly as recovered Tanjiro had gone off to his family's estate in search of the records of past Flame Hashira to better understand the Hinakami Kagura. No wonder Kocho had been so insistent on me staying put. Two of her patients who had no business running off had done just that. Rengoku-san said that he'd come back to thank you, though, Rari-kun, Shimizu said, sounding a bit more subdued than usual. I tilted my head, but even that tiny movement had me experiencing a case of regret. Hey, body, maybe you should have stayed unconscious for just a bit longer? Might have saved us some trouble. He said that you helped him catch Akaza off guard long enough for him to get a blow in. Though I was super worried when you ran in like that. Right. Zenitsu said, sitting on the opposite side of the bed to Shimizu. When I heard you rushed at an Upper Moon, senpai, I almost fainted. You could have gotten hurt even worse. Shimizu-chan's the one that started to run in first, though, I said with a pout, and she looked guilty. If I could have shaken my head without my spine hating me, I would have. Don't worry about it, Shimizu-chan. You were brave enough to try and do something. I just figured that I couldn't leave you to face that all on your own again. Just like final selection, her courage in the face of danger had pushed me forward. I know what I did was reckless, but let's just all be grateful that things worked out, yeah? Okay, Shimizu said, though her expression was still a bit strained. You were the incredible one, though, Rari-kun. Thank you for backing me up. But still, she stared down at her lap. I'm the one that asked if we could help Rengoku-san. If I hadn't done that, then you wouldn't have. There's no point in worrying over what-ifs. Besides, I'm the one that lost it enough to try and attack you both. If you want to apologize, then please just consider us even, okay? Shimizu nodded, and at least I could smile at her. We're all going to recover. Well, we all would recover, assuming that Kocho didn't decide to just poison Tanjiro and Rengoku for running out while still injured, and we defeated an upper moon, so let's focus on that, okay? Shimizu nodded and wiped away her tears. Glancing at the clock in the room, she gasped when she saw the time. Oh, I said I would help Aoi-kun out with dinner since I'm well enough to move around. I'll be sure to make you something extra tasty, okay, Rari-kun? As thanks for everything. She stood, smoothing out the creases in the front of her borrowed pajamas. Zenitsu also went to stand up. Do you need more help? There's kind of a lot of us here, and I'm not hurt too bad. Shimizu shook her head. No need to worry about it, Zenitsu-kun. The girls help out, too, and there's hardly enough room for all of us in the kitchen as is. You keep Rari-kun company, okay? And then Shimizu winked, causing Zenitsu and I to both flush matching shades of red. I'll be sure to call for you when the food's ready. See ya then. Her hair fluttering behind her, Shimizu slipped out the door, leaving just me and my kōhai. While I'd felt fine in the moment, seeing so many people in quick succession had drained my resources. Do you want me to go ahead, too, senpai? Zenitsu asked. You sound kind of tired. It's okay. I'd like it if you stayed. I'm sure I'm going to have plenty of sleeping ahead of me. I'd at least like a little company before I pass out for 2 more days. Zenitsu spluttered out a laugh, but there was an anxious twinge to it. Bad Rari. No making self-depreciating jokes in front of your kōhai that you already scared the sheet out of. Sorry. I'm sure you noticed by now, but I have an awful sense of humor. It's fine. I'm just glad you can even joke right now. Zenitsu stared down at his lap, and I wished my everything wasn't kind of busted at the moment so I could give him a head pat or a hug for comfort. Senpai, he said, his voice at a whisper, I understand if you don't want to talk about it. But it was bad when you woke up. You didn't even recognize us, and he swallowed, fat tears dropping out of his eyes. My dream was about the 3 of us getting along. Me, you, and Aniki. I was even able to do the other thunder breathing forms. And it sounds like the others dreamt about their ideal worlds, too. Just hearing that description was enough for my heart to ache, and it reminded me all over again of the dream I'd had. Sorry, I'm not trying to guilt-trip you or anything. I just figured that, if I wanted you to trust me with yours, I should share mine, too. Oh, Zenitsu, though it wasn't easy, I managed to get my arm out from under the blankets and reached towards him. Zenitsu realized what I was doing and caught my hand in his before lowering our now connected fingers to the blankets. I closed my eyes, the blackness on the back of my eyelids comforting. We were all happy together in my dream, too, but I tried to be careful with my words for once. Say the wrong thing, and I'd have a lot more to explain than I wanted to right now, or ever, really. I had an older sibling. But when I was little, there was an accident, and they died protecting me. Zenitsu gasped, and his hand tightened on mine. So in my dream, they were alive, too, like it never happened. I don't know if it was the BLD demon art or if it was just because I have bad nightmares. But the dream broke and, the images started to flash in my memory, and I opened my eyes again, focusing on Zenitsu sitting at my bedside, alive and well. It made me kill them. And you and Kaigaku and Shimizu-chan and everyone. And when it got bored with that, it started it all over again. By that point, Zenitsu and I were gripping on each other's fingers tight enough to hurt, but neither of us loosened our grip. Thank you, Zenitsu. For not giving up and helping me when I needed it. You don't have to thank me for that. I just wanted you to be okay. So I remembered the song and, he peered at me, a flicker of bright curiosity mingling in his expression. I don't understand the words. What's it about? Out of all the possible questions he could have asked, it was that one. Not why I knew a song in another language, but what it was about. A smile eased back onto my face, and my eyes traced over patterns in the ceiling as I tried to remember all the lyrics and the story they painted. It's called Your Heart is an Empty Room. And it does not in any way exist in this time yet, but too late on that one. I didn't get it when I was younger, but it's about the moments when we break off old relationships and are left with a clean slate. But we also always end up wanting a new relationship, except when we have that, sometimes we want to retreat back into ourselves and be left alone again. So it's kind of about wanting things we don't have and, because of that, how some people will never be satisfied. Jaden had played their way through that album so many times that it wasn't any wonder I still remembered the words, though it had been years since I'd heard the track. But, to me, the chorus is about that feeling of needing to remember that you don't have to face everything by yourself, because there are so many people who are out there and can stand with you. I guess it's a little fitting when you look at it that way, huh? Yeah, Zenitsu's expression was a little less strained now, and I hoped I had helped ease his worries at least a little bit. Sometime, you should teach me how the rest goes, senpai. Maybe I'll ask if there's a koto here. It'll be a good way to help you pass some time while you're still stuck in bed. Would it cause trouble if I taught Zenitsu a song from about a century in the future? I'd kind of been trying not to cause any time paradoxes or anything, but if the world hadn't blown up yet, it wasn't like it would matter. Sure. I like that idea. I swallowed Jaden's name, scrambling for the first Japanese alternative I could come up with. Judai liked that song, too. I'm sure they'd be happy if I sang it a bit more often. Though, can we keep it to ourselves? It's special. And that was half the truth, and half a cover-up for the fact that I super didn't want to explain where it came from and why I could speak flawless English. Zenitsu, being the absolute amazing kōhai that he was, nodded. Yeah, of course, senpai. Thank you for sharing it with me, anyways, he said, staring to smile. I'll teach you some other songs I know, then. I mean, I know theater stuff for the most part, but I'm sure I know a few with words. Or we could just make something up together. Okay. I'll be sure to ask Aoi-chan if there's a koto over dinner. There on the street are so many possibilities to not be alone, I thought as I let Zenitsu's enthusiasm wash over me. I guess that's true enough. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 18. Interlude. I'd wanted to become someone that everyone would admire too. The mountain is still at least a kilometer away and Zenitsu's ears are already picking all sorts of god-awful sounds that he wants nothing to do with, but he marches forward anyways. At the base, the core member getting yanked back through the air and into the trees after they've managed to escape is just an utterly delightful touch that makes Zenitsu want to bolt in the opposite direction, but he doesn't. If you come back and try again, that's what matters most, Zenitsu. It's alright to cry. It's alright to run away. Just never give up. Rari and Ji-chan may have said that it's fine to walk away, but if Zenitsu's going to come back in the end, he might as well just stay there the first time. He enters the forest with Tanjiro and Inosuke, and the first experience isn't fun. Core members getting controlled like puppets with spider threads and turning against each other is a pain, and the hundreds of tiny spiders crawling everywhere in a pure nightmare of a sound can just reconnect strings whenever they're cut. Tanjiro suggests they find the source. Inosuke's already used some self-designed beast-breathing technique to pin down the demon behind it. Murata, the one still conscious slayer that let them know about the situation, volunteers to stay back and hold the others off while Tanjiro goes forward, and Zenitsu's about to follow his friends when he hears it, that discordant solo in the middle of the larger symphony of the world. Could it be? You guys go on ahead, he shouts, already sprinting off towards the sound, in the opposite direction that Tanjiro and Inosuke are headed. I'm sure you two can handle it, I need to check something out. Splitting up is stupid since there are multiple demons on this godforsaken mountain, but Zenitsu has to make sure before he commits to any further moves. Tanjiro shouts something understanding, his sound radiating nothing but trust, and Zenitsu takes that as a blessing. He covers ground quick, taking advantage of all his training with thunder breathing, passing by trees and pathways, that familiar sound drawing closer until Senpai. The person that turns and faces him isn't Rary. They're too short, their face the wrong shape. Their hair is cut in a bob, a brilliant teal color, and their eyes match, the hue coordinating well with the wave patterns on their haori that they wear over their core uniform. They're gorgeous, no doubt, the type of pretty that would have stolen Zenitsu's heart not even 2 years ago, but all he can feel now is a sense of disappointment because, while the sound is similar, sure, it's obvious from this distance that this person's song is its own thread, a just different enough harmony than the one that Rary plays. Zenitsu skids to a stop, his sandals gouging grooves into the dirt, and he tries to find his voice hidden beneath the lump in his throat. I am sorry, he says in response to the wide-eyed look that Demon Slayer gives him. I thought you were someone, he cuts the sentence off, remembering the position that he's in. I'm Agatsuma Zenitsu, Mizunoto. Ah, so you are Zenitsu-kun, the person says, their entire expression lighting up bright enough that it seems like it could kill a demon with the same radiance of the sun. They put a hand to their chst. I'm Urokodaki Shimizu, Tsukunoto. I'm friends with your senpai, Rary-kun. That name is enough to set off the light bulb for Zenitsu. Rary's talked and written plenty about Urokodaki Shimizu, and now he's meeting the woman in the flesh. Oh. Senpai's mentioned you before, it's nice to meet you. There's a little discordant sound that flutters through Urokodaki, that's confusion, but it falls away soon enough. Zenitsu glances around, straining his ears for even the faintest echoes of Rary's presence. Are they? Is senpai? Urokodaki shakes her head, and Zenitsu feels his stomach plummet. I don't know if they got assigned here, but, if they have, I haven't seen them. It's disappointing, after he thought he heard them, but that's how missions in the Corps are. Urokodaki seems to break out of the casual talk, a bit of urgency picking up her pulse. Still. We gotta do what we can here. I thought I sensed a demon this way, but I haven't been able to find it yet. Shall we look for it, Zenitsu-kun? If he listens close, and he kind of has to, given all the freaking spiders on this mountain, he can hear the telltale sound of a demon not too far away, along with a bunch of other creepy vibrations he's not looking forward to figuring out what's producing them whatsoever. But he's still here as a demon slayer, and he has Urokodaki as backup, so it'll at least be better than going into it alone. He spares a quick prayer for Tanjiro and Inosuke's safety before he nods. Right. Let's go, Urokodaki-san. That earns him a giggle, which was not the reaction he was hoping for. Sorry, Urokodaki says, still laughing a little. It's okay for you to call me Shimizu-chan. I don't mind at all. Zenitsu pauses, because that's a little more familiar than is appropriate for meeting someone for the first time. Then again, plenty of people in the Demon Slayer Corps call each other by their given names without any honorific whatsoever. What are proper manners worth whenever you might all die any day? How many of their ranks are orphans who weren't lucky enough to get family names in the first place, so it's not that unusual, and it's not like Zenitsu's in a position to be picky. Right. Shimizu-chan. I think there's something that way. Let's go check it out. Without even an ounce of hesitation, Shimizu does follow after him. And, sure enough, there is something in the direction that Zenitsu leads them in, and it's every bit as hellish as the rest of this stupid mountain. There are people hanging from threads of spiderwebs, the pieces connected to a treehouse floating in the middle of a clearing, and around that are these grotesque creatures with spider legs and gray human heads about the size of a toddler's, their wide eyes staring up at Zenitsu with a sound that reverberates in some sort of fear. Zenitsu can't help it, he lets out a scream, more of a shriek if he's being honest, and even Shimizu is backing away from the collection of creatures from hell muttering, gross, 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 under her breath. There's the sound of laughter, and then the ringleader itself comes coasting down from the treehouse, another human head on a spider body, except this one's much larger and has the sound of a stronger demon. "You like them?" it asks as it hangs upside down, grinning. "They're what happens to people who get injected with my poison. Soon, you too will join them." And, sure enough, there's a blotchy purple mark on Zenitsu's palm that he must have gotten without realizing, and the thought of turning into one of those disgusting little creatures is enough to make him feel faint. The fact that the spider demon is talking about the side effects of its poison with a handy pocket watch as a guide isn't helping matters at all, and Zenitsu's whole body trembles in a way that it hasn't in a while. It's the soft whisper of "Zenitsu-kun" from Shimizu that catches his attention, quiet enough that the demon won't be able to notice, but more than loud enough for Zenitsu's sensitive ears to hear. He glances over to Shimizu, making sure to just move his eyes to give her acknowledgement, but nowhere near enough to give it away to the enemy. "Don't panic. If we defeat the demon, the effects of its poison should weaken, plus we can use total concentration to control the rate it's moving through our bodies. You're a thunder-breathing user like Rari-kun, so you're much better at covering long distances fast than I am. If I keep these smaller ones out of the way, can you get the leader?" Shimizu's outward calm in the face of panic is admirable, and it makes it much easier for Zenitsu to get a hold of himself. The demon is, not even 20 meters away. Of course he can cover that distance, even without his improved Hekureki Isen. The smaller spider baby things could have been annoying to deal with on his own, but he has backup now. His hand snaps to the hilt of his katana, and, when he nods, he can hear Shimizu SCK in a breath before drawing her own sword. "Mizu no kokyu, ku no kata, suiryu shibuki." Shimizu moves, her delicate footwork making it easy for her to dodge between the spiders and scatter them as water flows in the wake of her blade. Zenitsu focuses on his own breathing, on the results of his strong work, and he feels the electricity build around him, feels the thunder rushing through his veins and becoming part of his very being. Shimizu swings upwards, causing the spider demon to retreat as it spews out a dark scattershot of poison that Shimizu dodges, and Zenitsu can track the demon's momentum with both sight and sound, his target set. "Kaminari no kokyu, ichi no kata, Hekureki Isen, Rokuren." Zenitsu blasts off, using the trees surrounding the clearing to build his momentum with each push-off, his final footfall using one of the arching spider threads before he launches himself into the air, his sword slicing through the demon's neck and splattering BLD. Shimizu cheers from the ground, and Zenitsu lands on the roof of the treehouse, his sword clicking back into his sheath before the roar of a thunderclap rips through the air. He gets to feel like a badass for all of 10 seconds before he stumbles, the bite in his hand stinging, and then he lands face first on old and musty-smelling wood. Shimizu is at his side soon enough, though she sounds a little bit winded. "Remember to breathe, Zenitsu-kun," she says, helping him roll onto his back, and he listens, not even bothering to waste his time on nodding. He counts all the people that would scold him if he went down like this, to some poison, Ji-chan, Senpai, Aniki, Tanjiro, he lists off, a faint chuckle slipping out of his lips in the moment before he inhales with purpose. "Good. Just like that. You can impact a lot in your body with total concentration if you know how. Keep that up. Someone will be here to help us soon." Zenitsu's vision is getting blurry, but he can still see the smile ghosting over Shimizu's lips. "Your technique's incredible, Zenitsu-kun. I bet Rari-kun would be proud." And Zenitsu has just enough awareness left in him to think, "God, I sure hope so," before it takes every little bit of concentration he has left to keep his breath under control without passing out. True to Shimizu's prediction, it's not long before help arrives in the form of a woman in a butterfly-patterned haori, the insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu. She takes just one glance at Zenitsu and Shimizu before she's concocted an antidote, and then everything's a flurry of movement and voices and kikushi that ends in both Zenitsu and Shimizu wrapped up in bandages and hauled off to Butterfly Manor. It's in the aftermath that Zenitsu hears about the rest of the details, about the 4 other demons on Nadagumoyama, about Tanjiro's fight with the Lower Moon 5, about how Nezuko's presence was revealed to the Demon Slayer Corps' leader plus the Hashira, and somehow the Kamadu siblings are still alive to tell the tale. What did I get myself involved in? Zenitsu can't help but think, first about the mission, then about the disgusting medicine that he has to swallow to recover from the poison, then about the exhausting rehabilitation that Aoi and the other girls of Butterfly Manor put him, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Shimizu through. Zenitsu half considers giving up on it all and living the rest of his life with his now shortened limbs, but then Shimizu mentions that she invited Reri to visit if they get the chance, and Zenitsu knows that he can't slack off, no matter how difficult it is to not give up and do just that. And then one morning he's awarded with Reri's familiar presence, and he feels the frustration and exhaustion wash away from him like he's been cleansed under rainwater. Reri is just as wonderful as ever, and his heart skips a beat or two as he sees them and takes in their familiar sound. It's shifted a little bit, their strength having improved, but the core melody is still there, and he feels almost guilty for mistaking Shimizu for them at Nadagumoyama. Except it's when the two of them are in the same place that Zenitsu can understand why, because they do sound similar, disconnected from the world at large, but still in sync with each other, their individual sounds creating an almost perfect harmony. But it's the other little change in Reri's sound that catches Zenitsu's attention the most, because he knows well enough what that feeling is. Oh, Senpai likes. It's not surprising. Shimizu is very pretty, and the few weeks that they've been sharing the same hospital room is more than enough for Zenitsu to understand that she's also kind and charming. Of course Reri would like her, but he doesn't have any time to deal with that information, because soon Shimizu's talking up his Hekureki Isen, and Reri's as enthusiastic as ever to hear about his progress, and the moment he says Rokurin, they've caught him in a tight embrace that's full of softness and warmth, and Zenitsu can't tell if he's blushing more because of the sudden close contact or the earnest praise they're heaping on him. The good news is that rehabilitation training is intense enough that he doesn't have time to think about this love triangle that he's stumbled into. The bad news is that rehabilitation training is intense enough that he doesn't have time to think about anything. Whenever Reri and Shimizu give him and the others advice on how to improve, total concentration, constant, who the hell even came up with that, it just gets harder, though having Reri around to cheer him on does make things easier. And then Tanjiro starts to practice it while he's sleeping, and Zenitsu's convinced that he's never going to get another moment of rest ever again. What did I get myself involved in? He asks again, and then shows up for training the next day anyways. Shimizu-chan, can I ask you a favor? The news that Reri is heading out on another mission has already started to stir up the worry in Zenitsu's heart for a number of reasons, and trying to talk to Shimizu in a quick one-on-one while Reri is away gathering rations from the kitchen is just adding to the feeling. But he's already gotten the words out, and Shimizu gives him that usual peaceful smile. Sure thing, Zenitsu-kun. Whatcha need? For a moment, there's a fresh wave of anxiety that hits him. Am I overstepping my boundaries? It's Reri's business who they tell about their problems, and Zenitsu shouldn't, but the echoing of that terror and panic and sadness that woke him up in the middle of the night weeks ago is still ringing in his ears. He's listened for it for nights on end, paranoid that it will CRP up again the second that he drops his vigil, and now Reri's leaving, far enough away that not even Zenitsu will be able to hear when they need him. But Shimizu is going, Shimizu is understanding, and Shimizu is radiant enough that she'll no doubt be able to help. So Zenitsu steals his resolve once more, keeping his voice low so Tanjiro and Inosuke can't hear, and says, "Please look out for Senpai." Shimizu blinks those deep teal eyes once, but listens instead of asking. They've had nightmares for as long as I've known them. Not all the time, but often enough, and when they get bad, Zenitsu hates the way it sounds, because Reri's already strange melody always starts to feel like it's getting farther away, like they'll just disappear without warning. What I want to say is, if Senpai has a bad dream, just be there for them, Shimizu-chan. Please. Shimizu nods, her determination resonating all the way down to her heart, and Zenitsu lets out a sigh of relief. "I'll be glad to help if they need it, don't you worry. I mean, we're friends, after all, so we look out for each other." Zenitsu's beyond glad. Rary will be in good hands, for at least as long as they and Shimizu will be on missions together. Shimizu's smile grows a little wider, and there's a sparkle of mischief in her expression. "You like Rary-kun a lot, don't you, Zenitsu-kun?" Zenitsu's face burns in embarrassment, which makes Shimizu giggle. Of course I do, they're my senpai." It's such an obvious lie that there's no wonder that Shimizu doesn't believe him. Now, no need to be embarrassed. Rary-kun's wonderful, so of course you like them. Shimizu leans closer, cupping a hand by her mouth as she whispers, "Don't worry, Zenitsu-kun. I support you, and, oh, she means that, too. Should I tell her that it doesn't matter, because senpai likes her?" No, that's not mine to tell at all. What am I supposed to do with this information? Inside, he feels happy, because if Shimizu supports him then he won't have to compete with her for Rary's attention, but he also feels guilty, because he wants nothing but Rary's happiness, and knowing that Shimizu doesn't share their feelings is going to hurt them in the end, even if it works out in Zenitsu's favor. Shimizu seems to take Zenitsu's silence as confirmation of her guesses, which are correct, but are also not the reason that he can't seem to make his tongue work again, and lets out another laugh, standing up straight again with her hands tucked behind her back. A passing breeze catches her hair in a picture-perfect moment, and it's no wonder that Rary likes her, what with how appealing Shimizu is. "Well, thanks for the heads up, Zenitsu-kun. I promise I'll watch out for Rary-kun for you." Zenitsu nods, and Shimizu's eyes flick away at the same time that he picks up Rary's sound, and then there his senpai is, in all their wonderful glory that, to Zenitsu, shines far brighter than Shimizu's presence. "Looks like it's time for us to get going. Good luck finishing up your training, Zenitsu-kun." Thanks, he manages to get out before Shimizu's dashed off, hopping over to Rary's side. Rary's heart thrums with happiness, and the combination of those two standing side by side with their discordant sounds from the rest of the world creating a harmonized melody is enough for Zenitsu's entire chst to ache. Maybe, he thinks, they both sound the same because they're meant to be together. Rary waves upon noticing him, and Zenitsu raises his own hand, calling across the space between them, "Travel safe, senpai." Rary smiles. "Will do, kōhai. Train strong." Zenitsu nods, and then Rary's flashed a salute and turned towards the entrance, their body poised in the posture of thunder. "Alright, we're headed off." Tanjiro and Inosuke call out their own, very different, farewells, and Zenitsu clenches his hands into fists at his sides as he tries to sort out his feelings. In the end, he decides that he wants to hear Rary compliment his swordplay again the next time the two of them meet, and he throws himself into training with a sense of vigor that he hasn't felt in a long time. The next time the two of them meet happens to be on the train that Tanjiro leads them all to in search of the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro. This time, Zenitsu manages to recognize both Rary and Shimizu's distinct sounds from a distance without any confusion, and he's proud of the accomplishment. Except, during the conversation, he can't help but notice the echo of panic creeping up on Rary, and there's a matching sensation of apprehension from Shimizu as well. When Zenitsu tries to bring it up, Rary deflects the subject, which he lets go because they must have a reason, and then the conversation changes pace so many times that he doesn't even realize the moment that the train is gone and that it's unusual that he's back at Sensei's house, everyone gathered for breakfast as he pauses with the rice scoop and a bowl in his hands. "Zenitsu," Rary says, their voice gentle and looking at him with concern broadcasting from their sound, "can I have my rice now?" "Oh, sure." Zenitsu says, snapping to attention and finishing distributing out the rice. Rary smiles at him when he passes their bowl over, and even Kaigaku says thanks whenever Zenitsu hands him his portion. "Sorry, I must have been spacing out." "Because you were up late practicing again," Kaigaku says, taking a sip from his soup bowl. The cobalt blue of his triangle-patterned haori almost matches the cord that ties his Magatama pendant around his neck. I know you're trying to improve, Zenitsu, but you can't skip out on rest, or your body's never going to make it. Zenitsu swallows his mouthful of vegetable stir-fry. But if I don't keep practicing, there's no way I'm ever going to catch up to you and Senpai, Aniki. You're doing more than enough, Zenitsu, Ji-chan says, and Zenitsu puffs out his chst in pride. Kaigaku's right. You need to take better care of yourself. It's true that you'll all have a tough lifestyle if you join the Demon Slayer Corps, but there's no need to tear yourself apart now. Build up your strength while you can. You hear me, you lot? The question receives 2 yes, senseis and 1 yes, Ji-chan, their collective voices ringing together in unison. Ji-chan nods, looking pleased. If you understand that, then give it your all during training today. Those words alone are enough to stoke determination in all of them, and the 3 of them are quick as they clear and clean the dishes before heading to the courtyard for practice. The warm-up drills are smooth, and there's an energizing sort of synchronization between the 3 of them that carries over into when they practice the forms. Feeling awkward, Zenitsu takes the starting position for Inadama, but Kaigaku catches up to him, a hand on Zenitsu's elbow as he adjusts his stance. Try it from here, Kaigaku says. With where you are, you're gonna flub the opening strike, and that's gonna throw off the whole chain. Watch. Zenitsu nods, and Kaigaku falls into position with intensity, though he executes the motions slow and without total concentration to send sparks along the edge of his blade. The connections between the strikes are critical with Inadama, so you gotta land them all if you want the impact. He pulls his sword back to the start, repeats the following movements, but faster, and Zenitsu can more clearly see how it all flows together. Got it? I think so. Then try it. Zenitsu nods again, dragging his blade through the air so slow it's almost painful, but it's the first time something starts to click when he does it. Kaigaku gives him a satisfied look, and Zenitsu does it again, a little faster. The next attempt, he takes a step back, breathes, and the sparking lightning comes with such ease that Zenitsu can only stare wide-eyed at his own work as the sound of thunder follows. I did it, he says, almost questioning, until it hits him, I did it. I did it. Aniki, did you see that? The corner of Kaigaku's lip twitches upwards. Yeah, I saw that. Senpai. Ji-chan. Zenitsu calls, though Rari and Ji-chan are already looking up from their own drills to him. I did the second form. I'm not just stuck with the Hekureki Isen anymore. That's amazing, Zenitsu. Rari says, the grin almost splitting their face. They sheath their own sword and look at him. I only caught the tail end of that time. Let me see all of it. Zenitsu complies, able to pronounce Enai no kata, Inadama with pride, and Rari's eyes and sound are both sparkling with excitement. They rush across the courtyard at Zenitsu, catching him in a sudden hug, their lips pressing against his forehead in an embrace that sends his face flushing red. You've done great. That was absolutely appealing. I think your Hekureki Isen is absolutely appealing. Thanks. Zenitsu's voice comes out more like a squeak, but Rari only laughs as they ruffle his hair and squeeze their arm around his waist, clearly not having any intentions of letting him go soon, as their heart flutters and resonates with an undeniable love. I wouldn't have been able to do it without Aniki helping me out, though. Rari gives Kaigaku an appraising look, mischief sparkling in their eyes. Look at you, being a good Aniki over there. Kaigaku rolls his eyes. Oh, shut it, he says without venom, and Rari's giggle fills Zenitsu's ear right where it's pressed against their chst. Zenitsu's more than capable, he just needs someone to fix his bad habits. I just showed him by example, that's all. He looks to Rari, then to Zenitsu, and then away in embarrassment. Help me work on the Hekureki Isen sometime, will you? Zenitsu grins so wide it almost hurts. You got it, Aniki. And you keep working on the other forms, okay? Rari says, and Zenitsu nods. They drop another embrace onto the top of his head. Well, we should celebrate that you managed to figure out the anatema. How about you and I go on a date our next day off? Zenitsu swallows and nods again before Rari ducks their lips into his hair and mutters low enough that only he can hear, and maybe when you figure out all six we can do something else special? Zenitsu almost chokes on the air, his already flaming face somehow burning hotter as he gapes up at Rari, whose smile is serene as if they haven't just, his brain short circuits just thinking about it. Kaigaku scrunches up his nose. Do you gotta flirt with him like that out in the open? Rari grins. I don't recall saying anything that you could hear. Well, it's obvious what you're doing whenever he reacts like that. Don't you worry, Kaigaku, I may be the favorite senpai, but you're still his favorite Aniki. That's not even close to what I care about. Make sure not to spoil the boy too much, child, Ji-chan says as he crosses the courtyard towards his apprentices, and Rari pulls back from the hug, their hands behind their back and their expression the very picture of innocence. I don't know whatever you mean, Sensei, Ak. Rari rubs their arm, which has just received a quick rap from the cane, but they don't protest any further. Ji-chan walks past them, standing in front of Zenitsu and looking him over. You've done well to move past being able to do a single thing, Zenitsu. I'm proud of you. If you can only do a single thing, hone it to perfection. Zenitsu's eyes water over, but he blinks the tears back. It's because of you, too, Ji-chan. If it weren't for you, for all of you, I wouldn't be able to do anything like this. So don't worry, I'll be sure to make all of you proud of me. Big words for someone that's just getting started, Kaigaku says, punching Zenitsu's arm, but the sound inside his heart is pride, just like the others. Rari ruffles his hair again, love and affection sparkling in their eyes. Well, if it's you, Zenitsu, you can definitely do it. Listen to your senpai, Ji-chan says. I'm entrusting the three of you to carry on for me as my successors when the time comes. You all need each other to grow to your full potential. Make sure you don't forget that. The three of them nod, and Ji-chan's face stretches out into a smile that's different from his usual wily grin but no less warm. You're all my pride and joy. The rest of the day is smooth sailing from there, and soon it's evening. Zenitsu sitting on the porch surrounding the courtyard after his bath, plucking at the koto in his lap, his fingers every now and then creating a melody from some song or another he's memorized before returning to pure nonsense. He's so caught up in enjoying the idle creation time that he almost doesn't hear Kaigaku's presence as he approaches. I thought that was you, Kaigaku says, dropping down to sit next to him. What made you want to come out here, Zenitsu? Why are you here, Zenitsu? Zenitsu shrugs, winding out of a scale and into the bridge of some piece he once overheard from a kabuki performance. The weather's still nice, so I figured I should take advantage of it. I felt like playing, anyways. The song forming under his hands changes, shifting into something that sounds oddly familiar, but he doesn't remember where in the world he heard it. What about you, Aniki? Just seeing what you're up to. Nothing much else. Kaigaku leans back on his palms, and he glances to where Zenitsu's hands are gliding across the koto strings. You're pretty good at that thing. What's that song called? Oh, thanks. This one's, Zenitsu's brow furrows, he's always been able to pick up songs after hearing them once, and the titles tend to stick along with them, or at least the memory of where he heard them in the first place. He pulls back to the beginning of the melody, able to recreate it note for note, but the title still doesn't come to him, even as he repeats the measures. That's weird. I can't remember. Well, it sounds nice, either way. There are worse reasons for coming out here. Why are you here, Zenitsu? Why do you insist on clinging here? Zenitsu's hands slow, the already moderately paced music dipping into a crawl of a tempo until the notes fade out, leaving nothing but hollow echoes behind. Clinging here, he mutters, the phrase sticking in his head. Am I clinging here? Kaigaku glances at him, raises an eyebrow, but Zenitsu's too busy staring down an empty point in space to reassure his Aniki that he's okay. What's there to even cling to? There's no reason for me not to be here. Somewhere, in distance, something stirs, and the reverberation of an unfamiliar person reaches him, even here where he's tucked away safe, and Zenitsu presses a hand to his ear as he draws in a shaky breath. What's that sound? Kaigaku looks worried now, sitting up straight. Oi, Zenitsu. Be quiet. Zenitsu snaps, punching the porch beside him. The koto strings quiver, and he slaps his palm down to mute them next, forcing his panicking breaths to slow as he listens, trying to find the problem. There's nothing wrong at first listen. Home sounds like home, Kaigaku, Rari, and Ji-chan all sound like themselves, even the echo of an unfamiliar presence has melted away. Except that's not the problem, because it was never anyone else that sounded wrong, but himself, and Zenitsu grasps at his chst, his hands nodding in his haori. Why am I here? He whispers, not knowing the answer but knowing that the answer is important. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here right now. Zenitsu, what's wrong? Zenitsu jumps to his feet and out of Kaigaku's reach, and the koto spills off his lap, vanishing before it can hit the ground. We're not here anymore. None of us are here anymore. We all already left. He sks in a breath, one that helps him fall back into total concentration, constant, and his clothes shift underneath his hands, the haori spreading open to reveal the core uniform underneath, the impure practice blade at his hip replaced with its pure Nichiren counterpart whose design matches that of Ji-chan's, of Rari's, and Kaigaku's. This isn't how things are. Zenitsu? Rari asks, and when he turns around they're looking at him with worry painted all over their expression. At Rari's side is Ji-chan, looking concerned as the two of them stand behind Kaigaku, who's still seated on the edge of the porch. What are you talking about? Are you okay? Why are you here, Zenitsu? Why do you insist on clinging here? Why I'm clinging here, to this? Isn't that obvious? I'm sorry. Zenitsu shouts, his fists clenched at his sides. I wanted it to be the three of us together. I wanted us all to get along. I wanted to be good enough to fight by your sides as an equal. He's crying, the tears pouring down his face and snot slipping out of his nose, but he can't stop. But that's not what happened at all. I screwed it all up by being so weak. I'm still only able to do the Hekureki Isen. Aniki doesn't answer me when I write. And Senpai likes someone else. And it sks, but none of that is an excuse for me to run away and pretend like there's not a problem. He looks over them all, this reflection of a happy family that he wants so much that it hurts. If I'm going to have this, I want to fight for it and earn it, not just have it handed to me. I can't be happy with things like this. Somewhere, in the distance, a piece of his consciousness finds the unfamiliar presence of the intruder. Somewhere, in the world of the waking, a girl ignites her BLD into ruby-red flames and burns the train tickets of her friends to ash. Back on the train, Zenitsu wakes up. Somewhere in the middle of all the extra practice through the nights, Zenitsu picked up the ability to sleep fight. It's a helpful defense whenever he's prone, sure, but it's still disorienting to wake up with his sword already in hand and chaos happening around him. Along with the regular clattering sounds of the train itself, there is now the undeniable presence of a demon from everywhere, and the resulting sight of strange fleshy blobs sprouting from the train seats and hooking onto passengers only adds to the general discomfort of the whole situation. Zenitsu-kun. Shimizu calls, her blade cutting a passenger free from the encroaching globs of flesh. Zenitsu follows her lead, clearing out as much as he can with a fresh Rokuren Hekureki Isen. When he listens, he can hear that it's not just this train car affected, but it's difficult to tell just how far the infection spreads out. Rengoku-san's covering the back 5 cars, and Tanjiro-kun and Inasu-kun went to hunt down the demon that's causing all of this, so we need to cover the front three, okay? Right. That should be more than doable, let alone with Nezuko and Reri on their side. He can hear Nezuko in the next car over, and Reri's, Zenitsu swallows, that all too familiar reverberation hitting his ears, and he almost fumbles his sword as Reri's panic attack collides with his own nerves. That dream must have been a BLD demon art, and everyone else is asleep, so then that means, senpai. Zenitsu sheathes his sword, racing over to where Reri's still coming to in their seat, the echo of fear and terror of a nightmare still following them into consciousness. They sit up, hunch over, and vomit onto the floor. Oh, Reri-kun, Shimizu says, stepping forward but still staying alert enough on their surroundings. Senpai, Zenitsu says, reaching out a hand and trying to hide his own fear from his voice. While Reri never sounds good after a nightmare, they've never sounded this bad before either, and Zenitsu wonders just what in the world they saw in their dreams to make this noise. It's okay, you're awake now. You're, well, safe isn't the right word whatsoever, not when the train's a literal demon, but Zenitsu's not sure what else to say, so he puts his hand on their shoulder in hopes that it's enough to ground them. Don't touch me. Reri's hand snaps out, slapping Zenitsu away, and he's almost breathless in the aftermath because the terror in their heart isn't abating, and did he cause that? Reri looks around, their expression twisted further in panic as there's no recognition whatsoever in their eyes, confusion muddying their sound further. Whatever you say, Shimizu says, her voice gentle. She's at about the same distance as Zenitsu, being careful not to move closer, but Zenitsu can hear her worry, also loud and clear. But you need to know you're okay now. Remember to breathe, Reri-kun. Who the hell are you talking about? Reri holds onto their head, hands grasping at their hair. That's not my name. Zenitsu tries to swallow the lump in his throat, the tears hot and prickling in his eyes. Senpai, you don't know who you are. It strikes him then, how little he knows about Reri. To Zenitsu, he's always thought of them as being present at home, someone who's always trained under Ji-chan. But that's not true, and he knows it, because Reri is the name Ji-chan picked out for them, the one they're somewhat embarrassed about but still proud to carry. Who was Reri, before they entered Ji-chan's home, before they became a student of thunder breathing? There's no time for answers, because Reri seks in a haggard breath. And shouts at the ceiling, I've had enough of your sheet. They stand, their sword clattering out from under the back of their haori, and their eyes land on the weapon. This again? How much are you going to get off on me cutting people up until you're satisfied? Fine. Reri snatches up the blade, their otherwise dexterous hands fumbling on pulling it from the scabbard as they take a beyond amateurish stance, their grip not even in the right position. Just give them back to me already. It's Shimizu that moves, yanking herself and Zenitsu out of the way of Reri's blade, the swing so haphazard that it has just as much a chance of hurting themselves as it does anyone else. Zenitsu can't even process what happened. Senpai swung their sword at me, and what's he supposed to do with that information? Zenitsu-kun, Shimizu says, shaking him by the haori. We can't. I know. The words come out louder than he intends, and Zenitsu forces himself to SCK in another breath as he steps out of the way of Reri's next charge. At this rate, they're going to be a danger to everyone, themselves, Zenitsu, Shimizu, the passengers. I know. He swallows, finding that strange spot of calm in the middle of the rest of his panic, even as the twisting sounds of the demon's growing flesh intensify. Shimizu-chan. You go help Nezuko-chan with the other cars. But we can't both stay here. Reri is important, yes, but they're also all demon slayers, and it's their job to fight demons and protect people. Nezuko-chan can't handle the other cars on her own. I know this is a lot, but trust me, Shimizu-chan, no matter what. I'll protect Senpai. There's a beat, and then Shimizu's pulse surges with determination before she dashes off, heading in the opposite direction as Nezuko, her smooth water breathing slicing away the regrowing demon flesh on the way. And then it's just Zenitsu and Reri and the still sleeping passengers, and Zenitsu forces himself to ready his own blade as Reri turns to him, their body shaking but their sword still stabbing a clear trajectory to his chest when they charge. It's just like sparring, he tells himself. You don't have to incapacitate, just disarming them is enough, and Senpai's not fighting at their full strength, so. The idea of beating Reri in a proper fight is near impossible to imagine, but this also isn't anywhere close enough to a proper fight. Zenitsu manages to block Reri's blade, and a flick of his own katana is all it takes to pull the weapon away from their shaky grip. He manages to kick it down the aisle in a metallic yellow blur, out of reach. Reri turns to chase after it, still crying, but Zenitsu drops his own Nichiren sword and catches them in a tight hug before they get far. Once they realize they're captured, Reri struggles, but Zenitsu knows he can't let go. I'm sorry, he says. I know you said not to, but if I just leave you alone, you're going to hurt yourself. Reri's sobs stab his heart with just as much pain as if they had managed to slot their katana between his ribs, and Zenitsu presses his forehead into Reri's shoulder. I don't know what you went through or who you were before I met you. But I know who you are right now, and you're so important to me. They're both crying, but Zenitsu can't even feel ashamed for it. Please come back to me, Senpai. Please. Zenitsu recalls the melody he played in the dream, the song on the porch that he couldn't identify, and the tune comes to life again on his lips. This time, he remembers where he heard it before, a soft song that Reri sung to themselves while working on laundry, the afternoon before Sensei took them to fight their first demon. Zenitsu couldn't understand the words, but the notes stuck with him, and he hums it now, hoping that it will be enough to pull Reri back. And all you see, Reri sings, quiet and broken, but still following along with Zenitsu's tune once he reaches the chorus, is where else you could be when you're at home. Out on the street, are so many possibilities to not be alone. He can't understand the words, though upon hearing them again he recognizes them as maybe English, but none of that matters in comparison to the way Reri's panicked sound starts to settle, even as they're still crying. Their hands move to Zenitsu's arms, not to pull him away, but to hold on, and they hang their head. Zenitsu. Am I awake? Yeah, he says, hugging them tighter, connecting them to reality. We're all awake now. It's okay, Senpai. And when they respond to that title and fall back towards him for a moment, Zenitsu can't contain his sigh of relief. I tried to. Guilt rushes through their veins, and Reri presses their hands into their face. God, I tried to hurt you, No, it's okay. No, it's not. That's never okay. Senpai. Reri stills, sking in a breath. It's okay, Zenitsu says, turning them around to face him, his hands still pressed on their shoulders. I know you would never hurt me on purpose. And even if you did, right now, we have more important things to deal with. Again, Reri is important, but Reri is also not the biggest priority, no matter how much Zenitsu wants to make them that. We have to protect the people here. Are you okay enough to keep going? Be honest with me. Reri continues to breathe, their body finding the rhythm of total concentration, constant, and Zenitsu listens close for the slightest indication of a lie when they answer, I can make it. At least until this is over. Zenitsu stares them down, replaying their sounds in his mind, but all he finds is the truth, as pure and earnest as always. Reri steals their expression, their resolve coming after it. I wouldn't be showing a good example as your senpai if I just tapped out in the middle of a mission, yeah? They squeeze his hand once, then slip out of his grasp, tracking down their sword. When the hilt fits in their palm, their sound is focused and whole again, with the faintest echoes of the everything else that was waiting to consume them not so long ago. It's not perfect by any means, and it's not even great, but Zenitsu understands that it's good enough, and the two of them work on extracting the passengers from every bit of demon flesh that they can find, all the way up to the moment where the demon sound stops, the train compartment back to normal. Zenitsu has just enough time to hear the awakening passengers and Rari's small sigh of relief before there's a deafening shrieking bombarding his ears, the precursor to the train itself shaking and tipping right off the rails with enough force to send him flying through the air. Rari screams, "Zenitsu," and their body falls on top of his as a shield right before his head hits something strong, the world turning first to bright spots and then to blackness. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 19. Fleeting Storm and Aftermath. So being in a literal goddamn train wreck right after getting run through a nightmare gauntlet of all my trauma was doing great things for me, and, yes, I knew deflecting was an unhealthy way to process my feelings, but if I didn't focus on the sarcasm, I was going to burst apart into thousands of little pieces from the sheer overwhelming pressure of everything chasing to catch up with me, so I deserved some slack. Memories of Jaden. The BLD and death of my dreams. That I'd drawn my sword on Zenitsu of all people. Yeah, dwelling on any of that wasn't going to help save anyone, and, in that moment, I needed to live up to my position. I was a demon slayer, someone with the rank of Tsukino. Even if the demon was gone, there were still plenty of people who could have been hurt in the crash. I didn't have anything near the medical skills of a Kikuchi, but I could at least help move people out of the wreckage. Gasping for air, I blinked the spots out of my eyes. I'd bitten my cheek in the impact, and the taste of BLD filled my mouth. I'd managed to grab onto Zenitsu in the moments before the crash, and he now laid beneath me, unconscious and with a dark puddle starting to form underneath his head. Sheet, come on, no. If I lost another person like this, I'd, not thinking about it. Pushing down my panic, I continued to focus on my breath and lifted Zenitsu's neck to check his injury. It was only surface level, and the worst of the bleeding had already slowed down, though I wouldn't have been surprised if he had a concussion. But he was still breathing, and that was what mattered most. "Don't scare me like that, kōhai," I whispered. Zenitsu didn't answer, but maybe he could still hear me. Focus. Breathe. Priorities. It looks like people are evacuating on their own, so I should. Rari-kun. Are you okay now? Shimizu sprinted towards me, pulling along Nezuko with her. Shimizu had some BLD running down the side of her face, while Nezuko seemed drowsy, but relief washed through me at the sight of them being all right. "We're okay," I called back, managing to get back to my feet. "Zenitsu's knocked out, but he should be able to recover." Meanwhile, my own legs felt shaky, but nothing I couldn't push through with some total concentration for backup. "What about you, Shimizu-chan? You're bleeding." "Am I?" She paused, wiping at her face as if she just realized there was BLD there. Nezuko's head bobbed a few times, and she sunk down to the ground, looking like she needed to recover her strength. "Oh, I guess so." Shimizu wiped her fingers on her breathes and shook her head. "That doesn't matter right now. We need to get going." "Going? To do what?" Shimizu's expression twisted up into something that was strong to read in the dark. "That's Gimigu. Kairi." With such mispronunciations of our names, that could only be Inosuke. Sure enough, I could make out his shape in the distance, and it looked like he was pulling out several people from the train at once. I sensed a demon. Back where Gonpakiro and Goggle Eyes are. Inosuke may have been a strange person in many ways. Goggle Eyes wasn't the nickname I would have given Rengoku by any means, for example, but his instincts were undeniable. I gave one last glance to where Zenitsu was resting before dashing after Shimizu, who'd already started moving. Inosuke was in the lead, but it wasn't like he needed him for long to tell where we were going. There were the telltale sounds of blows colliding, and hot orange flames lit up the night. Soon, we were at the site of the battle, but it wasn't like there was much we could do about it. Rengoku was a blazing beacon in the dark, and flames followed every swing of his blade as he fought against a humanoid-looking demon with dark lines painted across its exposed skin whose very punches warped the air itself. Tanjiro was present, though he was stuck on the ground, a bloody wound on his stomach. Still, he was alive and just as transfixed by the battle as we were. I swallowed, Shimizu gasped, and even Inosuke was silenced by the collision of power before us. What, I said, struggling to make the syllables form, in the world? I saw his eyes, Tanjiro said, his own voice quavering. The one on the train was Lower Moon 1, but he's Upper Moon 3, Shimizu whispered, and it was a wonder that I didn't collapse right then and there. A member of the 12 Kazuki, the Upper Moon 3. That was such a ridiculous jump in power that I didn't even know what to think. Lower Moon 1 made some sense at this point, but Upper Moon 3? The third strongest demon aside from Kibutsuji Musen himself? Was this what happened back in canon? Even with a Hashira there, that was pushing it, and even more so since Tanjiro was injured. In a situation like this, what was most likely to happen? If there was a victory, I couldn't see it being without sacrifices. No, I needed to stop that. This wasn't a story anymore, it was real, and that meant every single one of us could die here. Not just us slayers, but everyone on the train. Upper Moon 3 could turn this entire place into a bloodbath in an instant. It was only because of Rengoku that we were still alive right now, and even he, a Hashira, was fighting a losing battle. Sure, he distributed out damage, but the demon's regeneration was beyond ridiculous, and it looked no worse for wear, even as Rengoku struggled and bled. The demon was saying something, but there was too much terror rushing through me to process the exact words. The difference between humans and demons? Wasn't that obvious? But though he was human, though he was fragile, Rengoku raised his sword and kept that broad smile on his face. I will fulfill my duty. I won't let anyone here die. And then he breathed, and even the air in the middle of the night felt like it had erupted in an unrelenting heatwave. The demon prepared its own technique, the two moves poised to clash with no possible opening for any of us to step in and interfere. The difference in skill level was so great. Except Shimizu moved anyways. She dashed right towards the conflict, her blue sword drawn and the rippling waves of water starting form after it. Except she wasn't anywhere near fast enough, even with total concentration, constant enhancing her movements, and, whatever she was trying to accomplish, there wouldn't be any possible way for her to make it in time, to the point that I wondered why she was even bothering. But if she was willing to try, even when she was at a disadvantage, and the problem was that she wasn't fast enough. Ichi no kata, Hekareki Isen. I moved without even thinking about it, my deep breath shooting oxygen-rich BLD through my body and heart on a level that I'd never achieved before, the familiar technique blasting me forward, past Shimizu and into the fray. My blade found purchase in the hardest surface I'd ever even attempted to slice, but I pushed my strength into my arms and managed to complete the swing, cutting a deep gouge through the demon's arm and sending BLD flying through the air. Holy F dash, holy F dash, holy F. As I landed, yellow irises with kanji carved into their surface snapped to me, just one portion of an expression filled with scorn. Stay out of this, weakling. Even if you are a core member, I don't go around killing women. Is that so? I said with my usual lack of regard for the FNG position I was in, shaking my head enough to flip my braid back over my shoulder. If I were a woman, I might be offended. Well, in that case. If I'd thought that the hand demon Shimizu and I fought during final selection had a nasty killing intent, boy, was I in for surprise. As expected of the Upper Moon 3, a wave of pure despair blasted through me, or maybe that was just the pure force of the compressed air that slammed into me seconds later. Pain was everywhere, hot and deep in my chest, and I didn't even register anything between me standing face to face with an upper moon and my entire body crashing strong into something with a resounding echo of metal. I might have gagged, spit up BLD, but I'm not sure. It's a little strong to tell what's going on when you pass the F. Out. Sekked in a breath, the air tasting sterile and a bit like medicine. Fraction by fraction, I opened my eyes, finding myself in a white hospital room. It was overall peaceful, though I could still hear the bustle of activity beyond the door. Whenever I tried to sit up, I got nowhere whatsoever. I didn't feel any immediate pain, hooray for the Demon Slayer Corps' incredible painkillers once more, but I felt numb all the way through. There wasn't a cast on my arm, though, so that was a plus, but I had plenty of bandages in other places, and my eyes were about the only thing I could move. Isn't this, at Butterfly Manor? Yeah, that was it. The room had the same design as the medical wing that I'd visited Zenitsu and Shimizu and Tanjiro and Inosuke in so many times. Taking another breath with total concentration, I forced myself to sit up, even as my body didn't want to cooperate. It didn't matter if I got hurt, I couldn't have been the only one to live through that. Please, don't let me be the only one to survive again. Rari-san, I would appreciate it if you didn't go aggravating your injuries like that. The voice was gentle, but it had the tiniest of edge to it. Before me was a petite figure in a corps uniform, along with a white, pink, and pale green butterfly wing-patterned haori hanging over their shoulders. They had a delicate face, a touch of makeup, and violet eyes, the whole pretty package framed between locks of dark-colored hair that tinted purple at the ends. A hairpiece, also in the style of a butterfly, kept the rest of said hair tightly wound back, and even I, with my fuzzy brain, could identify who this person was without even needing to be told. The lady of the house and the insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu. Kocho-san, I managed to mumble, in awe, but then my brain remembered what I had been attempting to do in the first place. The mission, everyone else. While some may find it admirable to have such concern for others while gravely injured themselves, Rari-san, I find such ideals foolish, Kocho said, stunning me into silence. You suffered several broken ribs, a heavy blow to the head leading to a crack in your skull, and compressed vertebrae in your spine that you're lucky haven't immobilized you. If you weren't a practitioner of total concentration, there's a strong chance you might not be alive. Still, you pushed yourself to such an extreme that you strained your heart, and you've been unconscious for the past 2 days. Do you understand how fortunate you are that we've made enough medical breakthroughs in the Corps for you to still be here, Rari-san? I thought of tires screeching, screaming voices, a deafening crash, impact, the sounds and sensations both a lifetime and no time at all ago. Yeah. I know. Good. Since you do, if you would please do yourself a favor and lie back down before I force you to, that would be for the best of everyone. I did as instructed. The bed was cushy and comfortable, but even it couldn't erase the apprehension coursing through me. Kocho's smile widened, the expression now starting to seem friendly in comparison to the faint icy sheen it had had before. Much better, Rari-san. Please refrain from any more reckless actions while you're recovering. I nodded, though I just wanted to shout at her to give me answers, but even I balked at the idea of provoking the person responsible for my recovery. Kocho sighed. As much I would like to further scold you for your recklessness, I do still have to give you my thanks. It seems that, when you stepped into the battle, you redirected an injury on Rengoku-san that could have been fatal if it had followed through. It would have been a great loss for the Demon Slayer Corps if he passed away. As things are, his and everyone else's efforts were able to result in the defeat of the 12 Kazuki's Upper Moon 3. I gaped, not expecting that news in the slightest. The defeat of an Upper Moon was a huge victory, since I was pretty sure that Tanjiro had also mentioned the Lower Moon one, as well. In one night, we'd managed to eliminate 2 major pieces of Kibutsuji Musen's fighting force, and that was following the defeat of Lower Moon 5 on Natagumoyama not even 2 full months ago. Even so, The fact that Kocho had chosen to share that piece of information first had me worrying about the timing. And everyone else? Not a single passenger on the Mugen train died, including your fellow slayers, Kocho said, and I almost fainted from the pure relief that statement brought me. While I managed to stay awake, fresh tears spilled out of my eyes. Thank everyone made it. That's not to say that there weren't injuries involved, but everyone should recover well enough, save for Rengoku-san's left eye. Still, considering the circumstances, that alone is an exceptional result. Yeah, that was a mild way to put it. If Zenitsu hadn't reassured me that I'd woken up again, I might have worried that this was another trap of the demon's dream prison. Now, the matter of your recovery plan. Considering that what all I could do consisted of A, stay in bed and B, obey whatever Kocho and her collective medical helpers told me to do, there wasn't much point of reiterating all the details. There would be rehab to get me combat ready again, but that was some time off. I gave the expected yes, ma'ams, not having any intention of making my injuries worse. If things had gotten intense enough to bring the Upper Moon 3 into the picture, I had no doubt that whatever plot-related events that came next were going to be worse. And if that were the case, I needed to recover and keep training so I could, well, maybe at least scrape by again if I ever decided to be stupid enough to charge at another Upper Moon demon. And one more thing, Rari-san, Kocho said as she concluded her lecture. From her pocket, she pulled out a paper medicine packet and sat it on my bedside table. Your friends mentioned to me that you have troubles with nightmares, so I took the liberty of concocting a medication for you. I've just made a small dose for now, but I'm confident it should help. Do tell me if you still have issues, and I'll adjust the composition. The familiar rush of shame caught up with me, but I told myself to get a grip. Kocho may have been a Hashira, but she was also a doctor. She wasn't judging me, she was trying to help. Thank you very much, I said, meaning it. I'll be sure to let you know how well it works. Good. Kocho dusted off her hands, still wearing that perfect smile. Well, since that's settled, I'll allow your visitors to see you, then. Do avoid any roughhousing, do you understand, Rari-san? Yes, ma'am. As expected, having everyone in the room at once turned into a chaotic mess in no time. Shimizu and Zenitsu both cried, and Inosuke was beyond boisterous for the time he had the attention span to stick around. Even Aoi, Kyo, Sumi, and Naho stopped by to offer some well wishes. It seemed that Rengoku had managed to pull back from most of his injuries already, and he and a not nearly as recovered Tanjiro had gone off to his family's estate in search of the records of past Flame Hashira to better understand the Hinakami Kagura. No wonder Kocho had been so insistent on me staying put. Two of her patients who had no business running off had done just that. Rengoku-san said that he'd come back to thank you, though, Rari-kun, Shimizu said, sounding a bit more subdued than usual. I tilted my head, but even that tiny movement had me experiencing a case of regret. Hey, body, maybe you should have stayed unconscious for just a bit longer. Might have saved us some trouble. He said that you helped him catch Akaza off guard long enough for him to get a blow in. Though I was super worried when you ran in like that. Right. Zenitsu said, sitting on the opposite side of the bed to Shimizu. When I heard you rushed at an Upper Moon, senpai, I almost fainted. You could have gotten hurt even worse. Shimizu-chan's the one that started to run in first, though, I said with a pout, and she looked guilty. If I could have shaken my head without my spine hating me, I would have. Don't worry about it, Shimizu-chan. You were brave enough to try and do something. I just figured that I couldn't leave you to face that all on your own again. Just like final selection, her courage in the face of danger had pushed me forward. I know what I did was reckless, but let's just all be grateful that things worked out, yeah? Okay, Shimizu said, though her expression was still a bit strained. You were the incredible one, though, Rari-kun. Thank you for backing me up. But still, she stared down at her lap. I'm the one that asked if we could help Rengoku-san. If I hadn't done that, then you wouldn't have. There's no point in worrying over what-ifs. Besides, I'm the one that lost it enough to try and attack you both. If you want to apologize, then please just consider us even, okay? Shimizu nodded, and at least I could smile at her. We're all going to recover. Well, we all would recover, assuming that Kocho didn't decide to just poison Tanjiro and Rengoku for running out while still injured, and we defeated an upper moon, so let's focus on that, okay? Shimizu nodded and wiped away her tears. Glancing at the clock in the room, she gasped when she saw the time. Oh, I said I would help Aoi-kun out with dinner since I'm well enough to move around. I'll be sure to make you something extra tasty, okay, Rari-kun? As thanks for everything. She stood, smoothing out the creases in the front of her borrowed pajamas. Zenitsu also went to stand up. Do you need more help? There's kind of a lot of us here, and I'm not hurt too bad. Shimizu shook her head. No need to worry about it, Zenitsu-kun. The girls help out, too, and there's hardly enough room for all of us in the kitchen as is. You keep Rari-kun company, okay? And then Shimizu winked, causing Zenitsu and I to both flush matching shades of red. I'll be sure to call for you when the food's ready. See ya then. Her hair fluttering behind her, Shimizu slipped out the door, leaving just me and my kōhai. While I'd felt fine in the moment, seeing so many people in quick succession had drained my resources. Do you want me to go ahead, too, senpai? Zenitsu asked. You sound kind of tired. It's okay. I'd like it if you stayed. I'm sure I'm going to have plenty of sleeping ahead of me. I'd at least like a little company before I pass out for 2 more days. Zenitsu spluttered out a laugh, but there was an anxious twinge to it. Bad Rari. No making self-depreciating jokes in front of your kōhai that you already scared the sheet out of. Sorry. I'm sure you noticed by now, but I have an awful sense of humor. It's fine. I'm just glad you can even joke right now. Zenitsu stared down at his lap, and I wished my everything wasn't kind of busted at the moment so I could give him a head pat or a hug for comfort. Senpai, he said, his voice at a whisper, I understand if you don't want to talk about it. But it was bad when you woke up. You didn't even recognize us, and he swallowed, fat tears dropping out of his eyes. My dream was about the 3 of us getting along. Me, you, and Aniki. I was even able to do the other thunder breathing forms. And it sounds like the others dreamt about their ideal worlds, too. Just hearing that description was enough for my heart to ache, and it reminded me all over again of the dream I'd had. Sorry, I'm not trying to guilt-trip you or anything. I just figured that, if I wanted you to trust me with yours, I should share mine, too. Oh, Zenitsu, though it wasn't easy, I managed to get my arm out from under the blankets and reached towards him. Zenitsu realized what I was doing and caught my hand in his before lowering our now connected fingers to the blankets. I closed my eyes, the blackness on the back of my eyelids comforting. We were all happy together in my dream, too, but I tried to be careful with my words for once. Say the wrong thing, and I'd have a lot more to explain than I wanted to right now, or ever, really. I had an older sibling. But when I was little, there was an accident, and they died protecting me. Zenitsu gasped, and his hand tightened on mine. So in my dream, they were alive, too, like it never happened. I don't know if it was the BLD demon art or if it was just because I have bad nightmares. But the dream broke and, the images started to flash in my memory, and I opened my eyes again, focusing on Zenitsu sitting at my bedside, alive and well. It made me kill them. And you and Kaigaku and Shimizu-chan and everyone. And when it got bored with that, it started it all over again. By that point, Zenitsu and I were gripping on each other's fingers tight enough to hurt, but neither of us loosened our grip. Thank you, Zenitsu. For not giving up and helping me when I needed it. You don't have to thank me for that. I just wanted you to be okay. So I remembered the song and he peered at me, a flicker of bright curiosity mingling in his expression. I don't understand the words. What's it about? Out of all the possible questions he could have asked, it was that one. Not why I knew a song in another language, but what it was about. A smile eased back onto my face, and my eyes traced over patterns in the ceiling as I tried to remember all the lyrics and the story they painted. It's called Your Heart is an Empty Room. And it does not in any way exist in this time yet, but too late on that one. I didn't get it when I was younger, but it's about the moments when we break off old relationships and are left with a clean slate. But we also always end up wanting a new relationship, except when we have that, sometimes we want to retreat back into ourselves and be left alone again. So it's kind of about wanting things we don't have and, because of that, how some people will never be satisfied. Jaden had played their way through that album so many times that it wasn't any wonder I still remembered the words, though it had been years since I'd heard the track. But, to me, the chorus is about that feeling of needing to remember that you don't have to face everything by yourself, because there are so many people who are out there and can stand with you. I guess it's a little fitting when you look at it that way, huh? Yeah, Zenitsu's expression was a little less strained now, and I hoped I had helped ease his worries at least a little bit. Sometime, you should teach me how the rest goes, senpai. Maybe I'll ask if there's a koto here. It'll be a good way to help you pass some time while you're still stuck in bed. Would it cause trouble if I taught Zenitsu a song from about a century in the future? I'd kind of been trying not to cause any time paradoxes or anything, but if the world hadn't blown up yet, it wasn't like it would matter. Sure. I like that idea. I swallowed Jaden's name, scrambling for the first Japanese alternative I could come up with. Judai liked that song, too. I'm sure they'd be happy if I sang it a bit more often. Though, can we keep it to ourselves? It's special. And that was half the truth, and half a cover-up for the fact that I super didn't want to explain where it came from and why I could speak flawless English. Zenitsu, being the absolute amazing kōhai that he was, nodded. Yeah, of course, senpai. Thank you for sharing it with me, anyways, he said, staring to smile. I'll teach you some other songs I know, then. I mean, I know theater stuff for the most part, but I'm sure I know a few with words. Or we could just make something up together. Okay. I'll be sure to ask Aoi-chan if there's a koto over dinner. There on the street are so many possibilities to not be alone, I thought as I let Zenitsu's enthusiasm wash over me. I guess that's true enough. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 20. A patch of calm in the rain. So in addition to breaking a significant percentage of vital things in my body, my encounter with an attack from the now-deceased Upper Moon 3 had also broken my sword. Again, it was one of those things I should have considered myself lucky for, given how I should have been dead by now, but it still broke my heart to see the shattered remains of my blade when Zenitsu showed it to me. It's like that superstition that items will go missing or break whenever they're protecting you from something bad, I found myself thinking again, except in this case even my sword getting busted hadn't prevented me from getting way past F'd up, just maybe a little bit less so. I'd at least recovered enough that I was allowed to sit up on my own, though Kocho still insisted that I have help with things like getting to the bathroom and back. Tanjiro, when he'd returned from the Rengoku estate and survived the insect Hashira's wrath, had been practicing using total concentration to heal, so I'd been trying that more with him. I'd gotten mixed results so far, but it was better than lying around and doing nothing. Tanjiro's return had also brought two swordsmiths along with him, Hagen Izuka, who had forged Shimizu's sword and was livid that she destroyed it in the most recent fight, and Hanai, who was much calmer when they delivered my blade to me. The outer appearance looked the exact same as before I'd wrecked it, though Hanai had also gone through the trouble of repairing all the nicks and scratches the scabbard, hilt, and tsuba had picked up. When I got the sword in my hands, the new blade reformed to its prior yellow, and I put the thing away before Kocho could see me and assume I was breaking my mandate for bedrest. It really is a nice color, Hanai said, still managing to radiate an aura of contentment despite the mask over their face. Though it's almost a shame that it doesn't match the others, considering, no disrespect intended, Rari-san. I shook my head, my braid dragging across my back. No worries, Hanai-san. I don't mind at all. I like that I match Sensei's, plus it's a little reassuring. I thought back to the lightning bolt patterns dancing up the center of Zenitsu and Kaigaku's swords, how both of them now wielded their weapons with confidence. That pattern means that they'll both be able to get even stronger, right? I couldn't ask for more from my kōhai. Not if things were going to keep escalating from here. Even without accounting for the plot, if I were Kabutsuji Musen right now, I wouldn't have been satisfied about losing one of my upper moons, and even more so since it had been over a century since the Corps had succeeded in defeating one of them. That said, I do appreciate that you went through the trouble to make us matching katanas, Hanai-san. I like to think that we'll be able to work together as Sensei's successors eventually. If nothing else, Kaigaku had written back to me after I'd updated him on the Mugen Train mission, and he'd mentioned a few details that I'd kind of left out on purpose. What the F were you thinking going after the Upper Moon 3 like that? You could have died, he'd written, the stroke so rough that the ink almost bled the characters together, so that meant he was reading Zenitsu's letters as well, even if he hadn't replied. I was going to hold on to the hope that they'd be able to get along one of these days. Hanai was silent for a moment, though their Hayatoko mask really got in the way of me being able to guess what they were thinking. I hope that will be the case for you, Rari-san. Hanai stood, gathering up the emptied parcel they'd brought with them. Speaking of your fellow apprentices, though, is Agatsuma-san still here? I figured I could do some maintenance on his blade while I'm already around. Oh, yeah, he should be training with Shimizu-chan, Inasu-kun, and Aoi-chan about now. Their injuries had been deemed well enough to allow for them to start on rehab, while Tanjiro and I still had some time before we'd be cleared for rehabilitation, let alone combat ready. I'm sure if you find one of the girls, they'd be willing to lead you to. The door to my sick room opened, and the person marching in the doorway was unmistakable. Pardon the intrusion. Rengoku said, his voice booming through the confined space. If it weren't for the fact that I'd been there on that battlefield and seen him bleeding, I never would have suspected that he'd been suffering from major injuries a little over a week and a half ago. Sure, now he had a patch over his left eye, the flame pattern matching the one on his haori, but otherwise he was grinning as much as the day I'd met him. I'm glad to hear that you're alright, Rari, my friend. How's your recovery going? I've upgraded to friend status, now. I mean, yeah. It's not like there's a good gender-neutral equivalent for the whole my boy/my girl thing, but isn't that a little bit too much, Hashira-sama? Are you forgetting that I was talking shit about you not too long ago? Hanai used Rengoku's entrance to vacate the room, and I couldn't even blame them. I'm doing well enough, all things considered, Rengoku-san, I said. Again, it could have been much worse. I'm impressed that Kocho-san's letting you up and around like this, though. For real, didn't his medical report include broken ribs and extensive internal bleeding along with that ruined eye of his? Rengoku laughed the same as ever, dropping down with gusto into the chair set up at my bedside. She was upset that I'd gotten up and traveled a bit early, but I did receive her full permission not long after getting back. Kamadu mentioned it to you, didn't he? That you can use total concentration to help facilitate recovery. I nodded. It was because of that advice that I'd managed to at least get my head wound to heal a little bit faster than usual, though you had to have a detailed understanding of your muscles and BLD vessels to pull it off right. In my free time, I'd been attempting to read through one of Kocho's medical texts on the workings of the spine to help that whole process out, but even my perfect understanding of kanji still left me with some of the information flying right over my head. Rengoku pulled a fist up to his chst, not to brag or anything, but most of us Hashira have refined the technique enough that we can get back to our full condition in a matter of days. Since we're pillars and all, it wouldn't do us any good to stay down and injured for long. Do you hear yourself talking right now, Rengoku-san? I understand that this is Fantasy Taishō Era Japan, but isn't that a bit much to say without hesitating? If all you Hashira can do that, then you're a bunch of monsters. But it was because of that exact level of ridiculous that Rengoku had been able to hold off the Upper Moon 3 for as long as he did. I gripped onto the blankets resting over my lap, staring down as my hold created creases in the seafoam-colored fabric. Rengoku-san. Thank you for protecting all of us back there. If it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't even be here to say anything. No, I should be thanking you, Rari, my friend, Rengoku said, his voice restrained for once. My head snapped up to look at him because what Fanji planet are you even living on, but he continued before my uncontrollable tongue could get anything out. You upset Akaza's attack enough that I was able to take a partial injury. And your courage made the others step in as well, which helped me score the finishing blow. His lips were still turned upwards, but there was still something somber burning in his fire-colored eyes. As a Hashira, it's my duty to protect the seeds of talent in the lower ranks, so I would have died without regret in that battle if it meant the rest of you would have made it. But I didn't have to do so thanks to your and the others' efforts. And for that, you have my most sincere thanks. Rengoku dipped into a bow, and I stammered over several failed sentences before I managed to get out, that's not necessary, Rengoku-san. A Hashira bowing to me? For being a Fanji idiot and getting myself beat up? It was bad enough that he was thanking me. If nothing else, I'm grateful to you, too, for keeping my kōhai and friend safe, so just count us even if you have to. Please, sit back up. I can't handle something as stupid as having a Hashira in my debt. Rengoku did as requested, chuckling as he grinned at me. God, if it wouldn't be rude AF to the person that had protected me, I would have just lied down and feigned needing some rest to get this conversation over with. If you insist, Rari, my friend, he said, and I sighed in relief for having avoided that potential minefield. I should have known better by now, though, as it seemed that clearing one field of bullshit would just always lead to another. That said, I have been thinking about what you said back on the train, about how we Hashira can do better. I do intend to take Kamadu on as my Tsuguko if he accepts, but I know that's not enough. So, like I said I would, I did mention your thoughts on the core members issue to Oyakata-sama. Oh, yeah? I was a little impressed. Not because I hadn't believed Rengoku would do it, but because I would have thought that he would have higher priorities what with dealing with his injuries and a new Tsuguko and the whole defeat of an Upper Moon thing. Yes, indeed. I believe it's important for us Hashira to better help the rest of the Corps, even if we can't always afford the time to do it directly. Oyakata-sama seemed interested as well, Rari, my friend, so he hopes to talk to you once you've recovered enough to travel. Well, that's good then. Wait, what? The leader? Of the Demon Slayer Corps? Wanting to talk to me? I grabbed onto Rengoku's shoulders, and I would have shaken him if he didn't have such impressive core control that I couldn't even make him budge even if I had been at full strength. Why, you're kidding, right, Rengoku-san? There's no way that the leader would want to waste his time on talking to a Tsukino like me, that's just silly. Rengoku laughed. Don't sell yourself short, Rari, my friend. Your help on the Mugen train has earned you a promotion to Hinoto. I choked on my own DMN air, and Rengoku patted my back before leaning me down on my pillows. I pressed my hands to my face and tried my damnedest to just die right then and there, but it didn't work out. The others received promotions as well, I believe, since you've all done such great work. Congratulations to you all. Don't just change the subject like that. Could I even handle being in the presence of the leader? I'd heard that the Hashira's collective loyalty to him was unshakable. I'd already proven many times over that I couldn't control my DMN mouth. There was no way I was getting out of that alive. Why, yes, I'd chosen to attack the Upper Moon 3, and I was now freaking out over talking to the leader of my own DMN organization. Was that even surprising? Calm down, Rary. It's not gonna be anything major. With your luck, you can chat for a bit, you'll get told your complaints are silly in the face of capital T tradition, and then you can go back to being an ordinary demon slayer without ever having to deal with the upper ranks again. Oh, denial. The best way to keep hold of your sanity. I lied face down on my bed as Kocho's thin fingers poked at the muscles in my back. After assessing the situation, both of her palms rested on opposite sides of my spinal cord. When she pressed down, a series of clicks resounded, and the process repeated a few more times as she moved down each of my vertebrae. Kocho hummed under her breath, checking the bones and muscles again before she said, "Go ahead and sit up, Rary-san." I did as instructed, pulling my braid out of the way as she checked over my shoulders as well. When she stepped back, Kocho was smiling, and not one of her expressions with the darkened undertone. "Congratulations, Rary-san. You've recovered well enough that you can start physical rehabilitation now." I punched my fists into the air, gently and slowly mind you, but the end pose was still the same. Yay! After a while, being stuck to a hospital bed started to drag you down. I felt starved to get back into shape. My display of mirth done, I dipped into a bow. "Thank you again for your help, Kocho-san." No, thank you for being such a cooperative patient." Unlike some other people, the tick in her smile said. "Your understanding of total concentration has also helped matters. Please do your best to keep that skill in mind going forward." I nodded. If the plot was somehow going to get worse than freaking Upper Moon 3 from here on out, I didn't mind in the slightest having another bullshit fantasy skill to help keep me in one piece. "Should I join the others tomorrow, then?" I asked, thinking of my rehabilitation. I was kind of looking forward to it, though I knew it'd be rough after so long stuck to bed. Kocho shook her head, and I raised an eyebrow. "Any other time, I would say yes, Rary-san, but you're already spoken for these next few days." I raised the other eyebrow for good measure, because I had no memory whatsoever of making any plans aside from spending some time in the morning with Zenitsu and the shamisen he'd managed to uncover in one of the estate's many rooms with Aoi's help. Kyo, Sumi, and Naho all enjoyed hearing him play, too, so I tended to have plenty of company these days, which was great, since it kept me from being left alone with my thoughts following the god-awful nightmare the lower moon one had put me through. "Since I've given you medical approval, Oyakata-sama has requested your presence. A Kikushi will be here to pick you up tomorrow." Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. With a few weeks between my conversation with Rengoku and the present, I'd kind of let myself forget that he'd even mentioned such a thing. But it looked like things had caught up with me at last, so there wasn't much else I could do but deal with the situation as it came, which was to say that I spent the rest of the day panicking and unable to appreciate that I was able to do little things like join the others in the dining hall for meals and move about the manor without help. True to Kocho's word, a Kikushi arrived after breakfast the next morning. Though I was approved for general activities but not full physical exertion via total concentration, getting transported was the quickest way to get me to headquarters, plus there was a bit of secrecy in the place's location. If I'd thought Butterfly Manor was large, this place was even more so, with intricate stone gardens lining the outside and in-bloom wisteria everywhere. I was dropped off at the edge of a porch which looked over an expansive garden complete with a clear blue pond under some trees. I thanked the Kikushi who transported me before they dashed off, leaving me with Rengoku and a couple of people I didn't recognize by sight but had no doubt were other fellow Hashira. FNG. Hell. Rary, my friend. Rengoku called, waving at me and dragging the attention of the others right onto me. "Glad to hear that you're doing well enough to move out and about again." I nodded, trying to keep it cool and take a seat beside Rengoku on the ground, since that seemed to be where we were expected to be. "Allow me to introduce you, this is the love Hashira Kanroji Mitsuri and the serpent Hashira Iguro Abanai. It was time to put some faces to the names I'd heard thrown about. Kanroji was distinguishable by her braids formed from bright pink hair that tinted green at the ends, and she wore a simple white haori over her core uniform, though the jacket was open in the front enough to show off some of her BRSTS in such an anime bullshit maneuver that I had to hold back a sigh. Well, if she went around wearing it and didn't have a problem, it was none of my business. Beside her was Iguro, whose shoulder-length dark hair seemed plain in comparison to his mismatched eyes, one golden yellow, the other turquoise. It was tricky to tell what the most eye-catching thing about him was, the bandages concealing his lower face, the bold black and white stripes of his haori, or the albino snake coiled around his shoulders. "It's nice to meet you," I said, bowing and hoping that a little bit of upfront politeness would be enough to at least earn me a painless death whenever I said something rude as all hell in front of the leader. "My name is Rari, no family name, Tsu, recently promoted Hinoto. Because I still didn't quite feel like I'd earned that rank up, and I sure didn't want people to expect too much from me because of it." "Rari-san. It's so nice to meet you," Kanroji said, her peridot eyes sparkling and her smile almost on the same level of pretty as Shimizu's. "I heard about what you did to help Rengoku-san. It's so wonderful." No, I didn't do much." Over Kanroji's shoulder, Iguro narrowed his eyes, and I swallowed the end of my sentence. I didn't know what he was so upset about, but I wasn't going to chance pissing him off already when I had no clue how long this meeting with the leader was going to take. "I'm honored that a Hashira has such a high opinion of me, Kanroji-san," I said, watching Iguro. When he didn't seem to take further offense, a little bit of relief fizzled through my BLD. "Didn't Kocho-san say I'd strained my heart in my last fight? Wonder if I could do that again and knock myself the F out." Rengoku laughed, smacking his large hand against my back almost strong enough to send me face first into the stones we were sitting on. "Well, of course, Rari, my friend. I've been telling everyone about what you've done for me. And dear Lord, I wish that you wouldn't." Iguro made a noise that sounded rather close to a snort. "You think you'd be less enthusiastic considering the disrespect they showed you before." And Rengoku had been spreading my inability to keep my mouth shut around, too. Why had Kocho healed me and not just let me perish already? Would have saved us all some trouble. "Don't be like that, Abanai-san," Kanroji said, and Iguro didn't protest. Rari-san was just worried about the well-being of their fellow slayers. "I think the idea of having a new system in place to help lower-ranked corps members is great. Right, Rengoku-san?" "Yes. That's why I brought it to the attention of Oyakata-sama. And I'm grateful you did." The voice that spoke next was smooth, and my earlier worries felt like they melted down to nothing. That voice was stillness, was a dollop of calm in the storm, was just what you would want to hear talking to you on an ASMR video as you went to sleep. Beside me, all three Hashira shifted their positions to a kneel of subservience, and I mirrored their posture, only daring to glance up after Rengoku said, "We're honored that you're gracing us with your presence today, Oyakata-sama. May you continue to be in good health." Ubuyashiki Kagaya was another person that you could have underestimated if you saw him. His dark hair contrasted with his pale complexion, and the scar tissue spread over his face, all the way from this hairline to partway down his nose, beneath his unseeing eyes, and spilling over onto his left cheek. He did not wear a corps uniform, but instead a plain black kimono with a white haori that had red patterns scattered over the lower half. At his sides were two children with white hair and purple kimonos, his eldest daughters and the older sisters of the two children that aided the final selection process, if I was remembering right. This was the Demon Slayer Corps' leader, the one that the Hashira referred to as Oyakata-sama. "Thank you, Kayajiro. I'm glad that we could all come together today." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Rari," he said, and I waited with bated breath as to what he would say next. "I do apologize for pulling you out here whenever you haven't made a full recovery, but I'm very interested to hear your ideas on how we could better structure the Demon Slayer Corps." Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 21. New lightning, ancient thunder. Maybe I shouldn't have had opinions on how to better structure the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes, I was a part of it, but I just turned 19 a handful of months ago, and it hadn't been all that long since I'd been just a normal teenager in a world that had nothing even close to a literal demon problem. What did I even know about organizing a couple hundred people into controlling the threat of man-eating creatures? Barely anything, save for the on-the-ground fighting stuff. Which begged the all-important question of, why me? I asked, and thus started the countdown to my impending death. Good thing it was a regular practice in the Demon Slayer Corps to draft your will before you started service, not that I had much to my name to distribute aside from my belongings still at Sensei's home. Kanroji let out a quiet little gasp, Iguro turned an even more fierce glare on me, and Rengoku kept on smiling. Oyakata-sama's serene expression didn't so much as twitch. No offense, Oyakata-sama, but I'm just a Corps member without any notable accomplishments behind them. Why would you trust my opinions on the matter? Hey, you, Iguro said, his snake hissing from his shoulder, do you understand who you're speaking with? Don't worry about it, Abanai, Oyakata-sama said, and Iguro pulled back at once, but I could feel the murderous aura leaking out of him, even with the buffer of two other Hashira between us. Rari asks a fair question. However, he continued, turning again to me, you also were the one that brought up the issues with the final selection testing process before, so I'm willing to trust that you'll have some good insight into what we could do to further help out the children of our organization. Oh, sheet, that had gotten all the way back to the leader? I mean, sure, his kids were the ones that I'd spoken to, but I hadn't thought anything would come out of that. All I ever wanted to achieve since I'd landed here was do Sensei's thunder breathing proud, not get caught up in whatever in the world was going on here. Well, too bad, Rari, you're in it now. So go big or go home, I guess. If that's the case, I said, already knowing that I was going to regret every ounce of this so strong afterwards, then I'll speak without holding back. Hey, he'd asked for it, I was just giving the man what he wanted. I understand that it's the job of cultivators to ensure that the sword wielders they produce are up to a bare minimum standard. However, a test like final selection can skew the results. The rules do nothing to prohibit test takers from cooperating, so it's possible for a handful of weaker people to band together to make it through, or for a stronger person to clear out so many other demons that there isn't a clear indication of the actual skill level of the other contenders. That's a problem you could solve by having a proctor on site to observe or even by changing the testing structure completely. I suppose a week-long gauntlet does have some benefits in that it helps replicate some of the harsher conditions of working in the Demon Slayer Corps, but is that necessary? I saw how many Nichiren ores there were at the test, you're planning for losses. Not to mention you couldn't even be bothered to scout the area and make sure no demons became powerful enough to wipe out a new class of test takers. Do those potential demon slayers deserve to die just because they're not ready to enter Corps service? Of course, I could say the same thing for how Mizunoto are treated. They get sent out on solo missions right out the gate, so the current test format isn't compatible with the actual work. What if one of them encountered a member of the 12 Kazuki on their first job? Do you just chalk that up to bad luck? Someone who's just gotten started, has never fought anything outside of a controlled environment goes down just like that? They could have a great level of potential that goes nowhere because they were thrown into something they couldn't handle. I understand that it's difficult to tell the strength level of a demon before a slayer has gone to check it out, but it's not like you can't account for that. Mizunoto and Mizuno should receive some extra training before being approved for solo missions or at least have someone of a higher rank with them their first few times they get sent after a demon. Iguro scoffed, but this time I met his gaze with brazen confidence. Amazing what I was capable of once I got worked up. Demons are a constant problem, he said. You think that we can afford to reduce how much area we cover by pairing them up? Oh, you think you can trap me with that bullshit logic? Not a chance. I'd say it's a fair enough trade-off for having more surviving core members who have the skill to handle higher-level demons without turning a bunch of them into cannon fodder at the very least. Whoops, the profanity was out. I was super stuck in this, then. When Iguro didn't retort, oh, he didn't look pleased, but I wasn't hearing a counter-argument, so I turned back to face Oyakata-sama. I would say that anyone who's reached anyone who's reached Hinoto at the very least has the potential to help out newer slayers, maybe even down to Tsukino. If they encounter a demon that's possible for a new slayer to handle, their trainee can gain experience that way. And if not, then the higher-ranked slayer can judge the situation and help keep them safe while defeating the demon. Even in a worst-case scenario, you could have the trainee escape and give a report back on the strength of the demon, and if they couldn't make it, then that's an indication that someone much more capable or a larger fighting force is required to do the job. Not to mention there needs to be a more widespread system for teaching skills like total concentration. I continued, somehow still not yet out of breath. I wouldn't have been surprised if the others were just listening because they were too surprised that I could talk this much and still not shut the F up. Yes, demon slayers learn basic total concentration through a cultivator, and I understand that there are risks for overtaxing your body. That's why a system that allows for tutoring would help balance out that control. There's no goddamn reason we shouldn't be teaching that skill across the board, seeing as how it increases a person's physical capability, which is just what we need if we want to reduce losses in battle and defeat more demons. Not to mention techniques like using total concentration to help with healing are just super obvious to teach, but it's not even common knowledge amongst the core. Someone like Kaneo had to have learned total concentration, constant from Kocho as her Tsuguko, and I'd only found out and mentioned it to Kaigaku and the Protag squad since Shimizu had taught me it. Come to think of it, where had Shimizu even learned about it? Maybe by pure luck, considering the circumstances. I'm sure that you Hashira have also further refined the total concentration, and you could even teach others how to use it more efficiently, so what the F is stopping you from doing that? Whoops. I hadn't meant to toss questions on anyone, self-preservation instinct working for once in my life, but it had snapped out. I was pretty sure it was only Oyakata-sama's lack of offended reaction that had stopped Iguro from drawing his sword on me. The others had more subdued expressions, with Kanroji's brow furrowing as he put a hand to her mouth. I would like to help out more, she said, but there's so much that we Hashira have to take care of, and it's strong to keep multiple students on top of that. We do have Hashira training sometimes, Rengoku said, but it's been quite a while since any of us hosted a session. Like Kanroji says, things do get busy. Well, I don't know about that, I said, because I didn't know what all the Hashira were responsible for. I'm sure you all have important things to take care of. But there's also only 9 of you now, right? How much of that duty could be spread out to members who've made it up to Kino or Kanoto? I shrugged. Again, these are things I don't know about in this whole system. But those are at least some of the issues that make no sense to me considering how long the Demon Slayer Corps has been around. Like, how were we even still standing when there was so little we did to help new recruits survive? Sure that I'd gotten out everything that had been bothering me over the past year, I turned back to our leader. Thank you very much for listening to me, Oyakata-sama. I punctuated the sentence with a bow, knowing full well I was making myself prone to whatever retribution the Hashira planned to dump on me. Maybe, if I didn't try to defend myself, my death would be painless. Sorry, Zenitsu, Kaigaku, Sensei. Your senpai and student here is too much of a disaster to not know how to behave. I just hope none of this reflects back on you. Only I should have to pay for my mistakes. No, thank you very much for being so open and honest with me, Rari, Oyakata-sama said, and I sighed in relief. I didn't dare raise my head, though, not wanting to even see the looks that the assembled Hashira must be giving me. I do apologize, but you've given me much to think about, and changes of this nature take a lot of structural reorganization, so I can't make any promises about how much of your ideas will integrate. Which was the nice way of saying that he was never going to think about these things again, just as I expected. With how serene his presence was, though, I wasn't even mad. Bro, that said, I feel that transporting you back to Butterfly Manor today would be a strain on your recovery, so you're free to stay at headquarters tonight. I'll make the arrangements for a room and for your journey back to Butterfly Manor tomorrow. Which means I'll be an even easier target for the Hashira to murder me tonight. Fabulous. Rengoku skirted me to the guest room that I'd be using, which I found out happened to be just a few hallways down from where the Hashira had permanent rooms set up for their visits, so hooray, read with the highest levels of sarcasm possible. Well, at least if I died in my sleep, the medicine that Kocho had given me was effective enough that I didn't have to worry about nightmares anymore, so at least I'd have a good final dream. Well, I've shown you the way, Rari, my friend, Rengoku said, patting my back with way too much force again. I may have been approved for rehabilitation, yes, but I was pretty sure my spine was still at risk enough that touching it like that was a no-go. If Kocho was upset with me when I got back to Butterfly Manor, I knew just who I was going to sell out. You're free to stay put, but there's plenty of other places to pass the time here. Just ask for help if you need it. Wait, you're leaving? I asked, and Rengoku nodded. Is there any chance I could maybe come with you? I don't know what else to do, and I've kind of had enough of lying around and resting. Kanroji and Iguro hadn't come with us, but it sounded like they would be here at least through dinner. Rengoku would make for an excellent combination of company and protection. But, to my utmost despair, Rengoku shook his head, his hair fluttering like flames with the movement. I normally would not have issues with such a suggestion, but I'll be headed back to my family's estate to try to find some more information for Kamadu. Taking you with me isn't quite recommended at this point, though I'd love you to come visit someday, Rari, my friend. Oh, so you're abandoning me, huh? Wasn't it you that dragged me into this mess in the first place, Rengoku-san? I have no problems with selling you out to Kocho-san if necessary, then. Man, the stress was doing a number on me. I had way too much pent-up energy in me from all the bed rest. Is there any chance there's a place for me to practice, then? I asked instead of venting my complaints. If there was anything I'd learned about Rengoku since I met him, it was that he wasn't malicious so much as sometimes, okay, maybe a lot of the time, clueless to the social cues around him. Kocho-san said I had permission to at least do the basics on my own, so long as I stop before I push too strong. I like your spirit, Rari, my friend. That sort of determination to keep going is the kind that's necessary for those who want to become Hashira. Pardon you, Rengoku-san, but I don't recall ever saying I wanted anything even close to becoming one of those. I mean, if I had to in order to perform thunder breathing on the same level as Sensei, no, not a FNG chance. Don't you dare get caught up in that, Rari. Rengoku pointed down one of the halls that looked like all the others I'd seen at headquarters so far. If you follow me, I'll drop you off before I leave. Much appreciated, Rengoku-san. Rengoku showed me the way before heading out, and I opened up the door to gape at the place. As expected of headquarters, there was a training hall which was several times over the size of the one at Butterfly Manor. The floors were nice and polished, so I couldn't help but wonder how much use it got on a regular basis, or maybe it was just that well maintained since you had to keep headquarters looking good? If they care so much about appearances like that, I thought, pulling on the side door that opened to the surrounding porch and settling into a stance in the closest yard to take advantage of the nice weather, then they could at least make sure they keep their DMN core members alive long enough to show off to. A fresh round of frustration bubbling up in me, I went back to the basics, getting used to the standard swing of my sword. There wasn't any difference in feel between my reforged katana and the new one, and I thought several words of gratitude in Hanai's general direction for being so incredible at their job. It didn't take too long before I felt the familiar burn of muscle since I'd been out of practice for so long, but with some focused total concentration I was able to keep going, though I longed to be able to do a bit more than just standard drills. Maybe I could get away with the anatema? That one's all sword movements and it really doesn't strain the body much. Kocho-san said my heart wasn't at immediate risk now, so if I just pushed the oxygen a little, then. I breathed, only to have a strong force knock right into my stomach. I doubled over, grimacing from the familiar pain, and I pressed my palm over my now stinging abs. Come on, Sensei. Is that how you treat someone who just got out of the hospital? I paused, blinking once at the cane I'd recognize anywhere, as well as the person holding onto it. Sensei? What the hell are you doing all the way out, ga? Yup, that cane strike was so distinct that it pretty much had Sensei's copyright on it, though it wasn't at its full strength. Skiing in a breath, I started to help along the bruises already forming on my stomach and knuckles. Sensei looked at me expectantly, and I had no problems with sheathing my sword and bowing to him, my braid slipping over my shoulder. I'm glad to see you again, Sensei, I said, realizing that it had almost been a full year since he'd seen me off on my first mission. Judging by your cane technique, you're in just as good health as ever. What was all that nonsense about needing to name a successor because you wouldn't be able to handle another student? And that earned me a fist to the back of my exposed head, but the bop was more affectionate than anything serious, or maybe my fight with the Upper Moon 3 had skewed my pain threshold past the point of recovery. Either way, I didn't mind so much, since seeing Sensei again was such an unexpected treat that I hadn't even been considering could happen here. Ha! To think I was worried about you upsetting your recovery. You're doing fine if you can still spout off nonsense like that, Sensei said, pulling his hand back. I stood up straight again and returned his grin with a smile. Though I shouldn't be surprised. I came all this way because I heard that a certain student of mine was kicking up a fuss. I flushed. It was bad enough that all the Hashira now knew I was a troublemaker, but having Sensei hear about it when he wasn't even among active corps members anymore was even worse. Still, it's nice to see that you're doing well, child. Now, humor this Sensei of yours with a talk over some tea. Yes, Sensei. While I'd already long forgotten the way back to my guest room, Sensei had no problem in navigating the halls until he reached a kitchen, the air thick with the enticing aromas of dinner. At least, I'd get a good last meal before my untimely demise at the hands of Iguro, it seemed. God, they were never going to find my body, were they? A member of the kitchen staff recognized Sensei, accepted his request for a teapot and some leaves, and even offered to set the thing up for us in a nearby room where we both settled down on some very plush cushions. It seems you've been getting into as much trouble as always, Sensei said to start, which was beyond fair enough. Still, his tone was much gentler than I'd expected as he began to pour our drinks. Not many people can say that they were able to return to service after an encounter with an upper moon. You're lucky. I nodded, the newest lump pressing into my throat as warmth sunk into my fingers from the fresh teacup. Sensei, a man who had once been a Hashira, retiring from service because of his lost leg. Zenitsu, unconscious on the ground, a puddle of BL deforming under his head but able to recover. Tires screeching, screaming voices, a deafening crash, impact. Yes, I said, my voice just above a whisper, I know. Sensei sipped from his tea and hummed. So long as you understand that. Blowing away the steam clouding over from the top of my own cup, I took a drink, the somewhat bitter blend giving way for a faint tang of fruitiness at the end. The staff even had Sensei's favorite flavor of tea down without him saying a thing, and he was retired from the front lines. Well, I see that you've recovered well enough, and your basics haven't suffered, so you should be able to get back into shape soon enough. How's Zenitsu been holding up? I smiled, thinking of mornings with music forming between us, of the wonderful way he wielded his sword now. He's been doing well. I'm sure he already wrote you about what happened on the train. Sensei nodded, so I skipped over those details. Well, knowing him, he didn't tell you about how well he's been coming along. His Hekureki Issen is incredible, but he insists he wants to make it even better. Well, that was how mastery worked, didn't it? You kept pushing and pushing to reach greater heights. I smiled, thinking of all the progress both of my kōhai had made. Kaigaku's the same, too. He's improved a lot, but he's always talking about how he's bumped up one of his techniques or how he's aiming for the next promotion. Sensei's bushy eyebrows raised closer to his receded hairline. You've heard from Kaigaku? Yes. I mean, we had a mission together, and he started writing back to me a few months ago. I could understand him not answering Zenitsu, given their distaste for each other, and I had struggled to write to him before we'd made up, but had he not even kept in touch with Sensei? You haven't heard from him? I thought he'd want to let you know how he's improving. Though I guess he gets awkward when he writes replies, so maybe he just overthinks it and doesn't get anything down? Fun fact, every Karasu crow I'd ever met was a DMN gossip, and even Momo liked to tell me Kaigaku's embarrassing stories whenever she dropped a letter off, though he'd just been letting Tadashi bring back his responses right away as of late, so it had been some time since I heard any good tidbits. Ha! That would be like him. Well, I'm glad to hear that he's at least reaching out to you. That's one less worry on your sensei's mind. Sensei took another long sip from his tea, and I mirrored the action, so glad for the little piece of home amongst the rest of the chaos I'd gone through. Take care of those boys, will you, Rari? Of course, Sensei. Leave it to me. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 22. The First and Third Thunderbolts. So, by some miracle, I survived my night at headquarters, and I even made it through the next month and a half of my recovery without succumbing to assassination by any of the 9 active Hashira. And with rehabilitation complete, including a strongly worded warning from Kocho to not push myself and my heart too strong again, I'd been allowed back on the front lines. I hadn't even been sent on any suicide missions. I was still paranoid that it was going to happen soon enough, though, so I hadn't quite been able to let my guard down. And then, in the middle of summer, I'd found it. This is where they get back at me for mouthing off to Oyakata-sama, I see. The day was hot and humid, and even the fancy fabric of my core uniform could only do so much to make things comfortable. But demons didn't give a shit about that sort of thing, and the nearby ocean just made the air all the muggier. The number of drowning deaths at this fishing town had reached the correct level of capital S suspicious for the Corps to send out some slayers. The bodies washed up on the beach with pieces bit off but not with teeth marks that matched any ocean predator just added to the urgency. So yeah, a demon, and one powerful enough that not only I had been assigned to the mission, but a gaggle of other slayers were here as well. Rari-san. We finished scouting the west side. There's some marks that indicate there might be a cave or some other hideout nearby. Oh, and did I mention that I was the highest ranked person here and thus the leader by freaking default? I could almost hear Iguro scoffing, if you think the lower ranks need babysitters so much, you do it. Okay, so maybe I was projecting, but forgive me if this whole scenario didn't feel just the slightest bit like some sort of test. Hinoto and above should be able to handle this sort of work indeed. I held back my sigh and turned to the Corps member that had reported to me. All that time as a senpai at least made it possible to keep a straight face while I was supposed to be a good example or some sheet. Any signs that it might be a place where the demon's resting? A few, but nothing that says so for sure. It sounds like there's all sorts of little caves and crevices on this beach, so the demon could be hiding anywhere. And that was the sort of thing that every demon slayer wanted to hear. I scowled at the water, so if I'm done with everything. From the sounds of it, the demon we were after was aquatic or amphibious or some sheet, which put us at a distinct disadvantage when its feeding ground opened up into the entire DMN ocean. Well, make sure you add what you found to our target map so we can keep an eye on it tonight, I said, and the Corps member dashed off to Kei, the Kanoto I'd put in charge of logging possible hiding holes, her slight form bending over a map of the area with her auburn hair pulled back into a tight bun and out of the way. The girl was pretty efficient at it, including keeping track of location notes, but hell if we hadn't found an infinite list of places already. Come to think of it, we should rotate people out about now. If we're going to keep an eye on places tonight, everyone should eat and take naps so we're at all full capacity. I pulled myself up to my feet, getting ready to let loose a total concentration-powered shout to catch the attention of the assembled slayers, except there was the sound of raised voices before I could even open my mouth. I turned in the direction of the disturbance, half paranoid that the demon had managed to attack despite it still being daylight out, but all I could see was a couple of slayers standing around, one of them on the ground with a hand pressed to their face. What the hell did you do that for? Really? Internal fighting? Give me a FNG break. With my luck, moles had been planted in my group to start a scene to just prove that my ideas were dumb. Except when I closed the distance in a split second between where I was and the site of the argument, I knew that wasn't the case, because the person that was standing with his hand gripped tight into a fist and anger twisting up his face would never do such a thing. Zenitsu, what the hell's going on here? Since I was in charge, my arrival caused the gathered slayers to freeze, any muttering falling silent as the mission leader descended upon the scene. Zenitsu's upset expression snapped to shock as he noticed me, and the slayer on the ground with his dark hair kept short and swept to the side, Michi, right, opened his mouth and said, he just punched me out of nowhere. It wasn't out of nowhere. Zenitsu said. Senpai, he was talking bad about Aniki, about how he can't do the first form and saying that it's going to get him killed. I sked in a breath at that idea. Kocho was a DMN genius, and I hadn't had another nightmare since I started taking the medicine she'd made for me, but that didn't stop the memories of my previous dreams from catching up to me while I was awake, and the idea of Kaigaku just being gone was almost enough to launch me into a fresh panic. Michi scowled despite his bruising cheek. I don't even know what you're so upset about. If you know him at all, you should understand that he's arrogant. Dying would serve the BSTRD right. Enough. I didn't shout, but I didn't need to, the tone of my voice enough to make everyone fall silent, and I was sure that my expression wasn't helping matters. I inhaled through my nose to steady myself and turned to face my kōhai first. Zenitsu, I said, my voice free of inflection, you know that it's against core rules to fight against other members. Zenitsu flinched but protested, but senpai, It doesn't matter, and you know better. It did matter, and Zenitsu could hear my lie without even trying. But I had to remember that I was the leader in this position and that my personal feelings didn't mean shit in the face of a mission. Zenitsu hung his head in that defeated way that I hated seeing, but I couldn't comfort him now. Instead, I turned on Michi next, his friend having helped him to his feet. As for you, wishing death on a fellow Corps member is shameful behavior. Everyone in the Corps is risking their lives to fight demons. You should do well to remember that, since that someone you think so poorly of might one day be the person who has your back in a fight. Michi grit his teeth, but he didn't argue back, which was good, because it was miracle enough as it was that I was holding back my anger. I cleared my throat and addressed everyone that had been watching the altercation. Every single one of us here has a reason for being in the Demon Slayer Corps, and we're all working towards the same goal. There are far too few of us to afford us the luxury of getting to pick and choose who we get along with. Being able to work together to enhance our strength is one of the few things we humans can do that demons can't. Make sure you keep that in mind. Satisfied enough that no one else in the crowd seemed willing to protest, I pointed at the troublemakers in succession. Now, Zenitsu, Michi-san, the two of you are going to go pick up dinner for everyone here. You'll also be on the same lookout group tonight. Understood? Oh, that earned me a few gaping looks, but Zenitsu seemed to pick up that I was serious and nodded, muttering, "Yes, senpai." Michi was much less amicable to the suggestion. "Are you serious?" he asked. "What if he comes at me again? If Zenitsu of all people goes after you a second time, I'll say that you more than deserve it," I thought, swallowing the words down. If either of you start another pointless fight, I'll make sure you both regret it. Or are you going to alienate an ally over something like this? Michi's eyes darted away, and he kicked at the pebble-filled sand. I clapped my hands together, turning on a smile that I hoped contained at least a fraction of Kocho's terrifying undertones. Excellent. Now, I'll provide you with the funds, and by that I meant I had enough in personal stocks thanks to my very much unearned promotion, and I would so be asking headquarters for reimbursement later, so do pick up enough for everyone and make sure it's something we can eat before night falls. Everyone else, finish up your scouting, report anything new to the map, and get some rest. Under an order, the gathered slayers scattered, not wanting to get caught up in my wrath. When his friend gave him a concerned look, Michi waved him off. I dug into my pockets, pulling out my wallet to pass to Zenitsu, who glanced at me with guilty eyes. Sorry, senpai, Not important right now, I said, though my tone was less harsh than it had been before. Zenitsu swallowed, but he nodded, tucking my wallet away for safekeeping and giving Michi a wary glance. Let's just make sure this mission wraps up smoothly, yeah. Zenitsu nodded, scampering off with Michi following. Oh, and one more thing, Michi-san. He turned back, and I beamed. Just some food for thought from someone who's been a demon slayer for a while, is all. Kaigaku may be overbearing, but at least he's always putting the effort into improving and doing his work. In comparison to you, who's willing to beach about others in the middle of a mission, which one of you would you say is the arrogant one, The color drained out of Michi's face, and I waved him off. Now go ahead, you don't want to leave Zenitsu to take care of dinner by himself, do you? Michi dashed off, and I caught a glimpse of Zenitsu's smile before he turned around. With them both on their way and the rest of our party converging on the reporting station, I ran a hand down my face and sighed. That was immature. I'd made my point more than enough earlier, I didn't have to call him out further. But I also couldn't just let him get away with saying something like that. Kaigaku will be okay, Rari. He's already made his way to Tsukino, and that's with solo missions, too. He knows how to handle himself. But I couldn't forget that terror, the complete overwhelming presence that had been the Upper Moon 3, the way that even Rengoku-san had struggled to come out of that battle alive. And there was also the looming threat of cannon, even if nothing else as intense as Mugen Train had happened yet. If Kaigaku ever ran into an opponent like that, then even he'd. No. Focus. Breathe. Priorities. We had a mission to take care of right here, right now, and I was in charge. It wouldn't do me any good to worry about other people if I didn't survive through this battle and bring the other slayers under my watch with me. If I got distracted fussing about Kaigaku to the point that I got hurt, he'd never let me live it down. Food's taken care of, and everyone's reporting in. We need to set up a sleep shift, and then I gotta build a strategy for nightfall. Everyone's counting on me. Can't let them down. My work, it seemed, was never done. Oh, so shockingly enough, the locals didn't happen to appreciate some mysterious sea monster eating their citizens, so they were pretty cooperative with the group of random strangers wielding very illegal swords taking up their beach. Hell, they even gave Zenitsu and Michi a discount on the bulky order of yakisoba they brought back. That was good news for my wallet, but the general cooperation of the populace was great for completing a larger-scale operation mission like this, too. SCRT missions, where you had to protect unarmed civilians, were an undeniable beach. So now we just gotta corner this demon and do our job. A lot easier said than done when there were like 6 different locations that seemed like a good hiding hole for a demon during the day, and that was along the main beach alone. By now, most of the residents of this town understood that going to the ocean after dark was a bad FNG idea, so we didn't have to cover every place, just those most likely to be our target. When evening fell, everyone took up their assigned positions, while I cycled between them, checking to see if anyone had found anything. A couple hours in with the moon half full and high, we'd managed to find Jack Squat. Any luck? I asked for what felt like the 1000th time that night as I touched down beside the duo of Zenitsu and Michi and their lookout on where we'd found a seaside cave. It would be easy to tell if any of us slayers got into a fight, but I would have preferred if we had the upper hand. Based on the boys' expressions, though, it didn't seem like they'd found anything. Nothing visible, but it's strong to see through the water in the dark, Michi said, and I held back what felt like my 1000th sigh. There was still a possibility that the demon had moved on to somewhere else or that it just wasn't going to come out to eat tonight. While the latter option was good for the safety of the town, it sure made our job much more annoying. Zenitsu, I said, and my kōhai's gaze turned to me, I know it's not easy with the ocean nearby, but have you been able to hear anything? His brow furrowed, but Zenitsu shook his head. Nothing yet, but I can try again. He cupped his hands around his ears to listen better, and Michi opened his mouth. I held up a hand to silence him. Zenitsu didn't need the extra distraction on top of everything else. A few minutes passed, and I was about to tell Zenitsu to keep an ear out before moving on to the next group whenever he gasped. I think I have something. It's still weak, but it sounds like it was waking up. His body twitched, but Zenitsu glanced to me first. Senpai. Go ahead and lead the way. Don't lose track of it. Zenitsu dashed away, kicking up sand and pebbles in his wake, and I nodded to Michi. Come on. If Zenitsu says he heard something, there's a chance we're gonna have a fight on our hands. I took off, Michi able to keep a decent enough pace with me, though it wasn't long until Zenitsu had come to a standstill atop one of the rock outcroppings a few other slayers were in charge of watching over. This one? Yeah. I don't know if it's coming out, though. But it's down there. Well, Zenitsu's ears were good enough of a source for me. Alright. This was one of the caves that had a lot of water in it, if I'm remembering right. And that meant we didn't want anything to do with heading into its territory. Okay, I need you all to gather everyone up. 5 minutes, tops. We had a decent-sized force, even if there were plenty of lower ranks, so it wouldn't be that difficult assuming we could get it to fight us on even ground. Well, if there's anything that will drag it out, I thought, making up my mind and organizing the slayers into position. When they were all set up, I rolled up my right sleeve and drew my katana, stepping back towards the outcropping that Zenitsu had identified. The metallic yellow caught the slightest fractions of light as I poised the blade over the back of my own forearm. It was a clean cut, one that would be easy enough to heal up with focused total concentration, but for now I needed it to bleed. The dark color dripped off my skin and down to the waters below, and I heard Zenitsu let out a panicked, "Senpai." "Stay put," I said, my voice just loud enough for everyone to hear but hopefully not the demon below. "It's not that bad of a wound, and the BLD might lure it out. An injury like this won't hinder me much anyways." "But why hurt yourself to do it?" Michi asked, sounding skeptical. "If you're the highest ranked, then you have the most value. Don't even." I shook my arm, scattering more BLD into the water. "It's because I'm the highest ranked here that it's my job to do things like this so you all can make it through safe." Rengoku had embodied that sort of ideal, and there was no reason that I couldn't, too, and if I was going to lecture the Hashira for how they needed to do more to take care of other slayers, that was all the more reason. "Now stay in position, and wait." I heard Zenitsu's gasp first, which was a perfect warning sign, and I jumped back from the edge of the cliff as something bubbled out of the ocean, the saltwater spray coating my tongue and making my wound sting. A few breaths were all it took to slow the bleeding down, and I wiped my hand against my uniform breathes before taking a stance. Kaminari no Kokyu, San no Kata, Shubun Sairai. Rather than aiming for a kill, I was more attempting to knock the thing out of the water and onto dry land, and I kind of succeeded. The demon's upper half crashed down, its heavy weight almost decimating the cave that it had come out of. This thing was about the same size as the demon Shimizu and I had hunted down during final selection, except instead of a mass of distorted arms, it was a hodgepodge of different sea monsters, shark fins and jagged teeth and, naturally, FING tentacles, the last of which was trying to drag it back down underwater. I would have launched off another attack, but I was too busy to scramble for anything even resembling even footing on the now broken landscape. But, hey, headquarters hadn't sent me alone, had they? Kaminari no Kokyu, Ichi no Kata, Hekareki Isen. Zenitsu was a blur of yellow in the dark, and his sword carved a long gash through the demon's tentacles, causing it to let out a near-deafening howl. Again, what great news that the locals were cool with us. Zenitsu landed beside me, catching my arm and dragging me along to much more stable ground without missing a beat, and I gave him a smile and thanks before switching back into leader mode and issuing an order. Don't just stand around, take it down. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 23. The speed of a lightning bolt. Given that we had a collection of 13 demon slayers assembled, you'd think that even a large demon like this wouldn't be too strong to take apart, but we weren't that lucky. I hadn't realized it at first, given just how jumbled its appearance was, but this thing also had a hermit crab-like shell that was pretty and tough, so guess where it was hiding its neck. Yeah, I wouldn't say this thing was anywhere near as dangerous as a 12 Kazuki, but it could cause some serious damage to us in the time it would take to kill it. Can we maybe drag this out until dawn? No, that's way too much time, especially since only a few of us have total concentration, constant down. I gritted my teeth, slicing through another tentacle that lashed out towards me. The regeneration rate was moderate, but still more than enough to outpace our human limitations. We're going to need a powerful blow to bust through and reveal its weak point then. Everyone focus on defending yourself and keeping it from escaping into the water. I ordered. If you think you're going to take a serious injury, back off. If we were consistent enough, we could maybe wear the thing down without sacrificing any of our numbers, though I planned to keep an eye on the others to prevent major injuries where I could. Still, it would be best if we could get a move on, so I sked in an even larger breath than usual, feeling that same powerful rush of pure oxygen and energy that I'd pulled off the night I'd charged at the Upper Moon 3. Go no kata, netsu kai rai. I knew Jack CRP about the structural integrity of shells, so I just aimed my form at an exposed spot on the demon's body. I made contact, but the majority of my force just rebounded back at me, making my arms buzz, and all I got for my efforts was a mere crack in the surface that sealed back up right away. I knew I didn't have as much raw strength behind me as other demon slayers, but I'd at least hoped that since the Netsu Kai Rai was the thunder-breathing form with the most force behind it would have been able to do a little bit more than that. One of the mouths of sharp teeth along the demon's shell snapped at me, and I twisted out of the way, keeping my curses to myself. While I couldn't remember who all had what, we had a pretty decent array of breathing styles among us, so maybe if we went in quick succession? Worth as much as a shot as any, I thought, pulling back and prepping my aim. I'm going to focus on clearing out the tentacles. I shouted, taking advantage of my lung capacity to project, I hoped, loud enough for everyone to hear me amongst the commotion of the fight. As soon as I do, I want you all to attack the same place over and over to break through. Two roars followed that statement, the affirmation of the slayers and the anger of the enemy. I crouched low, launching myself up into the air high above the demon. Roku no kata, dengo reigo. Lightning exploded through the night, decimating most of the tentacles and even leaving a convenient scorch mark across the front of the demon's shell to aim for. Zenitsu moved first, his sword able to carve a shallow cut into the shell, and then there was such a bombardment of different breath techniques and effects that I couldn't even keep track of them all. I landed atop the demon's shell, switching over to the more targeted ranged strikes of Enrai to keep the demon's regeneration under control, and I only stopped when the demon's thrashing got too out of control for me to safely stay on top. Still, our strategy was having a decent amount of success, with cracks marking the demon's shell, and if we could just push a little further. Iwa no Kokyu, Ni no Kata, Tenmen Kadaki. It was K, the kid who'd been handling map marking duty, who managed to do it, her overhead stone-breathing swing slamming down into the central point of the damage everyone else had caused and busting the shell apart, making the demon look even more like an eldritch horror than it already did. If I could have afforded it, I would have marveled at the sheer force packed into that tiny body of hers, but there wasn't any time for that as the demon screeched and attempted to retreat. "Don't let it get away," I called, dropping another Netsu Kairai right into the demon's path. Its skin was still tough, but nowhere near as impenetrable as its shell had been, but I could see that protection starting to regenerate already. The demon wasn't pleased at all with my interference, and I just managed to get my sword up in time to block a tentacle, though the blow still had enough force to push me aside, my feet kicking up rocks as I went. The demon was still crawling its way back towards the water. "Ugh, get back here, you son of a beach. If we could just see the thing's goddamn neck, it wouldn't be that strong to take care of, but it almost was like a turtle, the way it had compressed itself even into its body and not just the shell. I guess I could try another Netsu Kairai now, see what I can rip apart, but I'm not even sure where to aim with what a mess this thing is, and it's even harder when it's running away." "Anne, where do you think you're going?" The demon froze. It took me a moment to figure out what the hell was going on, considering my current position didn't give me much of a view of the back end of the beach, but I recognized Michi's voice as he continued to shout, "Yeah, that's right. I'm a Merchi. You just gonna run away and pass out on the opportunity for this?" "Oh, shit," he cut himself, I thought, catching a glance of his bleeding arm as I moved. I was a spectacular influence, it seemed. Still, it wasn't a chance we could afford to throw away. People with Merchi were rare, but their BLD was very tempting to demons, thanks to the nutritional value it had. Given the target they'd have painted on their backs, not a lot of Merchi joined the Demon Slayer Corps, or, if they did, they tended not to last very long, so Michi had way more guts than I'd given him credit for. "Keep fighting," I shouted, charging in before the demon could recover enough of its senses to retreat again. "Don't waste the opportunity we just got." Chaos erupted from there, a fresh flurry of breathing techniques and general attacks trying to keep the demon from going anywhere. Michi kept his sword up with his good arm as he stepped backwards, trying to lure the enemy further inland, and there was a great shuddering from the demon before its head shot out like a released spring, the shape resembling a massive eel with sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Michi held his ground, and I kicked off from the beach, the uneven footing upsetting my momentum enough that my sword just carved halfway through the demon's neck without securing the decapitation, and even the split second it took me to charge up a fresh attack felt like far too long to make a difference, no matter how much oxygen I pumped through my BLD and how much my CHST burned. Ichi no kata, Hekareki Isen, Shinsaku. I just caught sight of the yellow blur, had a way better view of the demon's head flying off into the sand with the force of the blow, and then got a clear and unobstructed look at Michi sinking down to his knees with a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the decapitation had done its job, and everyone cheered as the demon started to disintegrate, but I forgot all my priorities and glanced about the scene for one person in particular. Zenitsu. Making sure to sheath my sword first, I launched myself at my kōhai in excitement, catching him in a hug. "What in the world was that? You've gotten so fast. You're incredible." God, he just kept improving every time I blinked. Godspeed was more than an appropriate moniker for what he'd just pulled off. "Ah, I'm so proud of you." Thanks, senpai." He hugged me back, and I was close enough that I could feel his legs shaking. "Sorry. This one still takes a lot out of me, so please don't let go. Can you help me sit down?" "Yeah, of course." I eased Zenitsu down to the ground, and he exhaled, though I could catch the traces of his smile as I patted his head. "You did amazing, Zenitsu." Now, I hopped up to my feet. "Good work, everyone. Make sure you patch up your injuries and help each other out. I'll handle reporting to HQ and calling Kikuchi here, so you all focus on resting up." "Right." Given that the worst of the injuries we managed to sustain were the gashes that Michi and I had given ourselves and everyone else had far less extensive cuts and bruises, I was going to call the mission a complete victory. It just took a couple of Kikushi to patch us all up, and I took the time to give everyone I could a brief tutorial in how to use total concentration to help them heal in the future and encourage them to try out total concentration, constant before sending everyone to rest for the night. In comparison to how some other missions could go, we hadn't been up too late, so it wasn't strong for me to wake up with the dawn like usual. There still weren't any signs of orders, so I resolved to maybe get on the road before HQ decided that I was responsible for this gaggle of slayers for the conceivable near future. If I had to, I'd help them out, sure, but having so many admiring looks turned on me still felt a little undeserved. I hadn't done anything special with teaching them last night. This was basic stuff someone should have had the insight to tell them about way earlier. I made my way to the entrance of the inn, at least hoping to stretch my legs a bit and eat before running for the goddamn hills, only stopping when the door swung open ahead of me. "Oh, senpai, you're awake." Zenitsu smiled. It seemed that the early morning habit from our days under Sensei's care hadn't left him either. He adjusted the items in his hands, tucking a small bouquet of wildflowers into the crook of his arm and holding out a neat wrapped package that I assumed had onigiri in it based on the shape. "I was actually just coming to see if you wanted to eat breakfast together. I got you some fresh unagi." Well, when you're offering that, eel had to be my favorite option when it came to seafood, and Zenitsu knew it. Given that we were in a fishing town just sealed the deal, and as if there was any way I could turn down the opportunity to eat a meal with my kōhai. "I'm sure the beach is nice now that there's not a demon in it. Let's go eat over there." Zenitsu agreed, and I pointed at the extra load in his arms as we set out together. "You said you were coming to get me, but are you sure you weren't trying to impress someone else with those?" Zenitsu's cheeks flushed pink. "It was a gift," he shouted, scattering petals from the wildflowers in the crook of his arm. I held back my giggle at his expense. When I was out picking up food, there was this little kid, and they recognized I was part of the group of monster hunters, so they gave them to me. They said we got back at the monster that made their dad go away. Ah, how many families had lost someone important here? How many people had we not saved since we only killed the demon last night? Swallowing those pointless questions down, I smiled at Zenitsu. "Well, it's a good thing you got those, though. You're the one that beat the thing. That's just because I had everyone else helping. You were the one who kept the whole thing together, senpai. I'm sure we would have panicked without you." The one problem with Zenitsu's earnestness was that I had to accept his compliments at face value. As such, I could feel the tips of my ears heating up from embarrassment. Lucky for me, though, the sight of the sun rising over the beach caught Zenitsu's attention, and he gasped. "There we go. Come on, senpai." Zenitsu sprinted off ahead of me, and I chased after him. After a bit, we found a ledge looking over the water that wasn't too uncomfortable and settled down, munching on our onigiri. Fresh caught and cooked was the way to go, and Zenitsu seemed just as pleased by the salmon at the center of his breakfast, too. I'd have to for sure stock up from rations here before heading out, no doubt. "You sure that I pulled things together last night?" I asked as I polished off the last of my breakfast. His mouth still full, Zenitsu settled for nodding in answer. I shrugged, drawing a knee up to my chest as I stared out at the waves, thankful that this place wasn't too messed up from our battle. "Kikushi did good work, man. I dunno. I feel like I was just scrambling to keep up the whole time. If this was how I handled a somewhat difficult mission, what could I do in the face of the plot, assuming I was even around to do anything about it in the first place?" Zenitsu swallowed, reaching out to tug on my sleeve. "That's not true, senpai. The whole time last night, I could hear it. Yeah, you were worried, but the core of your sound was calm." He glanced down to his lap. "I could hear you, so that's how I kept my cool long enough to do something." "I doubt that." Zenitsu glanced up at me, fiddling with the little bouquet of flowers atop his legs. I mean, it's because I knew you'd back me up that I could fight without worries. You just keep improving. It's incredible. Is that Shinsaku a stronger augmentation of the base form? Like pushing the total concentration further with a heavy focus on reinforcing the thighs? Zenitsu nodded. While it sounded simple in theory, he must have kept pushing harder to make that level of speed possible. I bet if you combined that with the Rokurin, you'd be unstoppable. Oh, I don't know about that, Zenitsu said, though his expression and giggles told a very different story. Why, yes, your senpai has noticed you, I thought, patting his head. Even with total concentration, constant, I tend to tear myself up enough that I can't do Shinsaku more than once, so it's kind of a last-ditch effort for now. Incorrect, kōhai. I think you mean it's a super cool finishing move. Zenitsu laughed, his smile warming my heart like always. My CRPs were watered, my skin was clear, life was great, just look at this precious baby. I poked at his forehead, grinning. Besides, if you keep practicing it, I'm sure you'll up your endurance. So just keep doing what you've been doing, alright? Zenitsu nodded, determination in his expression. I'll do my best, senpai. Good. I gave him one more ruffle of his hair, but Zenitsu's hands were too occupied with the flowers in his lap to push me away. With practiced ease, he twisted blossoms and stems together into a chain. And thank you, I added, my voice softer. For standing up for Kaigaku where I couldn't. Of course. We're family, after all. I know if you didn't have to worry about favoritism, you would have stepped in. Yeah, and maybe left Michi with way more than a bruised cheek for his troubles. And, well, Michi wasn't wrong about him, but it was unfair to say that Aniki would die. I mean, even without the first form, Aniki's strong. And, like, if not being able to do just one piece of thunder breathing means he wouldn't be able to stand a chance, what does that say about me? I frowned at the thought, and Zenitsu scrambled to backpedal. No, don't worry, senpai. Both of us are going to be fine, I promise. He looked back down to the flower crown he was constructing. Here, senpai, let me know how to make one of these. He passed me a few blossoms, then started to talk me through the steps. Glad for the distraction, I followed along with his instructions. I managed to do all right, but was no doubt a little awkward at first. With both of us pulling from the same bouquet, neither of us had enough to make a full crown, though Zenitsu showed me how to connect the ends anyways. That's pretty good for your first try, he said as we held up the results of our efforts. I stuck out my tongue. You're only saying that because I'm your senpai, I said, though it wasn't that bad of an effort. I'd gotten pretty good at it at the end, just the start was a bit crinkled. Well, if you think so, I guess you'll just have to wear it, then. I pulled his hand onto mine, pushing the bracelet-sized flower crown onto his wrist, the multicolored blossoms pairing well with the bright orange of his haori sleeve. Zenitsu himself flushed a bit, but then he sked in a breath and said, then you get to take this, his own ring of flowers ending up resting on my head. Blinking, I reached up to the blossoms but left them in place, smiling. I guess that's fair. Thanks, Zenitsu. No problem, senpai. Out of flowers to mess with, his fingers fidgeted together, and I was just about to suggest that we head back towards the inn to check in on the others when an all-too-familiar squawk of a crow ripped through the peaceful morning air, and since Zenitsu had Chuntaro, there was no doubt that the message Tadashi was bearing was for me. Rari. Report to headquarters. Oyakata-sama has requested your presence. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Mugen Train Anime Bonus. Rari-kun, you should wake up. Since we'd been on so many missions together, I'd gotten used to Shimizu being the one to wake me up, but that didn't make me get any less flustered from the experience, especially whenever she was so close. She was just too pretty, damn it. If nothing else, my embarrassment made my heart race, which helped wake me up, so job accomplished. I adjusted from my position on the wooden train seat. Of course cushioning of any kind would be considered a luxury in the Taishō era, but that didn't mean I couldn't gripe about it, stretching out the cramps from my shoulders. While we'd boarded the train earlier in the day, it was almost evening now, the sky starting to tint to orange on the horizon. There was still time until a demon would likely be out and about, but it was probably in my best interest to be alert and awake before then. "Thanks, Shimizu-chan," I said, and she smiled before settling back into her seat. Rubbing the sleep out of my eyes, I realized I should also take care of myself in general. Any chance there will be a stop where we can get food before nightfall, or?" "I'm so very glad you asked," Rengoku said from the seat across the aisle. Unlike Shimizu, I didn't think I'd ever be able to get used to the Flame Hashira's presence, in no small amount because he was so DMN loud. "I purchased plenty of bento beforehand, so feel free to eat however much you want. I'm sure I'll regret asking, but why did you even get so many bento in the first place?" The theory that Kimetsu was a series where every powerful character was super quirky in some way was becoming more and more likely. Case in point, the massive stack of bento that Rengoku had brought along with him, taking up the seats before him. That didn't mean I wasn't going to eat one, but what was this dude even thinking? Could he pack away that much food on his own? Oh, wait, anime logic, of Fenji course he could. Despite my faint disgust I thought should have been radiating off me, Rengoku seemed nonplussed. "Last night, I fought a demon that was terrorizing trains as well. It had impacted the sales of a stand selling bento, so I decided that I'd buy them all to help after I defeated the demon. They are tasty, after all. Here. Both of you try some." With a bento shoved in my face, I didn't have much choice in the matter. Plus I was hungry anyways, so might as well put a dent into Rengoku's awkward purchasing decisions. Then again, the Hashira made bank anyways, so what he wanted to spend money on was his business. Shimizu had cracked into her bento first, and her expression lit up as she took the first bite, making her extra adorable. "You're right, Rengoku-sama. It's super good. Right? I'm glad you understand." And then, with Rengoku taking his own first bite, he declared, "Tasty." A process that continued for every single bite taken. Yup, powerful characters are weirdos, understood. Still, free food was free food, and I wasn't about to complain about that. And, as it turned out, even if Rengoku was providing some unconventional background noise, super not chill beats to eat train bento to, it was pretty DMN good. Senpai. I could cross this experience off my bucket list, even if the rest of the night wasn't going to be anywhere near as simple. Bonus. Senpai. He's trying to steal my dinner. You're not eating fast enough, so give it here. Here, Inosuke-kun, there's plenty, take one of these instead. You should eat more, Mizuguchi. Here, have more. It's fine, Rengoku-san, I've had plenty. Don't be silly, eating enough is essential to becoming a Hashira. That I'm just not allowed to eat in peace ever, am I? Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 24. Promoted Storm Front. F me. F me, F me, F me. Remember that time I was like, oh, there's no way that the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps cares about my complaints for the system, and talking about this is going to go nowhere? Well, turns out the joke was a finji on me because not only did Oyakata-sama care about my complaints, he had even built a new mentorship program and was going to let me be in charge of reviewing it. Yes, that's right, your local dumbass who can't keep their mouth shut, was now the head of organizing a system to help keep alive newer demon slayers who didn't have the benefit of plot armor to help them out. And, on top of that, out of special consideration, I'd also been given another bullshit promotion up to Hino that I did not ask for whatsoever. F me, F me, F me. 3 weeks into the process of sorting through the project proposals and the potential mentors, I slammed my head onto the desk at headquarters I'd been lent for the job. It wasn't too difficult of a process. Oyakata-sama had done more than enough with setting up the project details, including all sorts of things like establishing a check-in system, outlining basic skills goals, and even creating an application system for mentors and ments alike. All I needed to do was make sure there weren't any major loopholes, slap down some potential names to do a test run of the system, and then get back to my normal Slayer responsibilities. Except no, I had to take this sheet seriously. I'd already drafted out some extra proposed teaching methods for working with the lower ranks, and Sensei had even given me his input on my thoughts. He thought my dilemma was hilarious, but he also viewed it as good practice for the day when I'd take over as successor with Zenitsu and Kaigaku, so it wasn't like I could just back down. This program would help people. I just expected someone who had an actual FNG clue about how these things worked would end up in charge instead of me. Unsticking my face from the desk surface, I pushed aside the half-written program tweaks I'd been working on and instead thumbed through the neat little file of demon slayers from rank Hinoto and up who were potential mentor candidates. Headquarters kept all sorts of neat little statistics on us, such as number of completed missions, injuries sustained in the line of duty, breathing style mastery, and general personality traits, all of which I suspected had some magic bullshit explanation connected to our wisteria engraving marks, but how we got the info was much less important than what I needed to do with it. Aside from the couple of Hashira who'd agreed to help out, Rengoku, Kenroji, and, to my surprise, Iguro among them, Oyakata-sama had suggested starting with a small pool of 20 mentors to work out any KNKS in the system. Since I was trying to be responsible, I was going to be one of them, and Shimizu said she'd be willing to help out once she was at the proper rank. A few other Hinoto and above had already been paired up with some lower-ranked slayers in the field, but there were still a few slots left. A couple of people who'd been requested hadn't replied, a couple had outright refused, a few weren't fit for the task. After a verbal assessment, and the rest was my indecisiveness. Without interviewing candidates, it was tricky to tell who would be good at looking out for another person and helping them grow, so I needed to pick out a few more names and get the F on with it already. After all that, I had one more name to add to my latest list before Oyakata-sama would allow me to send out a fresh summons. Just like always, I skimmed through the core member data sheets, and, just like always, I stopped on a certain page. Kaigaku, Hino. In the half a year since he'd become a demon slayer, Kaigaku had completed mission after mission, hardly ever needing to take a break for major injuries. Sure, he'd ended up tucked away in a wisteria house for recovery here and there, but nothing too drastic. His latest promotion was just as recent as mine, except he'd earned his in pure battle way more than I had. Without favoritism, I was certain he'd already outranked me. His combat stats were overall impressive, those alone made him one of the most qualified options. But still. I chewed on my lip, pushing aside those papers as well and pulling myself up from my chair. I'd thought myself in circles over this for hours on end and gotten FNG nowhere. I'd had a few missions in between, but all this desk work made me antsy. So I proved my sheer inability to be responsible and went out to the yard to work through drills in the hope of getting my mind under control and get on with it. Kaigaku's skilled, yes, but can he even handle looking out for someone else? We worked okay together, but the way he was with Zenitsu is another matter. He'd need someone already competent, or he'd lose his temper, but if I have to start accounting for things like that, then he's not suitable at all, is he? And even if he were suitable, would Kaigaku want to even do something like this? Groaning, I gripped onto my sword tighter. If Sensei's training had taught me anything, it was that if I could still think straight, I wasn't working strong enough. After about a straight hour of going through drills, I'd worked up a sweat, though the weather was starting to cool as summer was coming to an end. I stopped to pull off my haori, folding it up. When I went to put it down on the porch, though, it became apparent that I'd picked up an audience in the form of a small black-haired child that seemed somewhat familiar. Oh, yeah, they were one of Oyakata-sama's kids that had been there during my final selection. Their gaze was steady, and that faint smile was still present on their lips. I mean, it had been over a year since I'd seen them, so they'd gotten a bit older, but it took me a moment to make the connection thanks to their changed wardrobe, which was much simpler than the ornate purple kimono they'd worn to final selection. They didn't miss a beat, though, dipping their head in a bow. Apologies for watching you without permission. My name is Ubuyashiki Kiriya. It's nice to meet you. Not in the slightest wanting to risk having a Hashira show up and accusing me of not respecting one of Oyakata-sama's kids, I dipped into a bow. It's not a problem at all. I'm Rari, Hino. Yes, I know, Kiriya said, and I had to wonder just which circle of hell this was supposed to be. Maybe I should have just stayed in my room and forced myself to pick someone for my stupid mentor program. You know. Like a responsible person. You seemed frustrated while you were practicing. Is something wrong? Just like their father, Kiriya's voice had that peaceful quality that drained the tension and apprehension out of me within seconds. Just having a strong time making decisions, is all, Kiriya. I paused for a moment, holding my Haori to my chst. Do you prefer kun or chan? Wait, sheet, that's disrespectful. It should be Kiriya-sama. Not even the slightest bit perturbed by my sudden curse word, Kiriya only tilted their head. Which one I prefer? Right, Taishō Era. After 3 years here, you'd think I'd remember cultural sheet like that, but it still managed to slip my mind, considering most of the people I dealt with on a regular basis respected my gender without too much hassle. Lecturing Zenitsu on the topic felt like a lifetime ago. Well, yeah, I mean, like, look at me. I mean, I'm not a girl or a boy, so I didn't want to assume for you. It's not like our bodies have anything to do with who we end up being. I see. Kiriya's lips shifted into a slight smile, and they looked down at their hands folded in their lap. Since I grew up weak and sick, my parents raised me like my sisters. But, with recent events, it's become clear that I'll have to take my father's place soon, so I've been trying to prepare for that role. I've never had the room to think about which one I prefer before. If I may, Kiriya-sama, I said, overstepping my boundaries once again, you don't have to figure it out right away. You're still young, young enough that I was super worried for them having to take over for Oyakata-sama soon, because so you have plenty of time to figure yourself out. I know it took me a while to realize what I was comfortable with. Plus I'd had the benefit of living in a society that had words for these kinds of things, parents who encouraged me, and Jaden as an example to learn from. Kiriya looked up to me, the plum color of their eyes entrancing. Had Oyakata-sama's eyes been like that before the blindness overtook them, or had Kiriya inherited those from their mother? Father was right. You have interesting ideas, Rari. I chuckled, but it was tinged with nervousness. Why could I never ever keep my mouth shut? If you don't mind, I'd like to talk some more if you could spare a moment from your training. By this point, I was getting pretty good at identifying requests that weren't optional, so I dipped my head. If you think I'm worthy of your time, Kiriya-sama. I'd like it a lot. Feel free to sit down. They glanced to their side, and I took the seat on the edge of the porch, feeling very much like I shouldn't be daring to sit on the same level as them. Before we got sidetracked, though, I was curious. You've been working on the mentorship project, yes? Is that what you're indecisive about? Well, I was about to say nothing you need to worry about, but if this kid was going to end up serving as our leader one day, God, what a mess, there wasn't any sense in hiding things from them. I'm having a strong time picking out people for the program, is all. There's someone that might be a good choice, but I just don't know. I gave a wry smile. Maybe this is insensitive to say, but it's strong to make leadership decisions when you're so close to the people involved. If I didn't know Kaigaku, would I even be hesitating? Would that be a good thing? You're conducting interviews to make sure candidates are suitable, right? Kiriya asked. I nodded because, yes, I had given myself even more work than I needed to handle. Then you'll be able to make a decision after that point. I can tell you care about this project, but you don't need to tie yourself up in knots over every part of it. Father wants it to succeed, too, so a single decision won't make or break it. I was getting lectured on how to keep my calm by a kid who had to be less than half my age. If there was anything that proved how underqualified I was to be in charge of this kind of program, that was it right there. Oyakata-sama does care about this, huh? Kiriya nodded, their lips forming a smile that finally looked like it fit their child's face. Father says that, as the leader, it's our duty to care about the core members as if they're our children. He wants as many of you to survive as possible, though it's impossible to keep all of you safe. I want the same thing, too. That little show of earnestness reminded me far too much of Zenitsu, and I just managed to stop myself from ruffling Kiriya's hair. Instead, I toyed with my Haori in my lap. I'm really glad to hear that, Kiriya-sama. Because there are people I love in the Corps, and I want to make sure they and everyone else who has someone that cares for them will be as well equipped as possible. And that's why my father and I trust you with this, Rari. Kiriya stood up, dipping their head in another bow. Request and interview whoever you think is suitable. I'm sure you'll make the correct judgment. And like that, Kiriya took their leave, their measured gait steady as they retreated back into headquarters. I looked down to my Haori, the triangle patterns a reminder of those who did and could wear the matching design. I bet if I offered the job to him, Kaigaku would just say he doesn't want anything to do with it. It won't hurt to just put his name down and move the F on already. Within the space of the next few weeks, I received 2 surprising letters. The first was from Zenitsu, who wrote that he and Kaigaku had had a mission together and they'd managed to talk. Oh, sure, some bickering was involved over what had happened with Michi. Even if I ignored it, the Kasugai crows did have a pretty impressive rumor mill going on, but Zenitsu stood his ground, and he'd even managed to wrangle a promise from Kaigaku to at least write to him every now and then. Did I just hop into another dimension again? 'Cause this seems way more trippy than time traveling. The second letter was from Kaigaku, who confirmed what Zenitsu had written about, with a lot more griping involved, and also agreed to come and talk about the mentorship program, saying that he wanted to help me out. Am I losing my goddamn mind here? Hello? Again, it would have been easy if I had other people fill in the open slots and move the F on, but as it was, I still had 1 slot left, and if I had to pick out another round of candidates, I was going to lose my mind. Pushing papers wasn't going to let me keep refining thunder breathing like I wanted to, and it wasn't going to let me mentor someone else either, let alone let me put my skills to good use with slaying demons. And if Kaigaku was trying with Zenitsu, that was a good enough starting point, so he could do a trial PRD as a mentor, and, if it didn't go well, then we could scrap the whole thing and let Oyakata-sama handle things from here on out. But if we're doing this... There was a knock on my door, and I put down the book I'd borrowed from the headquarters library to pass the time to answer it. Kaigaku stood on the other side, even taller than me from a few months ago. Ugh. Rari-senpai. Kaigaku. I gave him a smile and punched his arm. Come on. We have a lot to talk about. After hanging around here on and off for about a month, I could at least make my way to the training hall and back without any troubles, so that's where I took Kaigaku. He looked around the place with an appreciative glance, though his expression still had traces of confusion in it, which I didn't help in the slightest whenever I drew my sword and got into an opening stance. Hey, what are you? Spar with me, I said, and Kaigaku's nose scrunched up in such a ridiculous reversal of our old roles that I couldn't hold back my laugh. Come on, Kaigaku. Humor this senpai of yours with a little challenge. I bared my teeth in a grin. Gotta make sure you're up to snuff if you're gonna look after someone else, right? Kaigaku scoffed and drew his sword in one fierce yet smooth motion. You sure you want to play that game, Rari-senpai? Oh, he could look as intimidating as he wanted to. I'd started this challenge, so I was going to see it through. No thunder-breathing forms, no major injuries, anything else goes. Kaigaku nodded, and we both sked in a breath at the same time. Start. As expected, Kaigaku had managed to get even stronger in the past months since we'd had our team mission, but I'd been refining my own skills as well. Tanjiro was a sweetie who shared whatever Rengoku was teaching him, and Shimizu wrote about regular tips and tricks she picked up in her letters. And while I doubted that I was ever going to reach the same level of speed as Zenitsu, but I'd taken a bit of inspiration from his Shinsaku strategy and had been doing extra enhancement on my legs to score whatever agility boost I could, since that fit my style well enough. We were close enough matched that I couldn't help but wonder if this would be the time he'd managed to get a one-up on me, but no matter how much he'd grown, Kaigaku still had some of the same old weird angle in his sword style, and I managed to pick open the spot in his stance that let me get my blade by this throat, the yellow color gleaming in the sunlight from outside. Yield, I said, and Kaigaku lowered his blade with half a frown on his face. Don't look so dissatisfied. You're improving as much as ever. One of these days, the fact that I'm the senpai isn't going to even matter anymore. The faintest traces of a smile pulled on the corners of Kaigaku's lips. So then. Yes, you're more than good enough to help me out. Sheesh, if Kaigaku would just smile instead of holding it down all the time, he'd be a little bit cute for once. I would have teased him for that, if it weren't for priorities. But, I said, narrowing my eyes, there are rules here. I won't lie, Kaigaku, I had my doubts about even asking you to do this. I know you're skilled, but you haven't shown yourself to be a good senpai, no matter how much Zenitsu looks up to you. How you treated him was wrong, and you know it. And while he's excited that you two are talking again and willing to forgive you, I'm in charge of this program, which means I'm responsible for your actions. If I hear even the slightest word that you're treating your trainee the way you've treated Zenitsu, I'll make sure you regret it. Kaigaku scowled, bristling with his fight response despite the fact that I still had my katana at his neck. If you were so FNG worried, why you'd even bother to ask me to help in the first place? Because I know you're better than that. The anger slipped right off of Kaigaku's face, replaced with pure surprise. I was telling the truth, though, despite everything, Kaigaku had it in him to be a better person. Sensei chose you to be a successor, too. He wouldn't have done that without thinking you were worthy of that title, and I believe in you, too. So I know you're capable of building people up instead of just breaking them down, Kaigaku. Now, are you going to prove me right or prove me wrong? I saw Kaigaku swallow, something like hesitation flickering through his eyes. I'll prove you right. I drew in a breath. What? Did you think I would back down from a challenge, Rari-senpai? We're going to be Sensei's successors, and I said I would help you. Of course I can handle this much. Glad to hear it, Kaigaku. Satisfied, I sheathed my sword again and patted his shoulders. Then you should have no problem helping your senpai with updating these mentoring systems and dealing with all the bullshit paperwork that goes with it. Okay, so I wasn't petty enough to make Kaigaku help me with my paperwork problems, but I did gripe a bit about some of the issues I was having with pulling together the outlines for training plans, and he was nice enough to listen while still being enough of a little sheet to look amused at my suffering. I was able to finalize my list of testing PRD mentors, though, and the two of us split up when I went to turn the last of things into headquarters administrative staff so they could work on calling in Kaigaku's new mentor. Wrapping that stage up would mean I would have to handle maintaining this program, but that was a problem I was going to leave for future me to take care of. I was wrapping up pleasantries with the clerk who accepted my papers whenever an all-too-familiar voice called, "Rari, my friend. I didn't expect to see you here." "Rengoku-san," I said, dipping my head into a bow. "I hope you've been well." "Ah, it's nice to see you again, too, Kenroji-san." Kenroji giggled, her smile sunny. "It's nice to see you again, Rari-san." Were you here working on your mentorship program? I nodded. I just finished picking out the last person for the test group, so that's a weight off my chst. Thank you both again for agreeing to back this. After my talk with Kiriya, I knew that Oyakata-sama cared about this enough to push the program forward, but having Hashira support me didn't hurt matters. Well, of course. Rengoku said, loud enough that a few people near us winced. I'm so sorry for bringing this upon you, hardworking secretarial staff. Based on what I've heard, you've gotten a good start, so I hope that you and everyone else can help out our lower ranks further. Oh, but if you've gotten that far, Rari-san, that's reason enough to celebrate, right? Kenroji asked, a finger pressed to her chin. Kayajiro-san, why don't we invite them to come along to dinner with us tonight? An excellent idea. What do you say, Rari, my friend? Want to come along? We were already having a group dinner, so more company the better. Ah, yes, yet another request that doesn't feel like a request, I see. It'd be rude of me not to spare the time to join in with all the help you've given me, I said, managing to keep my manners. I'd be honored to join you, then, Rengoku-san, Kenroji-san. They both smiled, and I did my best to return the gesture. Who else are we eating with, then? If I wanted this mentorship program to grow any further, networking a bit would be a good plan, so I should know who I was dealing with so I could prepare in advance. And so, like I should have guessed, Rengoku gave me that unrelenting smile of his and spoke without any awareness of the horror his words would cause me. We're having dinner with some of the other Hashira, of course. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 25. Interlude, I only want what I can't have I. Kaigaku knows better than anyone else that he didn't survive the demon attacking the temple where he lived as a child because he was strong. No, Kaigaku survived because he was lucky, because the demon was greedy and wanted to eat more, because the demon made him an offer of, help me get inside, and I'll let you live, and Kaigaku agreed. The demon was strong, so the demon got to make the rules. Kaigaku was weak, so he was at the demon's mercy. There was the chance it could have been a trap, sure. The demon could have lied and killed Kaigaku anyway. But at least that way there was a chance, one clouded by terrifying uncertainty, but a chance. Kaigaku needs to be strong so he doesn't have to make a choice like that again. Kaigaku needs to be strong so he doesn't have to take a risk like that again. It horrifies him, that prospect. If you were in that position again, would you do the same thing? Would you sacrifice everyone again, just for the chance that you might live? That question slips into his thoughts at the most inopportune moments, at the slightest relaxation of his mental vigil, and Kaigaku is more frightened by the fact that he can't say he wouldn't than the possibility of having his life in danger again. With the demon attack comes the demon slayers, though they're too late to save anyone and, thus, useless. Even so, they carry swords with an aura of sheer confidence. They wear uniforms with the kanji for destroy stitched into the backs, white thread on black fabric, like a ray of light melting through the darkness. These people can fight demons. They are strong enough to not need to fear decisions like the one Kaigaku was forced to make. They are a possibility. In addition to Jiyomi Inii, who was everyone's caretaker, there is one other child aside from Kaigaku left, and Seo is traumatized. This is a fact Kaigaku recognizes much later, when he has the words to describe it, when he will deny that term applies to him as well. He is strong, he has no room for something like trauma, and, if he acts as such, then it must be true. But in the days following the incident, Kaigaku has a decision to make. He could go with the demon slayers now, but that would put him in a position involving unfortunate questions about why he survived. The other option is to disappear and to find his way to the demon slayer core another time, another day. He already has the money he took from the orphanage, the money he was planning to steal. He could survive, and then push his way into the demon slayer core another day, with his own strength, and not as a charity case. Yes. I'll be strong enough on my own. Kaigaku clutches the pouch of stolen money tucked inside his kimono, gives one last appraising look at the demon slayers, and runs. Living on his own is not easy, but it's not impossible either. So many other kids aside from Kaigaku are scrambling to survive in the slums, but that just means he has plenty of people to learn from. What to do when you want to make it to the top, and what not to do if you want to have a chance at staying there. All of it is out and in the open, and Kaigaku is a fast learner. It doesn't take long before his growth spurt kicks in. Kaigaku gains height, muscle, augmented by the food he fights to secure, and the know-how to use both well. It's the first time he feels strong, and he vows to do whatever is necessary to secure that feeling forever. The days and months and seasons and years roll into each other until Kaigaku finds himself in the presence of Kawajima Jigoro. He's an old man, one leg's calf replaced with a peg, but Kaigaku can tell he's strong. The past half a decade and some change of Kaigaku's well-built confidence crumbles to pieces in the man's presence. Kawajima stares at Kaigaku, as if he can see right into the pits of the boy's soul and every ugly little piece inside of it, from the food he's stolen to the selfish little core that made Kaigaku sacrifice 7 other children for the chance to spare his own life. And then Kawajima opens his mouth and offers an apprenticeship, and Kaigaku cannot refuse, not if he wants to get stronger. Later, after he's been clothed and fed and bathed, Kaigaku will learn that Kawajima Jigoro is a cultivator who once was the Demon Slayer Corps' roaring Hashira, and it will feel like fate. Living in the custody of Kawajima Jigoro feels like a goddamn joke compared to surviving on the streets. There's a roof over your head, 3 meals a day, clean clothes, clean water, a place to bathe, wisteria, and the smell makes him nauseous every Fanji time, incense surrounding the estate so no demons can cross the threshold. No bugs, no rats, no dirt, no garbage, no risk of someone trying to gut you in. Your sleep. On the off chance you were stupid enough to keep something valuable on you. Sure, there's sword training, and it's not easy, but it's for the sake of getting stronger, and Kaigaku will put up with any means if strength is the outcome. Kaigaku needs to be strong, so he can make the decisions he wants, instead of the ones he needs just to survive. And then there's them. Reri is a strange presence, like the scent of the air that tickles your nose before a thunderstorm, a sensation that sends a bolt of recognition through you while at the same time seeming ethereal. At first glance, they could be mistaken for a woman, or perhaps a rather pretty man, but neither of those terms fit quite right. Kaigaku tries to figure it out before deciding that it doesn't matter, considering that he will surpass them soon enough. Total concentration breathing feels like some sort of scheme to get Kaigaku to slow down, to stop rushing, but he grasps onto the fundamentals of swordplay with no major issues. When Sensei allows the two to spar, Kaigaku is more than ready to win, to have a victory to show off the fruits of his LBR. Reri trounces him. When they spar one more time, then another, and the results are the same, Kaigaku knows that it's not a fluke. Reri leans more towards technical skill than brute strength, but that approach doesn't seem to be a hindrance for them. Their deep brown eyes assess the situation before them, and their long braid flutters in the wake of their movements. With a style of elegance, they know just what to do to exploit Kaigaku's weaknesses, and they have the physical ability to pull it off. That, Sensei says while applying a bandage to the latest instance of bleeding forehead Kaigaku has earned from Reri's Bakudo, is the difference between someone who understands total concentration and someone who does not. So Kaigaku puts his all into it, and he starts to see results. Every day, he demands sparring matches from Reri, and, every day, though not without the occasional, "Aren't you tired of fighting me yet?" Reri acquiesces and fights. Kaigaku learned how to brawl on the streets by absorbing the examples of what the others around him did, and he intends to steal everything he can from his senpai to improve. Kaigaku is a fast learner, and he does manage to achieve this goal. The problem is that Reri is learning, too. They're an ever-moving goal post that Kaigaku can't seem to catch up with, no matter how strong he tries. It's as motivating as it is frustrating. Kaigaku does not feel weak, but he also knows that he could feel stronger. Kaigaku needs to be strong. So he continues to train, practicing even when Sensei gives them days off. He continues to hound Reri for sparring matches until they get fed up and impose restrictions. Kaigaku takes the matches he's allowed and milks them for everything they're worth. Slow, steady, and satisfying, his skills improve. And even if he can't beat Reri in a one-on-one, Kaigaku has no doubt that he'll do it someday, so long as he keeps pushing, so long as he's still alive to fight. Kaigaku needs to be strong. He grips his bakudo tighter and swings. Agatsuma Zenitsu is another matter altogether. In short, he's weak. He cries at the littlest things and runs screaming from training because he thinks working up a sweat is gonna kill him. He has no FNG idea what staring death in the face looks like. Whenever he isn't sobbing over training, he's going on about the girls in town, not learning his lesson from when the last one dumped her dead on him. Kaigaku, sharing the duty with Reri, spends half his training sessions on dragging Zenitsu back to practice, when the time would be much better spent on refining his own skills. In short, Zenitsu sees Kaigaku off, and the one saving grace about the whole situation is that Sensei's home is big enough that they don't have to share a room. Kaigaku's convinced he would smother Zenitsu in his sleep within a week if they did. As far as Kaigaku's concerned, if the coward wants to run, let him run. It's not like he'd fare much better against a demon. But Sensei insists on keeping him around and drags Zenitsu back again and again, though not without smacking him around along the way. That makes Kaigaku feel at least somewhat satisfied. Reri, in comparison to Sensei, is an absolute saint with Zenitsu. They are not a 100% kind person. Reri will sass back at Sensei, taunt Kaigaku whenever he gets cocky. But Kaigaku's never seen them do that with Zenitsu. Reri is patient, and, somehow, they have a talent for saying things that get results. A pep talk a few weeks in and Zenitsu's escape attempts decrease. 2 months later and Zenitsu stops becoming attracted to any girl who so much as breathes in his vicinity. By the end of summer, Zenitsu follows Reri around like a goddamn lost puppy, though they remain oblivious to why. Kaigaku takes a vindictive satisfaction in the way Zenitsu fumbles any thunder-breathing form beyond the first, that Kaigaku can decimate Zenitsu whenever they spar. He may not be able to win against Reri, but he sure as hell won't lose to someone so pathetic. At night, sometimes that thought catches up to him, though it's been years. If you were in that position again, would you do the same thing? He thinks of his current life, the general ease of it, despite the frustration. Unlike the temple, he enjoys it here, and not just as a means to an end. He'd never say it out loud, but he likes the training, the meals together, the comfort of having a close-knit group of people, not unlike, dare he say it, a family. He would not need to worry about Sensei or Reri. Sensei may be a retired Hashira, but he can still stand on his own. Reri is always a step ahead of Kaigaku and can take care of themselves. Zenitsu is the problem, the weak link that needs protecting, the piece that could tear everything apart. Kaigaku needs to be stronger. And it's for those reasons that I will entrust the 3 of you to carry on for me when the time comes. Kaigaku has put up with a lot of bullshit in the past 1.5 years since he became Kawajima Jigoro's apprentice. Sure, most of said bullshit involves Zenitsu in some way or another, but it's still bullshit, nonetheless. Both Reri and Sensei have vouched for Zenitsu's supposed ability, and, for a while, Kaigaku believed that it might be there, but if it hasn't shown up by now, when will it? Sharing the successorship with Reri, the 2 of them working together to cultivate others, Kaigaku doesn't think he's ever wanted something so much before. And of course he'd be okay if Sensei had chosen Kaigaku alone, and he would have also stepped aside if Reri had taken up that honor. But this? This bullshit idea that the 3 of them will carry it on together? That Zenitsu is somehow worthy to be part of that, when he still cries at least every other day and hasn't been able to complete a single thunder-breathing form beyond the Hekureki Issen? It's an insult to all the work Kaigaku has put in. Even worse, it's an insult to Reri, who wields all 6 forms, who's already achieved the title of Demon Slayer. So he protests. Reri argues back, and then Kaigaku's shouting, as if a maelstrom has been unleashed from the depths of his heart, and when he realizes that Reri's going to keep defending Zenitsu, despite it being pointless, Kaigaku storms out of the room before he can let them lower themselves any further, Reri yelling curses at his back before their voice cuts off. Even now, after all this training, Kaigaku still hasn't managed to beat Reri in a fair fight. The losses sting, but he knows Reri is worthy of his respect. And because he respects them, Kaigaku doesn't want to see them make excuses. A few days later, when he asks to spar, it'll be the best way he can think of to show that he still respects Reri, even if Sensei's decision still stings. Kaigaku knows that what he should be doing is apologizing, but the words get stuck in his throat every time. So he asks to spar and hopes it'll be enough. Reri accepts his challenge, and it feels like it is. Still, the weeks after they leave for a core mission are rough. Kaigaku thought it might be easier to deal with Zenitsu if he didn't have to watch Reri doting on the piece of scum all day, but he's wrong. Now there's no buffer between the two, nothing to catch and absorb Kaigaku's feelings before they break out and attack others, and not a day passes without Kaigaku shouting about the fact that Zenitsu's crying or Zenitsu crying about the fact that Kaigaku's shouting, and it's a negative feedback loop that never ends. What's even worse is that Zenitsu doesn't fight back, though he's more than capable of it, when Reri is there to boost his confidence. Even more infuriating is the way Zenitsu still calls him Aniki, like he looks up to Kaigaku. It's pathetic, it's frustrating, and Kaigaku's pretty sure he'll tear down Sensei's home if he has to put up with this for 6 more months. It'll be much better if they stay away from each other, and Kaigaku tells Zenitsu as much. Get out of my sight. You know what I'm talking about. Aren't you ashamed of crying like a baby all day long? Any time spent on you is wasted. And of course that day Reri comes home. Of course that day Reri sees what Kaigaku's doing. They lay into him, and Kaigaku argues back. Because, sure, it's nice to think they all can play pretend forever, but they're all going to have to face the real world sooner or later. Reri can be idealistic all they want, and Zenitsu can cry at every little thing, but if they both keep that up, some demon or another will tear both of them to shreds. Zenitsu may PSS him off, but even Kaigaku doesn't want to see him die. And Reri, he shouldn't have to worry about it because Reri is strong, but if they ever did die like that. The anger that bubbles out of him has its roots in pure fear, but he will never admit that, not even to himself. And so the two of them fight again, with Zenitsu behind Reri like some pathetic princess waiting to be saved by the hero of the story. Kaigaku has no problems being the villain if it will make them understand that Reri can't protect Zenitsu forever, that if they make that their goal, they'll just end up heartbroken when something happens outside of their control that takes it all away. Maybe you're right, Reri says, and Kaigaku's so floored by the admission that he forgets to press the advantage. I won't always be there to protect Zenitsu, Kaigaku. I've come to terms with that. But I know that I won't have to, because both my kōhai are strong enough to take care of themselves wherever they may end up. Both my kōhai, they say without the faintest traces of hesitation. It's not just about Zenitsu, but both of them, and Reri believes in him. Reri thinks he's strong enough, even like this, and it's such a wonderful thing to hear that Kaigaku almost can't bear how happy those words make him, despite the fact that he's bunched in with Zenitsu, despite how he was so angry before, and he has to leave before he breaks then and there. If it were just the two of them, if he and Reri were the only ones there, maybe it would be different. Maybe Kaigaku could let himself split apart and show vulnerability, because even with that, Reri wouldn't look down on him, but he can't, not with Zenitsu there, he cannot. Kaigaku needs to be strong. Not even 10 minutes later, he regrets storming off. It has to be coincidence that Reri was able to see them today. Who knows when they'll be able to stop by again. if they'll even live long enough for Kaigaku to see them one more time, and he cuts that thought off with a vengeance as he stomps his way back to the clearing, just in time to overhear Reri and Zenitsu talking in a conversation that would interrupt if he intruded. So he waits and listens for a moment to come back in while the two of them talk about what drives them. Of all things, Reri wants to learn thunder breathing because they think it's appealing. Zenitsu wants to be strong enough to save people. And Kaigaku? What can he say in comparison to that? Kaigaku needs to be strong, because he wants to survive. Kaigaku needs to be strong, because he can't stand the feeling of helplessness that paralyzed him that night outside the temple and sometimes still creeps up on him in the dark. Kaigaku needs to be strong, because he has no idea how to accept that it's okay to be otherwise. In some world out there, maybe Kaigaku could have stepped forward and said those things. He could have joined the conversation, let himself be part of what Reri calls their chosen family, let their collective camaraderie draw them closer, down the path where the three of them could stand proud at each other's sides as Kawajima Jigoro successors. But then there's a rustle of movement, and through the trees Kaigaku can see how close Reri gets to Zenitsu without hesitation, sees the flush of red on their kōhai's cheeks, and a dark feeling catches his heart in its grasp, and Kaigaku can't move. All he can do is watch, as Zenitsu performs his twofold variation of the Hekureki Isen, as Reri beams with a pure and unadulterated excitement. I think your Hekureki Isen is absolutely appealing. Never once has Reri said something like that to him, they've hardly praised his efforts whatsoever, and the jealousy he feels is so fierce that Kaigaku storms off back the way he came without saying another word to either of them, ripping a fresh peach of the branch with such force that it rattles the rest of the tree and sends a bird retreating into the unfair azure sky above. When he tears an angry bite from the fruit, it's rotten, and he spits it back out to the ground. It will be over half a year before he sees Reri again. The day Sensei approves him for final selection cannot come fast enough. Somehow, Kaigaku manages to not outright murder Zenitsu by winter, though he's not quite sure how he pulled that one off. Kaigaku counts down the days until it's been 2 years on the dot since he began his training and gets up early in the morning to talk to Sensei. He doesn't even need to say anything before his teacher sighs, "Yes, my boy. We'll go tonight." Killing that first demon feels just a little bit like killing a piece of the pathetic child that he was that night back outside the temple. Final selection is just as cathartic, and Kaigaku achieves nothing more than scraps of sleep during the days for the anticipation of fighting, of proving his worth. Reri mentioned that they completed final selection with the help of another candidate, which might have been the best move considering the powerful demon that they encountered in the process. Even so, Kaigaku has every intention of surviving this test alone, and he succeeds, though several other participants also managed to make it through. Passing final selection feels like a victory with all the demons that he managed to defeat, without ever getting a handle on the Hekureki Isen. He doesn't need it to be victorious, to stand as a demon slayer. He doesn't return home after the test concludes, instead waiting for his Nichiren katana in the closest wisteria house. His new corps uniform is a perfect fit, and he wears it plain, without any adornments or decoration. Kaigaku has no problem openly bearing the kanji for destroy on his back, with boxing up his former ensemble and setting it aside as a symbol of a PRD of his life completed. The golden Magatama pendant he was left at the temple with stays tied around his neck, just visible through his open collar. When his swordsmith arrives, it's Hanai, the same person who forged Reri's blade. "You sure made me travel the extra distance, didn't you?" they ask as they offer the sword, its sheath shining with a black lacquer, the ornamentations an accented gold, with the triangle-patterned tsuba still white. Kaigaku makes a non-committal grunt as he tries not to tear the blade from their hands. "No matter. Since Kawajima Dano has named you all his successors, I made the hilt, tsuba, and scabbard designs a matching set to his and Reri-san's. That said, I hope the blade is to your liking." Sure enough, the ornamentation matches what Kaigaku remembers of Reri's sword, save the darker color. Though he's been using a live blade for at least the past year, the weight of this one feels different in his palms, a much better fit. Kaigaku draws the katana, prepared for the change in color and hoping for the same metallic yellow as Reri and Sensei's. He does not get that result. Instead, a branching bright yellow lightning bolt crawls up the middle of the blade. Kaigaku blinks, not sure how he's supposed to react to that, but Hanai seks in an excited breath, which means it's at least something good? You're lucky, Kaigaku-san, Hanai says. Generally only powerful thunder-breathing users manifest a pattern like this. Kaigaku swells in pride. Not even Sensei nor Reri had this pattern, which means Kaigaku has the potential to surpass them both. Sure, it will take work, and it won't be easy, but Kaigaku's more than willing to put in the effort necessary to achieve just that. Maybe he can make Sensei recognize that he's much more suited to be the successor than Zenitsu is. If I become a Hashira, then. It's a goal, and that's all that Kaigaku needs to push on, to march forward. Kaigaku is going to be stronger. Life as a demon slayer is different from his lifestyle at Sensei's home, and Kaigaku's more than okay with that. While it's not all that much as a Mizunoto, the Corps gives at least enough money for food and lodging when out on missions, so his quality of life doesn't deteriorate much. In fact, without having to deal with Zenitsu's presence day in and day out, Kaigaku might even say that day-to-day life is much improved, even when you factor in the demon battles. Not every fight goes as smooth as the ones on Fujikase-nyama, where the strength of the opponents was kept under a certain level. Kaigaku earns his fair share of injuries, but he emerges alive and victorious, and that's what matters most. Until you die, you haven't lost. The one thing that doesn't change is the letters. Reri was good about writing home all the time, and they're just as good about writing to Kaigaku on his own now that he's traveling as a slayer. The first one is a note of congratulations for passing final selection, and then the missives come often, Reri's neat little script telling stories of their own missions, of asking after his well-being, and Kaigaku tries to pretend that whenever he sees their Kasugai crow approaching that he doesn't get a little excited. Zenitsu also writes, though less often and never at the same length. Kaigaku reads all the letters that Reri and Zenitsu send him, though he's never replied, but not for lack of trying. At first, he tries to make the excuse that he doesn't have anything to write back with, but Reri's crow just gives him a look of such pure judgment that Kaigaku gives up and goes to purchase a travel kit of ink, brush, and parchment that can fit in his uniform jacket's inner pockets. Except when he sits down and tries to write a response, all he ends up with is drops of ink on the page, because what is he supposed to say after the fight they had in the orchard all those months ago? Even if Reri's writing to him, it's not like he can just ignore that it happened. You should have better things to do than cling to home, Demon Slayer Sama. What the F was he trying to prove? Why the F can't he just SCK it up and write that he's sorry? Apologies never fixed sheet when everyone at the temple was dead, never had a place in the slums unless you wanted to get crushed into the DMN ground. So he starts and stops and crumbles up dozens of pieces of paper into ball that land in the garbage across the various inns and wisteria houses he stays at, and he's almost disgusted by the money he's wasted, despite being able to afford anything he wants now, thanks to his promotions. The unimpressed looks that Reri's crow gives him whenever Kaigaku chases the thing off don't help, and even Momo keeps staring at Kaigaku whenever he sits down to try writing something. Getting the summons to go on missions is a godsend, because when he's hunting down and fighting demons, Kaigaku doesn't have to think. Except this is some ridiculous joint mission or another, which means Kaigaku has to wait on the edge of the stupid forest for whoever else the Corps is sending to help. He resents the idea of needing backup, no matter how many other slayers have gone missing on this assignment, but Momo's annoying as all hell and will make him regret it if he doesn't at least meet with the person, so he waits it out underneath a cloudy sky. And of course that day Reri arrives as his backup. This is good news, because Reri is competent and won't slow him down in the slightest. This is bad news, because Kaigaku never did manage to write back, and now the comparative ease of their former relationship as senpai and kōhai is strained to the point where they can't even talk to each other. He suggests splitting up, and Rary agrees. He spends the whole day half combing the forest for any signs of the demon, half thinking back to Rary's expression when they recognized him, the way their smile froze and their tone shifted to pure awkwardness. He doesn't like it in the slightest, and not just because it's their reaction to him. Rary is at their best when they're at ease, their smile small but with plenty of joy in the expression regardless, and Kaigaku's the one that messed that up, the one that caused them to. He pauses, a hand resting on a nearby tree trunk as the sound of the stream in the middle of the woods burbles in the background, the rough bark scraping against his calluses. Why does he even care? If Rary wants to defend Zenitsu enough that they don't even want to deal with Kaigaku anymore, that's their goddamn business. It doesn't change the fact that Kaigaku hates the idea. What he hates even more is that he comes up empty on finding anything helpful to hunting down their target. There's a frustration building up inside him, and cutting a demon to ribbons would be the perfect stress relief. Except the dark of night falls first, and Kaigaku resigns himself to another unbearable conversation as he heads to meet up with Rary, and their silence when he sees them just makes everything even worse. He tries to say at least something, he does, but then there's a flash of metal as Rary draws their sword on him, and shock like the cells throughout his body are screaming rips through him. Kaigaku knows that he tests Rary's patience, but it's never been bad enough for them to attack him outside of sparring, except Rary's swordplay is sloppy, and he realizes a bit too late that their blade is in their right hand instead of their left. Whatever's attacking him isn't Rary, and the fact that it's using their image like that adds just another spark to Kaigaku's already raging fury. He roars as he unleashes a thunder-breathing form, his Netsu Kairai decimating the strange shell in the shape of his senpai, and the sound of a different rumble of thunder in the distance gives him a clue to Rary's actual whereabouts. This time, the first thing he checks is that Rary's sword is resting on the correct hip, but even that is just so reassuring. It's when they exchange questions that Kaigaku lets himself feel relieved, but the best option for luring the thing out is separating, and if the demon's any form of intelligent it'll realize its mirroring mistake. It's not like it's strong to put a sword in the other hand and move a sheath around. But if the thing's a shell, then undo your collar, Kaigaku says, already getting started on untying his choker. If nothing else, he can make sure he doesn't lash out at the wrong person. Rary looks at him in disbelief, scowls, but acquiesces anyways, and Kaigaku's cold fingers brush against the warm softness of their neck as he ties the magatama into place. Even after he closes the buttons back up, the image of his accessory on them lingers in his mind, at least while he has enough space to think before Rary's pulled the barrette from their hair and is clipping it to his collar. He doesn't even have the words to describe the sensation that rushes through him when their fingers tickle against his skin, and he swallows before getting a grip on himself. This is a mission, and there's always the chance of dying on a mission. He cannot get distracted like this. Discussing a plan eases the tension between the two of them, both focused on the situation at hand. There's enough time to share banter, and then Rary and Kaigaku split up to get caught. The following battle is annoying thanks to the demon populating the area with fakes instead of owning up and fighting itself, but at least it gives Kaigaku a ready outlet to vent all the irritation that's been festering inside him since this stupid mission began. It also gives Kaigaku an opportunity to watch Rary in action. As long as Kaigaku's known them, Rary's always outclassed him in battle. Sure, Kaigaku has a bit more muscle to his advantage, but Rary's a much more balanced all-rounder. They control the thunder-breathing forms with precision, and they've become all the more graceful with in-field experience to refine their skill. Rary dispatches the replica shells around them, their breathing measured and their instincts helping them choose the best moves as their braid flutters behind them, halfway unraveled. Fighting beside them feels good, even if it's a reminder of all the room that Kaigaku still has to improve if he wants to surpass them. But there's the moment when they move in unison to score the kill, the grin and the happy cheer that Rary has whenever the fight's over, and Kaigaku can't even care that he hasn't beat them yet. This This is why he would have been okay with it being the two of them as Sensei's successors. This almost feels like what Kaigaku's been chasing after for years, and if he thinks about it, the mission is over now. If he thinks about it, it wouldn't matter if he got distracted. Focus. Breathe. Priorities. It's not a perfect aftermath by any means, and Kaigaku's head is throbbing from getting smacked around when he dived in to guard Reri earlier, while Reri's ankle that caused their slip-up in the first place isn't in the best condition either. When Reri suggests it, Kaigaku considers just calling a Kikuchi to take care of it, but, nope, that's not happening. It's not like he can't carry them, plus, without another mission to call him off elsewhere, he would have gone and rested at the closest wisteria house anyways. Except as he runs and piggybacks Reri, he knows that's not the reason at all. What's the most annoying part is that he's not even surprised by this. Reri has always been someone he's respected, for their dedication, for their skill, for their strength, but that's not all there is to it, is there? Otherwise, why would he care so much about what they think of him? Why did he get so upset whenever they gave all their attention to Zenitsu, when they moved so close to the little sheet under the peach trees? Like any of that was ever just about their compared skill at thunder breathing. He does not groan out loud, though he wants to. Kaigaku has a general distaste for feelings of any kind. Feelings just made it hurt after everyone at the temple died. Feelings didn't keep him fed on the streets, didn't let him rise up to be in charge of the slums. Feelings didn't make him complete his training under Sensei, didn't get him through final selection, haven't kept him alive on his missions. He's been convinced this whole time that, if anything, it will be Reri's compassion that will catch up to them and kill them, one way or another. But Reri's still here, their arms wrapped around his shoulders as Kaigaku carries them, and the closeness makes him feel warm, even as he dashes through the winter air. If feelings do make you weak, then why is Reri still around? They're strong, and it's that thought alone that makes Kaigaku consider that this sensation squirming around in his chst might not be so bad. Reri is strong enough that he shouldn't have to worry about them disappearing, about having to feel that anguish and despair all over again if they died. His acceptance of his feelings forgets to account for the fact that there's still a chance that Reri doesn't want anything to do with him, and the once again strained silence when they both stop to eat shows that possibility. It's beyond easy to get caught up in the rush of battle. Outside of the mission, there's no reason for them to cooperate anymore, and Kaigaku should have just kept his stupid feelings trapped away under the protection of denial, because what's any of it matter if Reri never wants to deal with him again? But that's not how it is. Reri breaks the silence, Reri compliments his improvements, Reri rises up to his challenge and displays their rank ahead of his, Reri smiles and says, "You're doing a great job, Kaigaku. I'm proud to call you my kōhai, and I'm glad that you're my fellow successor." Kaigaku thinks he can count the number of times he remembers blushing on one hand, but the blood rushes to his face, and the heat on his neck is uncomfortable under his uniform. Having Reri tangle himself up in his choker cord and needing to extract them from the mess only makes it worse. He thought it before, but their skin is soft, their neck is enticing, and the lack of distance between him and them is overall excruciating. He remembers their barrette clipped to his jacket, and he pulls it free first because the idea of Reri plucking it off themselves is far too much to bear. Whenever the thing turns out to be cracked, Kaigaku decides to get them a new one, though the two of them end up bickering again, and Kaigaku can't help but think it sure would be stupid if this is the topic that turns into the fight that rips their relationship apart, except Reri ends up laughing, and Kaigaku's so frustrated by everything that he ends up snapping. Before he can control himself. "To be honest, I was worried that you'd end up hating me," Reri says as they explain, and Kaigaku's stunned. He's been worried that they might hate him. He's the one that picked a fight last time, after all. And it's almost enough for Kaigaku to laugh himself, because what he feels for Reri couldn't be further from hate if he tried. In some world out there, maybe Kaigaku could say it outright, because the feelings he's acknowledged now are so powerful that they make his chst start to ache. But all he can get out is, "I don't hate you," and talking just gets harder as Rary undoes their braid, one link at a time, until their hair falls free, faint waves spilling over their shoulders. The sight renders Kaigaku speechless, because the growing light of the dawn highlights their hair, creates a sparkle in their eyes, makes them look even more elegant than he's ever seen them, and it's a wonder his heart hasn't burst with every new emotion coursing through it. Kaigaku can't help but think in that moment what it would be like to embrace Rary, to pull them close and to let the weight of every single bit of suffering over the past decade of his life melt away for a few moments. He doesn't do it, though. He's been in the vicinity of enough of Rary's lectures aimed at Zenitsu to know better. Even if he wasn't the target of the instruction, Kaigaku is a fast learner. He doesn't have permission for that, but Rary is comfortable with casual touches, and they won't protest if he takes their hand, and, maybe, if he asks. Rary-senpai. Rary-kun. The voice brings with it a person, a core member with their teal hair cut short in a wave-patterned haori over their core uniform. Their smile is radiant, and so is the smile that breaks out on Rary's face at the sight of them, like the warmth of morning washing over the world after a cold and dark night. Shimizu-chan. Rary calls with a wave, and the joy in their voice is almost suffocating, as if their expression weren't telling enough. Kaigaku recognizes the name from Rary's letters, and those letters did justice to Shimizu's appearance and general disposition. What they didn't do justice to is how smitten Rary is with her. Shimizu says something or another, and Rary's laugh peals through the air in absolute joy. There's even a blush skimming over their cheeks, the kind that Kaigaku wants to pretend he's the cause for. It's uncertain whether Shimizu recognizes or shares Rary's feelings. Kaigaku's tempted to say to hell with it and ask Rary if they'd embrace him right then and there, just to show demps. This woman may be part of the Demon Slayer Corps, may be part of the same class of final selection candidates as Rary, but Kaigaku's willing to bet he can take her in a fight. What for? A voice in the back of his mind asks. You know how protective Rary got of Zenitsu. You think they won't do the same for someone they like? You think they'll forgive you again if you dare to start something? And even if they did, would there be a point? Admit it, they've never looked at you like that, and they sure as hell won't if you F up here. Nothing, and Kaigaku means nothing, has knocked the breath out of him this strong since the night that the demon made him choose, and the discrepancy between the two situations is so massive that it's laughable. You've become weak. And Kaigaku needs to be strong. No, he tries to catch the thought, this isn't about weakness or not. All of Rary's doting on Zenitsu shows that they don't care about such things, but Rary's just about the only person that Kaigaku feels even somewhat inclined to trust with his vulnerability, and this Shimizu, friend of theirs, because he doesn't even want to think about what else she could become, or not, isn't someone he's going to allow himself to lose to whatsoever. So he piggybacks Rary once more and maybe just a little tries to run fast enough to leave Shimizu in the dust. It's a pointless endeavor, considering that they're all headed to the same place, but Kaigaku takes pride in the fact that outpaces Shimizu without even trying, even while carrying Rary on his back. The Wisteria house lets them all in without trouble, the doctors present doing their thing. To be honest, Kaigaku's more than ready to just lie down in a futon and recover from the long night and the following emotional exhaustion, but also if he has to watch Rary make that adoring expression any longer at Shimizu, he's going to FNG lose it, and snapping at her isn't going to earn him any points in Rary's book. So he tells Rary he has a mission to take care of, and then he doesn't have any other choice but to step off the Wisteria house's grounds and into the sunlight, trying to remember where the closest town is so he can find an inn to crash in. Liar, liar. Momo caws from above, sounding far too joyful at the concept as she leads the way. Shut the F up, you stupid bird. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 26. Interlude, I only want what I can't have too. Picking out a new beret for Rary turns out to be more challenging than he expected. Not because there aren't options, but because it's difficult to find a design that suits them. Sure, like they said, the one that got broken was old and cheap, and maybe they'd be happy with something of the same quality, so long as it works, but Kaigaku already said this was going to be a make-up birthday present, so there's no way he's just going to pick out the first thing he finds and send it on its way. Lucky enough for him, the closest town happens to have a decent enough array of accessory shops, and it feels like he's scoured through them all when it finds it. The base color is a pale lilac, and as much as Kaigaku hates the stupid matching haori, he admits that the color suits Rary well, and there are cobalt blue stones embedded in it in a subtle but still attractive pattern. The shade, as it were, happens to match the color of the cord for his choker, and that's more than enough for Kaigaku to purchase the thing then and there, despite the price being a bit higher than expected. This is Kaigaku, who once stole handfuls of coins from the temple in desperation, who spent no more than a mere fraction of the pocket money that Sensei gave him, who still buys the cheapest food and lodgings he can find even with his plentiful Kano stipend, and he just dumped half his savings on some beret that Rary did not ask him to go out of his way to get. But he doesn't regret it, because Rary deserves something nice, and the idea of them breaking out in a smile when they see it and clipping it on as a little reminder of him are more than enough for him to send Momo back towards the wisteria house they both just came from, and Kaigaku catches himself grinning even after the crow gives him an all too amused look and flies off. Kaigaku was not wrong. Feelings are the worst. Now that he's acknowledged the DMN things, they invade his thoughts at every opportunity. Rary with the beret he got them, Rary still wearing his choker around their neck, Rary with their hair down in the morning sunlight. Oh, he can handle his missions well enough, his well-refined survival instincts keeping him on track, but otherwise anything seems to be fair game, and not all his fantasies are innocent. The way Rary's writing has relaxed a little in their letters just serves to help his traitorous thoughts, though it takes Kaigaku another couple of months before he at last sends a response, and that's halfway because Tadashi snatches the thing away from Kaigaku before he can crumble it up into a ball like the others. I made Tsukinoto. Thanks for the gift. It's a stupid short letter, but Rary replies anyways, congratulating him on his rank up, mentioning that they thought he'd appreciate a travel katana maintenance kit because it's practical, and then talking about the usual things. Rary asks him questions. What was your last mission like? Travel anywhere interesting lately? Why is it that no other peach tastes as good as the ones in the orchard back home? And sending replies becomes easier, since he now has a clue of what to talk about. The letters from Zenitsu still remain unanswered. Kaigaku looks forward to Rary's messages, even when they mention being assigned on regular missions with the Urokadaki girl. His work goes well, too, and he's pretty sure if he pushes it, he can reach Tsukino soon. He's wandering through a market, trying to find something he feels like eating, and, even after these past couple of years, it's still almost funny, how he can pick and choose now, instead of treating whatever scraps he can get his hands on like a feast, when both Tadashi and Zenitsu's stupid sparrow that he's never learned the name of both reach him, and the smaller bird puffs up in indignation when Kaigaku makes a point of reading Rary's letter first. What the hell? A mission with a Hashira, the lower moon 1, the upper moon 3. If it weren't for the shape of Rary's familiar script, Kaigaku would be convinced that this is where the message reaches him, the moment where he learns that they're dead. But Rary just reports their injuries, extensive, yes, but not enough to pull them into retirement from the Corps. Kaigaku's half convinced this letter is some sort of joke, but Zenitsu says the same thing, and there's no way the brat would ever think about lying about this. Both Kaigaku's fellow apprentices were in the vicinity of 2 of the 12 Kazuki. Rary did charge at the upper moon 3, Rary is still alive after that. Kaigaku forgets all about tracking down some DMN lunch and finds the nearest flat surface to spread the letters out on and stare down the characters, like that'll change the contents. Rary mentions that they're recovering at Butterfly Manor under the care of the insect Hashira, and Kaigaku tries to calculate the distance, wonders if it's possible to make it there before the Corps sends him on another mission. It's a low as F possibility, and Kaigaku consoles himself with the fact that Zenitsu's there, too, and putting up with that after a near half a year of freedom from his whining would be awful. Does he want to deal with that again? Even if it means seeing Rary, confirming that they're okay with his own eyes? The answer is yes, because Kaigaku's DMN sure he'll put up with almost anything for Rary, and the realization makes him groan. Feelings. The worst. He rereads Rary's letter one more time, reminding himself that dead people can't write about their encounters with beyond powerful demons, and he's about to hunt down Momo to get her to take him to Butterfly Manor when the crow herself swoops in, squawking about some mission to the south, and the news is both a disappointment, because there goes his plans, and a relief, because he doesn't have to make the decision himself. He buys some onigiri from the closest possible vendor, follows Momo, and resolves to at least send a response once he gets settled. Joint missions become much more frequent as the time passes, and Kaigaku leaves most of his help in the dust. Oh, sure, most of them don't get in the way, per se, but they're obnoxious to tolerate with their beaching and complaints. If they can't keep up, that's their problem, not his. You would think, what with the whole fighting demons thing going on, that people wouldn't waste their time on rumors, but, nope, the Demon Slayer Corps enjoys gossip just as much as anyone else, and the Kasugai crows running their beaks doesn't help either. It doesn't surprise Kaigaku in the DMN slightest that people talk shit about him behind his back, but they're not even worth his time to acknowledge. If they have something to say, they can say it to his face. What does end up surprising Kaigaku is what he hears that Zenitsu does about it. Punching someone in the middle of a mission, and who the hell does that scum think he is? Kaigaku didn't FNG ask for his help, and now this thing is a much bigger deal than it needs to be. So of course Zenitsu shows up as Kaigaku's backup on his next mission as the piece de resistance on this whole shitshow. I heard you hit a higher-ranking guy. Kaigaku says through a scowl, not even bothering with a greeting. Zenitsu looks at him with that pathetic expression, his mouth opening, but Kaigaku cuts him off. Don't cause problems. It's embarrassing that you're even here, so learn your DMN place already. The one saving grace in this situation is that it's already nightfall by the time they arrive to their mission location, so Kaigaku pulls rank and makes them split up to scout the area. Maybe, if he's lucky, the demon will take Zenitsu out, and he'll never have to deal with this nonsense again. Except Kaigaku knows that's not what he wants, and, even if it were, Rary would never forgive him if he let Zenitsu die on purpose. That concern ends up being a non-issue, because in the time since Kaigaku left for final selection and refused to let himself look back, Zenitsu has managed to become competent. He doesn't cry, doesn't run away, he even manages to help corner the demon, though Kaigaku's the one that scores the kill. Instead of being a blubbering mess like Kaigaku thought he would be, Zenitsu is almost serene as he claps his hands in prayer for the demon's soul, and then his face breaks out into a bright smile. Aniki. Don't go getting cocky, Kaigaku says, not wanting to hear whatever shitty, asinine thing that's about to come out of Zenitsu's mouth. Just like always, the brat flinches at the slightest sign of aggression. You think just because you've managed to stay alive this long you're worth anything? You still haven't figured out any of the other forms, I see. Which, in contrast, Kaigaku still hasn't been able to figure out the Hekureki Isen either, but he still knows more than Zenitsu, and that's what matters. I'm still not accepting you as one of Sensei's successors, and I sure as hell don't need you to FNG defend me. Oh, knock it off. Zenitsu shouts, and Kaigaku wonders when the hell this loser grew enough of a goddamn backbone to shout back without Rary's help. How many months has it been since they were in the same place, since Kaigaku last yelled at Zenitsu? I'm not the only one who stood up for you, Senpai did, too. And you know why? Kaigaku opens his mouth to throw back a comment about how he doesn't need either of their goddamn pity, but Zenitsu's already talking over him. Because you're our family. Senpai and Ji-chan don't think any less of me because I can just use the Hekureki Isen, and none of us think less of you because you can't. You're the one that's always picking a fight, trying to make problems where there aren't any. And I get it. You get so scared that you don't know what else to do. But I'm not just going to sit here and let you take it out on me anymore, Aniki. Kaigaku hisses, which turns into a growl, which turns into a roar of, all of you, playing nice whenever it makes you feel good, just like always. Zenitsu's glare cuts him off, those eyes. Kaigaku remembers as always soft and watery, narrowed into dangerous golden slits. I can understand why you think I'm not serious, and maybe even Ji-chan, he says, anger boiling in his tone, but don't you dare act like Senpai doesn't give a DMN about you. Zenitsu steps closer, and Kaigaku has to resist the urge to put his hand on the hilt of his sword, because there's no way this little brat intimidates him. Do you have any idea what they sounded like when they heard what that guy said about you? He said you could die, and Senpai was terrified by the idea, and after that they were so angry that the only reason they didn't tear him to shreds was because they had to think about their position as leader. And, what a surprise, they didn't even have to look good in front of you. Zenitsu throws his hands into the air, his haori sleeves fluttering. Senpai cares about you, Aniki, and you'd be a lot happier if you just get it through your head already that we're not your enemies. There are so many things Kaigaku should be saying back to that, telling Zenitsu off for starters, but he just can't do it. He's too busy thinking of Rari, the fact that they were upset by the idea of him dying, that they care enough to stand up for him, and he knows it's because he's their kōhai and not because they have any romantic feelings for him, but DMN if it doesn't feel nice to imagine for just a moment. Oh, Zenitsu whispers, a look of realization accented by horror coming over his face, and Kaigaku wonders what the hell he's talking about before it hits him that they've just been having a conversation about Zenitsu's preternatural ability to hear people's feelings. Oh. Aniki. It takes every bit of Kaigaku's already fraying patience not to strangle the brat. Don't you even think about saying a DMN thing. Of course not, of course not. That's your business, would never, and gone is the confident Zenitsu that stared down a demon without flinching, a blushing, stammering mess in his place. Unlike Kaigaku, Zenitsu's been lovestruck by Rari since all the way back in their apprentice days, so it's no surprise he seems like he wants to combust at the realization. Zenitsu grimaces a little, wringing his hands together. But, Aniki, you know, senpai. Didn't you just say you wouldn't go off talking about other people's business? Kaigaku asks, because he doesn't need to hear it from Zenitsu of all people. Though it's not going to help anything in the long run, Kaigaku's content to pretend like Urokadaki Shimizu doesn't exist. Zenitsu, chastened, nods, though he still looks flustered. We're never talking about this again, so forget you ever heard anything. Got it? Zenitsu's mouth opens, closes, and at last opens again to words. Okay. But, I mean it, Aniki. We all care about you, but it's strong when you won't let us show it without a fight. If you keep that up, you're never going to be satisfied, so just, he sighs. I'm worried about you, and so are Ji-chan and Senpai. That's all. Kaigaku breathes in deep and lets it all out in a half-growling puff of air. If I agree to start answering your letters, he says, grasping, fumbling for anything that will make this conversation end, will you stop talking? Zenitsu thinks that over for a moment, but, after a few beats, his eyes light up. Are you serious, Aniki? You mean it? I'm not gonna do it if you don't shut up. The smile that breaks out on Zenitsu's face all but hurts to look at, and Kaigaku grimaces and pushes away the hug he does not want in any way, shape or form. Gods, feelings are such FNG bullshit. Kaigaku, you're still here, thank F. Rari's the one that asked Kaigaku to come to headquarters to help with their mentorship program, so he doesn't know why they sound so surprised to see him in the hallway near his guest room, but then he sees their face, which is panicked, rather than their usual sereneness, and Kaigaku has to swallow down the urge to go punch whoever caused such a reaction in them. He can feel a muscle in his neck already twitching, but he manages to get out, of course I am. Where the hell did you expect me to go? I didn't know. If you already went to eat or not. Well, Kaigaku was about to go take advantage of headquarters' rumored extravagant dinner options, but he hasn't yet, so he just shakes his head. Reri sighs in relief, their expression shifting to one of determination as they drop both their hands onto Kaigaku's shoulders, and he does not gulp at their sudden closeness, he does not. I need you to come with me, then. If Kaigaku's being honest, having Reri trounce him again in sparring has just added an extra layer of want on top of everything else he feels for them, so that simple little request sends his brain flying off in directions it does not need to go. Come with you where? What are you so worried about? What could be going on that's making Reri of all people lose their cool? Because I got invited to dinner with the Hashira, and I can't do it by myself. That was in no way the response Kaigaku was expecting, and his mouth just kind of hangs open. Please, be my backup. If you're there, too, there's no way that they'll murder me. Murder you? What are you even talking about? I wrote to you about it, right? That I ended up running my mouth in front of Oyakata-sama? Yes, that did happen, Kaigaku recalls, skimming over the half-memorized contents of Reri's letters in his mind. You've had to have heard about how the Hashira are, at least one of them has to be set at me for that, still. Besides, you know me. There's no way I can make it through an entire dinner without saying something stupid. While Reri sounds distressed, Kaigaku likes that about them, the way they don't bother to hold back what they're thinking. Their hands squeeze once against his shoulders. Please, please come with me, Kaigaku. Reri's the one asking, not to mention dinner with the active Hashira is an opportunity he can't pass up. Becoming a Tsuguko would help Kaigaku's succession chances for one, but the idea of who could be there is enough to make him pause. Somehow, at the end of everything at the temple, Kaigaku and Jyomi Inii, Himejima, the stone Hashira both found their ways into the same organization, though Kaigaku's made DMN sure they've never crossed paths. Who all's coming? He asks, managing to keep the tremble out of his voice. Reri lists off a handful of names that Kaigaku recognizes, but none of them are his, and Kaigaku represses his sigh of relief. Don't look so worried. I came here to help you, remember? If you want me to come along, I will. At last, Reri smiles again, back to their usual relaxed demeanor, and Kaigaku's starting to wonder just how he's going to survive a whole night next to them while they're just that wonderful and tempting without even trying. Focus. Breathe. Priorities. If we're meeting with the Hashira, we don't want to be late, Kaigaku says, patting Reri's forearm and wishing he could just grab onto their hand. Let's get going. Reri seems to come back to their senses, releasing Kaigaku's shoulders, at last. Too soon, and nodding. Yeah. I think I know where we need to go. Rengoku-san said it wasn't too far from the dining hall. They step back and wave for him to follow. And thanks, Kaigaku. For helping when I need it. That smile they give just makes Kaigaku's CHST all the warmer. Not a problem, Reri-senpai. There may just be 4 of the 9 active Hashira assembled, but Kaigaku's still in awe of their presence. It seems that Reri's already met 3 of them, Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro, Insect Hashira Kocho Shinobu, and Love Hashira Kenroji Mitsuri. The exception to Reri's social circle is Sound Hashira Yuzui Tengen, whose appearance stands out even amongst his colleagues, white hair held back by a gem-adorned headband, a red flower design that could be a tattoo or makeup surrounding his left eye, and large, shining bangles around his exposed biceps that just look extra impressive thanks to the man's height and muscle. Kaigaku eyes the golden buttons adorning the front of the Hashira's uniforms and swears he'll have them on his own someday. Despite Reri's earlier panic, there's no real sense of animosity at the table as they all work their way through the spread of food. The Hashira have a private room for gatherings like this, and the headquarters kitchen staff brings whatever they ask for. It's almost too much luxury for Kaigaku to process, but it's not like he's going to waste food, either. Kaigaku eats and listens to the chattering that's going on around him, and it doesn't seem like too unusual of a meal until Yuzui calls for some sake, and then the next thing Kaigaku knows there's a full choco cup in front of him, just like most of the others at the table. Is this okay? Rary asks, staring down the choco in front of them. Yuzui just laughs. You two have figured out at least the basics of total concentration, constant, right? If you can do that much, a little drink won't hurt. Kaigaku's never been all that interested in alcohol. Anything that can even impact his ability to survive the slightest amount is something he'd rather not deal with, but he won't deny that he's a bit curious, plus he's not about to show disrespect to any of the Hashira by refusing the drink. So he takes a tentative sip, the strong flavor filling his mouth, and Rary beside him does the same, them pulling a face but nursing the cup nonetheless while chatting with Kanroji to their side. You've been rather quiet, Kaigaku, my boy, Rengoku says, just as loud and boisterous as Rary described him to be. You don't need to be shy. We Hashira aren't all that different from you all. Shy is not a word that Kaigaku has ever applied to himself, not to mention that the idea that the Hashira are anything close to normal is ridiculous. That assessment is even more unbelievable when Rengoku's the one who's saying it, the man who was responsible for the defeat of the Upper Moon 3, the man who made sure that everyone on the Mugen train survived. With all due respect, Rengoku-sama, Kaigaku says, I find that a little strong to believe. Rengoku blinks, and Kaigaku glances to Rary, who's snickering over something or another Kanroji has said, a happy flush on their cheeks. You're the first Hashira to defeat an Upper Moon in over a century. And if you didn't, then, the thought of what could have happened opens an awful and crawling feeling in Kaigaku's gut that has nothing to do with what he's had for dinner. Thank you, Rengoku-sama. For keeping Rary-senpai safe. For making sure they came back alive. The words of gratitude feel stiff on his tongue, but Kaigaku hopes that his sincerity comes across regardless. Rengoku's expression softens a bit, looking a little bit more subdued than Kaigaku's seen him this whole evening. No. I'm the one that should be thanking Rary. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have come back alive, either. Rengoku shakes his head. Ah, it's no good for a Hashira to say things like that. Regardless, you have a good senpai, Kaigaku, my boy. Kaigaku sips at this drink, thinking of the way Rary still believes in him, even after everything he's done. Yes. The best. Recognizing the opportunity that comes with who he's talking to, Kaigaku asks, can you tell me about it, Rengoku-sama? About what it was like whenever you became a Hashira? Rengoku looks pleased enough by that response, picking up the conversation and refilling Kaigaku's choco once it's empty. If it weren't rude to refuse, Kaigaku wouldn't drink so he could ensure he'll remember everything that Rengoku's telling him, but at least he's only had a few servings, and he just feels lightheaded instead of incapacitated as the night drags on. Goodness, Kanroji-san, Kocho says at some point, the voice of reason who hasn't touched a drop of alcohol this whole time, perhaps you should slow down on giving Rary-san refills. You seem to have forgotten that not everyone has as high of a tolerance as you. Kanroji blinks, not looking any worse for wear despite the fact that there are at least 3 empty Takuri flasks sitting around her. Whoops, she says, pulling back halfway towards filling up Rary's choco once more. Sorry, Rary-san. I got a little ahead of myself. Fine, Rary says, bursting out into giggles for some reason. Rengoku's smile doesn't slip in the slightest, and Yuzui outright laughs. I feel fine. Don't worry about it, Kanroji-san. Except they're slurring over every other word, and their face is flushed to a deep red over the usual pink tint, so, no, they're not fine, but drunk. Kaigaku looks around and finds the jug of water that ended up on the table at some point or another, managing to pour Rary a glass. Just slow down a bit, Rary-senpai. Drink this, okay? Rary's fingers almost slip, but they manage to take the water, downing half the cup in one go. If they were throwing back the sake like that, it's no wonder they're this out of it. Their eyes end up landing on Kaigaku, a grin forming on their face, and he doesn't have any time to process what's going on before Rary's put down the cup and grabbed onto Kaigaku's arm, pulling him over, and how has he not passed out already with them that close? You're a great kōhai, Kaigaku, Reri says, sounding giddy. Helpin' out with my program. Lookin' out for me. They laugh again, turning to the others. He's super good at what he does, you know? Started out not even a half a year ago, and he's already a Hinoto. I'm proud of you, okay? Don't you forget it. Kaigaku's heard Reri say that before, but such a public declaration is more than a bit embarrassing. Yes, I know, Reri-senpai, you don't need to. Huh? Of course I do. Reri lets go of Kaigaku's arm, but he's had no time at all to right himself back on his seat cushion before they've dropped their arms around his neck, Reri's head bouncing against his shoulder. Kaigaku chokes on whatever he was about to say. You're just doing so amazing. They look to Kanroji, who's failing at suppressing a giggle. Kaigaku acts all angry all the time, but he's kinda nice. He got me this pretty beret for my birthday, see? They pull their braid over their shoulder, the cobalt blue gemstones catching the light before the accessory tumbles out of their grasp. Reri pouts a bit at it before looking back to Kaigaku, their face far too close to his. I never thanked you Anug for that, huh? I mean, I wrote a thank you note, and I got you a gift, too, but I love it. It's okay, you don't. Maybe, but I wanna. Reri tilts their head a moment before their mouth forms into a smile, and then they've planted their lips against his cheek. Kaigaku was already panicking, but that makes it all the more obvious, and he can't even register the fact of the others in the room watching, not whenever Reri giggles like that. You're super adorable when you blush. I bet if you smile a little, you'd look even more handsome. And there goes any remaining fraction of Kaigaku's ability to form words. He thought he was done for earlier. Whenever Reri had their sword at his neck and gave him that unrelenting glare, but hearing them compliment his looks in reality instead of his imagination is just overwhelming, and maybe it's a good thing there's an audience, because if not Kaigaku might throw everything to the goddamn wind and embrace Reri right there, just to feel their mouth on his. Reri-san, Kocho says, catching Reri's attention for a moment. Don't be a spoil sport, Yuzui slurs, but his protests go ignored. I'd recommend that you at least eat a little bit more. She holds out a plate with a few servings of nothing that requires chopsticks to eat, and Kaigaku rushes to grab it, putting it down in front of Reri's abandoned spot. I promise you'll appreciate it if you do. Reri blinks at the food, one of their arms pulling away from Kaigaku's shoulders to pick up a piece of tempura. Kocho-san, they say, nibbling through the morsel but not moving back into their seat. Kaigaku tries to urge Reri back in that direction, but they just flop back against his side again, so that's a losing battle. This is pretty good. Reri picks up another piece of tempura and glances up to him, offering out the food like they expect him to eat it from their fingers. Hey, Kaigaku, you want some? Is this just hell? Karma for giving Zenitsu shit all these years? Reri doesn't let go of Kaigaku from that point onward. Somehow, he manages to survive all the way until Yuzui, Kanroji, and Rengoku have exhausted themselves, the three of them dozing off in their seats, and Reri's half asleep on Kaigaku's shoulder. Kocho stands up first, clapping her hands together as if signaling that the show's over. Well, that's enough for the evening. I trust that you can get Reri-san back to their room safe, Kaigaku-kun, she says with that unsettling little smile of hers. Kaigaku knows how to recognize people who are faking it, and whatever dark and ugly thing Kocho's got boiling underneath the surface is there in spades. But for now, she seems genuine enough, so Kaigaku doesn't bother to call her out on it, and considering talking shit to a Hashira is a thought he's having because the alcohol seems to have lowered his well-crafted self-preservation instinct. Remind him to never touch a strong drink ever again, and that goes double for when in the presence of his superiors. I'm pretty sure that your guest rooms are next to each other, yes? Kaigaku nods. He's nowhere close to his best, but he can manage that much navigation. Don't worry about it, Kocho-sama. I'll take care of Reri-senpai. Oh, yes, I'm sure. There's some sort of sparkle in those violet eyes of hers that Kaigaku can't quite read through the fuzziness in his head and the distraction of Reri hanging off his shoulders. Kocho reaches into her uniform pocket and pulls out 2 small paper packets. When she offers them to Kaigaku, all he can do is accept, though his face must reflect his confusion, because Kocho says, medicine. To help with the hangover. Take a dose with water in the morning, and you too should be fine. Thanks, Kaigaku says, tucking the packets in his own pocket. This may have been his first time indulging, but he's watched plenty of people in the slums try to drown their sorrow in stolen drink before, which means he knows that the morning after isn't always a pretty experience. Well, of course, Kocho says with a cheer so fake that Kaigaku can taste it, even in his current state. You two got dragged into this because of the others' antics, so you shouldn't pay for it. Not to mention that Reri-san is working strong on this new program for us, it makes perfect sense to take care of them. And then, faster than Kaigaku can follow, even if he were at full capacity, Kocho is in his face, her voice a whisper. If you end up needing other medicine in the morning, do come to me. I'll be discreet. Kaigaku's not tracking, but Kocho's glossed lips turn into something a little closer to a smirk. I understand that Reri-san isn't a woman, but I've given them medical care before, so I know what's possible for them from a biological standpoint. Having a child isn't something that's easy in the core, you know. Kaigaku was already flushed from the drunkenness, but Kocho's frank statement sets his entire face and neck boiling. We're not, yes, he wishes they were, and, yes, Reri's been complimenting him all night, and, yes, Reri's glued to his side right now, but that's because of the alcohol, and, as much as he would like to, doing it now when they're not even in a sound mind is more than enough of a damper to quell the longing that's been festering in him for the past half a year. I wouldn't take advantage of them like that. Because no matter how much Kaigaku wants, Reri deserves better, and they'd murder him in the morning anyways if he even suggested such a thing. I do apologize for assuming about your relationship, Kocho says, not sounding the least bit apologetic. Beach, Kaigaku thinks but doesn't dare voice. Kocho looks over Reri once more, who's dozing off, their head nodding against Kaigaku's shoulder, and he brushes a loose frizz of hair out of their face before he even thinks to stop himself. That said, I do note that some people find keeping themselves under control difficult while intoxicated. Alcohol does lower your inhibitions, you know, and sometimes people's true feelings come spilling out. Kaigaku can't help but wonder how much trouble he would get in if he just murdered Kocho Shinobu right here. As satisfying as the fantasy is, though, he knows he's not strong enough to defeat a Hashira just yet, and even less so while she's sober and he's tipsy, so he clenches his fists in his lap and waits for this god-awful conversation to be over with. Well, if anything does happen at any point, do feel free to ask me for help, Kaigaku-kun. Good night. And then Kocho's gone with all the grace of a butterfly the pattern on her haori suggests, and Kaigaku punches the cushion beneath him. When that isn't enough, he punches the tatami itself, not even caring that his knuckles almost split and for sure bruise. He focuses on the pain, focuses on anything but Reri's cheek pressed into his shoulder, on how vulnerable they are, on how much Hyefenji wants them in every way possible. In time, his head cools while the other Hashira snore, and Kaigaku exhales, shaking Reri's shoulder as they blink open their eyes. Come on, Reri-senpai. Let's get you to bed. Kaigaku thought that having Reri walk back themselves would be better than piggybacking them and having to feel their body pressed against his back again, but this is just as bad. Reri can't even get a few paces without stumbling, so Kaigaku has to support them all the way back to the hall with the guest rooms. Kaigaku's hand is pressed against their side, Reri's arm is over his shoulder, and they keep nuzzling against his cheek whenever they get the chance. Alcohol does lower your inhibitions, you know, and sometimes people's true feelings come spilling out, Kocho's perfect, maddening voice whispers in his head, and it takes everything Kaigaku has to not just start screaming in the hallway. Is this how Reri feels about him? This affection, this insistence on being close to him? Has he been reading the situation all wrong with Urokodaki? No, that's not possible. Even Zenitsu seems to understand what's going on there. But is there a chance that Urokodaki isn't the only one, that Reri maybe looks at him like that, too, and he just hasn't been able to see it? He doesn't want to assume, but he can't help but imagine. Kaigaku, Reri says, still halfway slurring over the word. It doesn't matter, them calling his name so close still sends electricity coursing through his veins, even with syllables muddied. Tired. I know, he says, half distracted as he turns them down the hall that has their rooms in it. We're almost there. Just a few more meters, Reri-senpai. Kaigaku gets the door open, and the miraculous hired help of headquarters has already laid out the bedding, which is one less thing that Kaigaku has to deal with. Kaigaku gets Reri into the futon without them falling face first, so that's another victory. They seem to realize that they're going to bed, and they manage to pull off their haori and shrug off their core jacket, albeit after a few tries at the buttons first. Kaigaku's worried that they're going to pull off their undershirt next, but they don't, instead trying to fold their discarded garments. Their otherwise graceful fingers bumble it, though, so Kaigaku pulls the fabric from their hands and does a good enough job, even on the stupid haori, and he stacks them on the floor next to where Reri puts down their sword, right within reach. While he was working on that, Reri's pulled the barrette from their hair, and their braids halfway unraveled. Yawning and still looking flushed, Reri drops down to their pillow with a sigh of relief and drooping eyes, and Kaigaku takes that as his cue to stand and evacuate to his own room to also get some sleep and put this night behind him. Except Reri's hand catches on his pant leg and Kaigaku looks down, trying to figure out the best course of action. Reri looks at him, almost desperate, and their lips part to whisper, "Stay." Kaigaku's mouth opens, closes, and repeats the CYCL, once, twice, 3 times. No other part of him moves, but Reri tugs on his breathes. Kaigaku, please. Stay with me. He should say no, but there's no way Kaigaku can manage that. So he squats back down to the ground as Reri flips up the corner of the blanket to let him in. What for? He asks, hoping for an answer that, what? What in the world is he hoping to hear? And if he does hear it, what would he even do about it? Don't want to sleep alone, Reri says, now pulling on his sleeve to get him to come close. They swallow, glance away, sounding ashamed. Dunno if drinking will mess with my medicine. Don't wanna have another nightmare. They're still having those, he realizes, though he shouldn't be surprised. There's a memory of one night back at Sensei's, whenever he'd woken up to panicking voices, Zenitsu wailing about something or another. Kaigaku had been ready to kick the runts but for making a racket whenever it became clear that Reri was panicking, too, their expression marred by terror and tears, and it was Sensei that got the situation under control, all of them sitting and drinking tea in silence until the dawn broke. Reri apologized later, like it was their fault, and Kaigaku hadn't known what to offer in comfort, so he'd just been able to bother them to spar later in an attempt to pull them back to normalcy. That memory makes a lump catch in Kaigaku's throat, and he acquiesces, letting Reri tuck him in after he kicks off his sandals, puts his sword to the side, and crawls into the futon. Reri scoots over so he has space, though they end up having to share the single pillow. Kaigaku stays on his back, not trusting himself enough to lie on his side, to be that close to Reri staring right at him. They don't seem to care, though, tucking their head onto his shoulder, their nails tapping up against his jacket's buttons. You don't want to take it off? Reri asks. Uniforms, not comfortable. A fresh mental image of Reri plucking apart the buttons on his jacket follows that question, and Kaigaku's reconsidering his earlier reluctance to the idea of hunting down and attempting to avenge murder the insect Hashira. Oh, sure, Kaigaku would be the one dying, but that might be better than this. It's fine, he says, having to catch Reri's hand to stop them. I'm used to it. He's also not wearing an undershirt, and who knows what he'll do if Rari's calloused fingers brush across his bare skin. The fact that he can still think such things whenever Rari's in distress makes him feel even more disgusted with himself, and, hoping Rari will doze off sooner or later, Kaigaku forces a change in topic. What are you even afraid of dreaming about? Despite being there firsthand for the aftermath several times, he never learned what it was that scared them so bad, even when they realized it was just a dream. Rari curls in closer, their voice sounding like a child's as they say, "You and Zenitsu, everyone getting hurt. Dying." They pause, their hand in Kaigaku's shaking. "Because of me. My fault, every time. Why would you even think that?" Kaigaku asks, his voice so soft that he almost doesn't recognize himself. "Because, I don't belong here. I shouldn't be woken up here." Rari's voice is drifting closer and closer to sleep, but there's an undeniable certainty in those words. "I like it here. I love it. I love everyone. But I'm not supposed to be here," and just like that, they're out, which saves Kaigaku the challenge of coming up with something to say, but also means that he doesn't get to give them any sort of reassurance before they've slipped away, and he doesn't want to disturb their rest just for that. Kaigaku stares at Rari on his shoulder, swallows, and says, "Anyways, I want you here. I don't care if you're not supposed to be here or what the hell ever, Rari-senpai, you're staying." Maybe Rari smiles in their sleep. Maybe Kaigaku's just imagining it. All he knows for sure is that Rari asked him to stay, so he does, sleep claiming him much faster than expected. Kaigaku awakes the next morning unable to remember the exact details of his dream but recalling more than enough to explain the familiar discomfort in his groin. Any other time, that wouldn't be any problem at all, but this morning is an exception, because Rari wasn't just in his dreams, but they're sleeping beside him now, their heads still tucked on his shoulder, and Kaigaku can't help but think how much he wishes every morning could be like this, where Rari is the first thing he sees. Of course, he's also thinking that it sure would be nice if on this morning of all mornings he didn't wake up with a bnur, because he doesn't want Rari to. Again, he's not sure, because he wants, but he also doesn't want, and this is not a situation he feels like explaining in any way, shape, or form, despite it being natural. Kaigaku manages to extract himself from the futon without waking Rari up, and he breathes out a sigh of relief while admiring them, asleep and captivating as they snuggle deeper into the blankets with the brown of their hair slipping into their face. So many emotions threaten to unravel in him, and Kaigaku retrieves his sword and his sandals. He's almost out the door when he remembers the little packets of medicine in his pocket, and he deposits one by the water jug on the side table, penning a quick note to explain what it is. Kaigaku tries to think of something else to add and just ends up aggravating his own headache in the process, so he downs his own dose of the pills and signs the kanji for his name, leaving everything by Rari's katana so they're sure to find it. When he steps into the hall and shuts the door behind him, Kaigaku has to stand there for a moment. He feels winded, like he used to be after fighting before figuring out total concentration, constant. Kocho and her stupid, everything, nothing happened, he respected Rari, everything's fine. Well, maybe he's not fine, but his current issue is fixable enough. He was needed in around mid-morning to learn more about Rari's project and the documentation or whatever, but he's not expected anywhere before that, so there's plenty of time to pull himself the F together before he comes face to face with Rari again. Kaigaku breathes and heads to his own room, ready to put everything from the night before behind him, one goddamn way or another. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 27. Love is its own kind of storm. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and as someone with the awful habit of getting nasty head injuries on top of that, I'd had the experience of waking up somewhere different from where I'd fallen asleep before. What I was far less experienced in dealing with was not even remembering when the hell I'd knocked out and waking up with the precursor to a migraine. Most of the time, if I'd gotten fed up enough in a fight to be unconscious, someone would have loaded me up with painkillers. Did I get into a fight, though? Everything's blurry. I curled into a ball, feeling the perfect puddle of warmth still wrapped up in the blankets beside me. No fighting. Yesterday, I'd recruited Kaigaku, finished up my program planning, and gotten invited by Rengoku and Kanroji to dinner. I hadn't gotten murdered, but Yuzui had called for sake, and, that explained a lot. Though I'd never drunk before, it seemed I'd consumed more than enough to black out at some point and forget it all to boot. Good job, team. If you can do total concentration, constant, you won't have a problem, my butt. Griping just made my head hurt worse, so I sked it up and focused on my breathing, trying to push my pounding brain into something more conductive to the responsibilities I'd have to take care of for the day. In comparison to fixing up my busted spine a while back, something like getting my head to stop aching was child's play, and I sat up after at least a quarter of an hour, trying to remember if I still had water in the room or if I'd need to beg the hired help for assistance. I was lucky enough to not need to add any groveling to my morning schedule, as some water was ready and waiting next to my futon, along with the rest of my things. I nursed the drink, flipping open the piece of paper I found left behind. Rari-senpai, Kocho-sama left us some medicine to help us with the hangover. She said to take it with water. Kaigaku. Fabulous job, Rari, I said to myself, opening up the medicine packet and downing the dose inside, not even caring as the bitter taste rushed through my mouth. Get wasted in front of the Hashira and make your kōhai take care of you. You're a goddamn champ. Throwing back the rest of the remaining water in the jug, I flopped back down on the futon and stared up at the ceiling. If it weren't for Kocho being a fine genius and the fact that I could already feel my body starting to recover, I would claim sickness and take the day off. Come on, you're almost done here. Just set Kaigaku up, and you'll be free to go and fight demons again. Nice and Fenji simple. God, what even was my life now? If this was what I considered nice and simple, a mere 3 years after time traveling, I wasn't sure I wanted to know what was going to come next. Everything on the paperwork side had processed well, so that meant Kaigaku was ready to start being a mentor. I'd struggled to find a good fit, but Kei, the stone-breathing powerhouse from the beach mission, seemed to be a good option. At the very least, whenever I told Kaigaku about her record and how I'd seen her perform in the field, he didn't seem opposed, so I stopped worrying about it and decided to see how things went. Since I had a few things to take care of before I could head out to pick up my own new mente, I saw Kaigaku off in the late morning. Make sure you don't forget everything we talked about, I said, despite the fact that he now had a miniature guide on the basics of what he needed to know about the mentoring process on hand. I'd agonized over the wording in that thing for at least a week, and the core staff was more than happy to help me make copies, which was a godsend when we were handwriting the things. At the end of the day, we're trying to give as many people as possible a shot at surviving. Don't forget that. You don't have to tell me 20 different times, Kaigaku said, though his tone wasn't anywhere near as harsh as it tended to be. I'm a fast learner, Rari-senpai. I can remember that much. I know. This whole thing makes me nervous. I've never been in charge of something like this before, and it would be great if it went well, so I want to make sure I do everything I can. I exhaled, twisting my braid around my hand. I can't be in control of what other people do, though, so, I'm trusting you, Kaigaku. Thank you again for helping. Last night, too. Kaigaku huffed, looking somewhat flustered. Do you even know what you're thanking me for there? I mean, I don't remember anything, but you're the one who took me back to my room, right? I gotta at least thank you for that. Plus the program, and I swallowed, it hitting me how peaceful things had been and that couldn't last much longer. Can I hug you? Ha. Yeah, that had been about the reaction I'd been expecting. You can say no if it makes you uncomfortable, I'm just worried. I feel like something like what happened with the Mugen train is going to happen soon, and I don't know what could go down. Which had been my problem the past entire year, hadn't it? I mean, we beat an upper moon, didn't we? If I were Kibutsuji, I'd want to get back at the Demon Slayer Corps, and I can't help but worry that you or Zenitsu or anyone will get caught up in that and not make it out, and, I caught my breath, my hands clenched into tight fists. I don't want you to die. I hadn't meant to say all that, but the anxiety had been building up in me ever since Zenitsu had mentioned that he'd met Tanjiro and Nezuko, and running straight into the Upper Moon 3 had just made everything worse. This whole mess with Oyakata-sama and the mentorship program had been a decent enough distraction, but the realization had caught up to me, and, FING hell, was I about to cry? No, I had to get it together. Kaigaku didn't need to see that. Why do you expect him to ever open up to you if you won't be vulnerable in front of him? After 2.5 years, I like to think that I knew Kaigaku pretty well. He was brash and impatient, but he put in the work to be strong. Zenitsu had said he was scared of something underneath all his anger, but Kaigaku pushed strong to never show that, looking down on someone like Zenitsu, who always wore his fear on his sleeve. Had I been trying to hold back in front of Kaigaku so he wouldn't think less of me? Hypocrisy, thy name is Rari. Hey, you, with a hiss, Kaigaku cut himself off. Come on. When I glanced up, he wasn't looking at me, but his arms were spread in acceptance, a hug, and I could catch the traces of red on his face. If it's you, Rari-senpai, I don't care if you hug me whenever. So come on. I blinked a few times, half in shock, like, was I sure that I hadn't jumped into some weird parallel universe or something a few weeks back, and half trying to keep my tears back. Since I had permission, though, I stepped forward, hooking my arms around his torso and taking advantage of his shoulder to hide my watery eyes in. Kaigaku shifted a little, but didn't move otherwise, and I smiled a bit. You can hug me, too, you know. It's not like I would ever mind with you. The reason I didn't hug Kaigaku as much as Zenitsu, or at all, as it were, was because I'd always worried he'd want nothing to do with physical contact outside of sparring. Kaigaku sighed, almost sounding relieved, and one of his arms wrapped around my waist while the other hand patted against the back of my head. Do you worry that much? I nodded, focusing on the feeling of him in my arms. Kaigaku whole, Kaigaku warm, Kaigaku alive, none of the horror of my nightmares able to reach me. I swallowed, recalling the Jaden in my dream on the train, the appealing future that only existed in some other world and for me would never come to pass. A long time ago. Before Sensei picked me up. I lost my older sibling. It didn't even have anything to do with demons. And I know you're strong and well-equipped, but the people you think will always be there can just disappear, and that idea scares me, Kaigaku. I get it. That response hadn't been anywhere close to what I was expecting, and not with how quiet Kaigaku's voice had gotten. Before Sensei, before I was on the street, I lived at a temple, and he swallowed, and all I could do was hug him a bit tighter. It was a demon. There were 10 of us living there. 3 of us survived. I wanted to move, to look at him, but Kaigaku's hand kept me in place, gentle, yet insistent. If saying I'm sorry would have helped anything, would have done it, but it never took any of the hurt away. Still, knowing that someone else understood could be enough, and I hoped it would be for Kaigaku, who'd been carrying that burden for so long. Do you ever, I whispered, the words spilling out before I could reconsider them, imagine that they were still alive, even if it meant you were dead? Kaigaku's breath hitched, and I backpedaled. No, I'm sorry, you don't have to answer that. It's fine. I used to. Kaigaku's fingers found a stray strand of hair that had escaped my braid and tucked it back behind my ear. But if we both didn't live, we wouldn't have been able to meet, Rari-senpai, and I'm just a little bit too selfish to pass that opportunity up. His hand lingered a bit longer before it dropped to my shoulder. We can't guarantee that we'll always fight enemies that we can beat. But worrying about it won't do anything, so I just believe that you're strong enough and you'll at least fight strong enough to survive. So, you can do that for me, too, okay? You're right. I do believe in you. I managed to get a glance at Kaigaku's face in time to catch the genuine smile that formed. Yeah, it was small, but it made him look so much softer, and it was a little bit much to take all of a sudden, let alone from so up close. Just, make sure you keep writing, alright? To let me know you're okay. Your mentor reports don't count. Kaigaku nodded, and I bonked my forehead into his. And make sure you write to Sensei, too, got it? Kaigaku let out a quiet snort of laughter. Yeah, I got it. We squeezed each other in our hug one more time, and then I stepped back. Travel safe, Kaigaku. You, too, Rari-senpai. I'll write soon. And then he was gone, which meant it was time for me to get to work. The good news was that Oyakata-sama approved everything I had submitted, so all I had to do was go pick up my own mentee and stay prepared for touching base back with headquarters later on. I was not looking forward to that in the slightest, sure, but I hoped there would at least be something positive that came out of all my suffering. My plan was to grab one last headquarters lunch before hitting the road again, and I was about halfway through my udon whenever someone dropped a rather substantial stack of food on the opposite end of the table before me. Rari-san, a voice I recognized as Kenroji said from behind the pile, which checked out. Before the sake came out, I remembered her decimating the most dinner out of all of us. Is it true you're heading out today? I nodded, wondering when the hell Hashira had started just joining me for lunch. I'm glad I caught you then. I wanted to apologize about last night. Okay? I'm not sure you need to worry about that, Kenroji-san. I don't remember much from last night, so you can just pretend whatever's bothering you never happened. No, Rari-san, that's just it. I'm the one who was pouring you drinks, and I got carried away there, so if you can't remember anything, that's my fault. Despite the fact that Kenroji way outranked me, her peridot eyes were staring me down with a look that reminded me far too much of Zenitsu whenever he thought someone was upset with him. She clapped her hands together in front of her and dipped her head with enough force to send her braids bouncing. Please accept my apology, Rari-san. For real? Another Hashira apologizing to me? Just make it stop already. Like I said, Kenroji-san, I don't remember much, so just wipe the slate clean. I'm sorry if I ended up doing anything stupid while drunk. This unworthy one requests that you erase whatever I did from your memory. Kenroji giggled, waving her hand through the air. While I wasn't paying attention, she'd already emptied off one of the plates she'd brought along with her. There's nothing to worry about, Rari-san. In comparison to how some of the others get, you weren't a problem at all. I sort of regretted not remembering how the Hashira were, but maybe that was for the best. I was disrespectful enough as it was without extra ammo. Kenroji tilted her head. Is Kaigaku-san still around? I wanted to thank him again for helping out with your program. That was a topic I could contribute to. He took off just a few hours ago. I can pass on your thanks the next time I write him, though. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful. I nodded, tucking away the request for when I got the chance to follow through on it. Kaigaku would be more than happy that a Hashira had acknowledged him, and I wished I could see his face when he read the news. Kenroji scooted a bit forward in her seat, her expression giddy. But if that's the case, though, I don't mind asking, Rari-san, what's your relationship with Kaigaku-san? Did I not say last night? He's my kōhai. Kenroji repressed a giggle, and I just slurped at my udon, waiting for an explanation of some sort. No, that's not what I meant. Just because he's your kōhai doesn't mean that's all you need to think about him. She put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, which made me very concerned for the open front of her jacket. I am the love Hashira, after all. I have good instincts for this kind of stuff. What she was saying caught up with me, and I almost had broth come out of my nose from my half-laugh, half-choke. Why you think that I, with Kaigaku of all people? Am I wrong? Kenroji tilted her head, which was overall pretty adorable, but even that effect did nothing to help me calm down. How would you describe the way you feel about him, Rari-san? How? He's the most stubborn little sheet I've ever met. Back when we were still with our cultivator, he'd always pester me to train more, not to mention he can be a total a-hole and he just gets angry at every little thing. I mean, yeah, he's kind of mellowed out a bit, and I know that if I need him then he's always got my back, plus he cares enough to buy me gifts for my birthday, and, I recalled earlier that morning, the way he'd held on to me when I was upset, not to mention his smile. I'd always thought Kaigaku was an attractive guy from an objective standpoint, but we'd been so close then, not to mention I could feel his well-maintained muscle under his uniform, which was just unfair, plus, let's be real, his mouth looked super kissable, and, oh, God. I groaned, dropping my burning face straight into my hands. You've got to be FNG kidding me. How long had this been going on? How long had I been so goddamn clueless about it? Kenroji patted my shoulder, her fingers much thinner than Kaigaku's, and I recalled the tender way he'd pulled my hair back behind my ear, even with the faint roughness of his sword-wielder calluses, which just made me die a little extra inside. Love's always complicated like that, huh? The saving grace on that sentence was that she was using kōhai rather than AI, a distinction which happened to match her breathing style's title, but the idea of applying the idea of love just like that to this weird feeling now overwhelming my entire CHST was almost a bit too much, even for my level of bluntness. This just had to be some crush, like it was with Shimizu. Shimizu-chan. Upon a quick mental survey, it wasn't like I'd stopped liking her and ended up liking Kaigaku instead. Both of them were still precious to me, though in different ways, and thinking about them both at once just made my stomach flip around like it was performing an infinite barrel roll. It wasn't like it mattered, since I didn't see myself pursuing anything of the sort, at the very least, not while canon was still an issue, but trying to choose between them was a losing battle that wasn't ever going to get anywhere. Greedy, I breathed, realizing after the fact that Kenroji was still peering at me. Oh, no, sorry, I was just thinking and, not knowing who else I could talk to about this, I decided it wouldn't hurt to open up to Kenroji, since she'd asked in the first place. Besides Kaigaku, there's someone else the world like got stuck in my throat, but Kenroji still nodded in understanding. I was just thinking that if I could, I'd stay with them both, and that just seems so selfish. Kenroji gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Don't be so strong on yourself, Rari-san. You wouldn't try to force that on them if they wanted nothing to do with it, right? Of course not. Hypocrite I may be, but I wasn't enough of one to lecture Zenitsu and then turn around and use other people like that. Besides, the idea of either of them liking me enough to even want to date me seemed like some far-off fantasy, let alone the both of them, so why was I even worried about it in the first place? Then there's nothing at all selfish about wanting to share your love with both of them, so long as you're respecting their wants in the process. We may have known each other for a short time, but I can tell you're someone who cares about the well-being of others. You worry about everyone else in the Demon Slayer Corps, so I'm sure you'll be considerate of the feelings of the people you care about. I let the words wash over me, easing away some of my worry. I wouldn't say that Kenroji was on the same level as Oyakata-sama, because, let's be real, could anyone even stand up to that? But she was comforting in her own way. And, well, I'm kinda excited. I haven't had anyone to talk about this kind of stuff with. Shinobu-chan's great, but she's so focused on her work that she doesn't think about romance, so. While I was a dunce with paying attention to my own feelings, that didn't stop me from recognizing the happy pink dancing over Kenroji's complexion. So you have someone you like, too, huh? I asked, and Kenroji nodded. Gossip hadn't ever been my thing, but if Kenroji was willing to listen to me gripe, then I could at least return the favor. You made me spill, Kenroji-san. Sharing is caring. Oh, right. Kenroji glanced around the dining hall, though there wasn't anyone close enough else to listen in. That didn't stop her from leaning over the table, her braids dangerously hovering over her food. The truth is, she whispered, blushing even more, Abanai-san. Iguro-san? I echoed, causing Kanroji to hush me. I lowered my voice to comply. Not that I have any room to judge, because it seemed that I'd had a raging crush on Kaigaku, Fing Kaigaku, for Lord knows how long. But he seems a little rough. I still wasn't convinced that he didn't want to murder me, rather that he was delaying the process out of respect for Oyakata-sama. Maybe that wasn't the best thing to say to someone that was interested in the guy, but Kanroji just giggled at my assessment. Don't you think that's part of what makes him so charming? I mean, based on what you said about Kaigaku-san, I'm sure you understand, she had me there. God, when did my taste in people get so stupid? Still, Abanai-san is wonderful and kind to me. Ah, is that why he got so pissy that one time? Because I was trying to keep Kanroji-san from praising me? Well, I can't claim to have anywhere near as good of instincts as yours, Kanroji-san, but I think the feeling just might be mutual. Kanroji managed to blush an even richer pink than her hair, and my curiosity got the better of me. Are the two of you? It wasn't like the Demon Slayer Corps had anything close to an anti-fraternization policy going on. And no, but I mean, I'd like to, given that she was a Hashira, someone that could kill a lower moon with no issue. It was a bit surreal to watch Kanroji titter and fidget like a love-struck teenager, which she was, come to think of it, since we were the same age. Fighting for your life tended to skew your perspective on people's behavior. Her voice was quiet and hopeful as she asked, do you think he likes me, too, Rari-san? He'd be an idiot not to, I said with no sense of tact. Kanroji was adorable as F-, plus it was obvious that she was caring and compassionate based on the few conversations we had, and being a Hashira also made her a complete badass. You're incredible, and if he can't recognize that, then he isn't worth your DMN time, Kanroji-san. Kanroji's eyes wavered, and, for one terrifying moment, I was worried that she was about to cry. Thank you, Rari-san. She reached out, catching one of my hands between hers over my abandoned udon bowl. This may be forward, but I'd like it if we were friends and wrote to each other. Please feel free to call me Mitsuri. First name basis with a Hashira? FNG abort mission. But she did have a set of puppy dog eyes that were on par with Zenitsu's, and I attempted to play the only card I had in this situation, which was, I couldn't do something so disrespectful, and, yeah, laugh it up. I knew just how FNG hilarious that argument was. No, I insist, Rari-san. Oh, God, there was no getting out of this one, was there? I just have to be very FNG careful and never let that slip in front of Rengoku, because then he'd want to be on a first-name basis, too, and I super was not doing that, nope. It's always been strong for me to make friends, but it's nice to talk to someone so casually. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, I dunno if I'm doing all that much, but I'm glad to help. Though sometimes the number of people willing to tolerate my bullshit impressed me. Well, it wasn't like I was opposed to having another friend. If you're sure that's what you want, I'd be glad to be your friend, Mitsuri-san. Her expression lit up into a dazzling grin, and why the hell was everyone around me so pretty? Wasn't this supposed to be a shonen? If you can spare the time in your schedule, I'd be glad to answer your letters, too. Of course. No, Mitsuri said, almost bouncing in her seat. I'd love to keep talking, but I don't want to keep you here longer than necessary. Is it alright if I write to you about Abanai-san? Oh, you can tell me all about your other crush, too. Even thinking about Shimizu made me blush all over again, but Mitsuri's excitement was contagious. Oh, before you go, though, Rari-san, one more thing. I told you I have good instincts for this kind of stuff, right? I nodded, more out of acknowledgement than understanding what she was getting at, and Mitsuri waved me closer and whispered. I think Kaigaku-san likes you, too. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 28. Echoes of thunder, heard from a distance. Rari-senpai. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good with work. I already submitted my latest report, but I know you said to check in with you, so I'm doing that. Kei's been handling things well, like you said she would. She's got a good handle on her breathing style, plus she'd picked up some of the aspects of total concentration, constant even before I started drilling her on it. She mentioned the mission you were on together and was excited to hear that I'm your kōhai. I think you've managed to get a fan, Rari-senpai. Still, I think you had a point with what you mentioned before at headquarters. I've noticed that the demons we've been encountering have been a lot more aggressive these past few missions. Nothing too out of the way for Kei to handle, but there have been a few fights that were close for her skill level. She tends to just ask me for more training afterwards, so she seems to be handling it well, but I promise I'm keeping an eye on her. It sounds like your own mentoring is going well, so I'm glad to hear that the Michi kid isn't causing you any troubles. I worked with him once, and he couldn't even keep up with me. Didn't you mention that you'll check in with Oyakata-sama soon? Let me know if you need anything else, Rari-senpai. I'll be glad to help. I know I don't have any room to talk here, but I noticed that your last couple of letters have been a little shorter than usual. Are you doing okay? I know you're busy, so I don't want to add any stress to your plate, but I just want to make sure you're alright. Don't overwork yourself, Rari-senpai. You're doing plenty enough as it is. I just keep thinking about how you're doing, that's all. As long as you let me know you're okay, that's what matters most. Looking forward to your next letter, no matter how long it is. Kaigaku. Kaigaku. It's not that I've been trying to write shorter replies to you, I'm just always panicking over what to even say to you that won't be too much, which is just hilarious, I know. But what am I supposed to do? I've been panicking because I like you, it turns out. Do you like me back? Mitsuri-san says she thinks you do, and I don't know what to do about it. I keep thinking about the way you hugged me, the way your body felt in my arms. You've gotten stronger, and I keep getting distracted by thinking about just, you? I don't even know. I want to embrace you, I want to tear off your uniform to see your muscles that I could feel underneath. I either want to pin you against a wall or have you pin me against one, haven't quite decided which. Both sound appealing, and I'm indecisive as I don't often think like this, Kaigaku. Oh, sure, I'm not innocent by any means, but I've never had this much going on, and not about a specific person. I thought I skipped over the awkward horny teenage phase, fighting demons is kinda a DMN good distraction, you know, but I thought wrong I guess. I feel like it's a bit unfair to say that you did this to me, but, you did this to me, okay? So, yeah, half the time I have to stop myself from writing before I end up dumping one of those bombshells on you, so I hope you can understand why I've been short. Whenever I'm not being a thirsty AF beach, I still worry about writing something that will give it away. What if I tell you I like you and you don't like me back? We've just gotten back to being comfortable with each other, and I don't want to F that up. Plus I have this stupid guilt over everything. I'm a goddamn demon slayer. I could die any DMN day, it wouldn't be fair to do that to you. I have a program to run, a mentee to take care of. Like I said, I can't shake this feeling that something's coming, and here I am trying to figure out my love life. How goddamn selfish can I get? Want the kicker, Kaigaku? You're not the only person I like, and I'm too much of a pansy but to even think about committing to one of you. See? Indecisive. What a goddamn disaster. But I can't help but think about what it could be like if you were willing to work with that, and then the spiral just starts all over again. Hell, Kaigaku, I'm sorry if you do like me. No one should have to put up with this. At the end of the day, it's not like it matters, because I'm just writing this in some hope that it will help clear my head out and make it easier to give you the proper reply you deserve instead of my goddamn disaster of a mental state. So yeah. Good game, me. How about you try being a decent person now? Shaking the cramp out of my hand from gripping onto the brush so strong, I folded up my disaster of a letter, before inhaling with total concentration and tearing it down the middle. I stacked the pieces together and repeated the process several more times, sending violent ripping sounds through the small room and not stopping until I was left with a veritable pile of parchment-based confetti across the small desk the inn had. Rari-san? Michi asked, looking up from where he was reading a small book. You okay over there? Just venting some feelings, don't worry about it, Michi-san. Oh, okay. My child. It sounds like you've been making good progress with that program of yours. As you've requested, I included some additional notes on different breathing techniques for you to work on yourself and a few extra techniques to teach that student you've picked up. Out of the three of you, you've always had the best instincts for guiding others, so you don't need to fuss much. I don't know what you did to get Kaigaku to write home, but you have my thanks. It's good to hear from all three of my apprentices on a regular basis. I also don't know what you did to get him to participate in your program without a fuss, but I'm glad to hear that, as well. Make sure you get Zenitsu to help when he's a high enough rank. The three of you need all the practice you can get. This is the first summer I've had to go through without any of you being home. I thought I'd appreciate the peace and quiet, but even this old man needs a little excitement. There are more peaches than I know what to do with, and there's just so much shogi I can play before the quiet catches up to me. I know you're busy with all your responsibilities, but if you ever pass by home, I wouldn't be opposed to your company for a bit. Retirement doesn't quite suit me as much as I thought it would. Kawajima Jigoro. Senpai. Thank you for the birthday present. It looks like you've been practicing with the flower crowns. I super appreciate it, so don't worry that it's not something I can keep for a long time. I'm just glad that you took the time to think of me and make one. I wish you could have come back to Butterfly Manor, but I get that you're busy. I miss seeing you around, senpai, but I promise I'm working strong. Tanjiro's been passing me and Inosuke training tips that he's learning from Rengoku-san, so we've been practicing with those. Kaneo-chan and Aoi-chan and the rest of the girls at Butterfly Manor have been helping us out between missions, too, so we're doing our best over here. I know you said that Michi's been okay since you picked him up as your mentee, but I'm still worried about it. I know you can handle yourself, senpai, but I don't want you to get in trouble if he says anything again. Promise me you won't lie just for my sake about what's going on there. I know I shouldn't say this, but I don't have a problem fighting him again if I need to. Let me know whenever you get the chance to swing by our way again, senpai. I'll be looking forward to it, and I'll make you a new flower crown in return. Plus I want you to see what else I've been working on in training, since I've been trying new stuff myself. Everyone else wants to see you, too, so try not to take too long if you can manage it. Hope to see you soon, senpai. Zenitsu. Kaigaku. Here's the honest reason my letters to you have been short: I like you. In a romantic sense. Let's just make that clear. You have no obligation to like me back, but I think you might. Mitsuri-san thinks you might, too, for what that's worth. She seems sure of it, which isn't a clear reason, but the possibility is driving me up the goddamn wall. Let's be real, Kaigaku, you've always been a little rough around social interaction. Considering what you told me about how you grew up, that's overall reasonable. I'm sure life's been beyond different for you than it has for me, so I'm not blaming you. But whenever I look back I can't help but think you're a little bit softer around me than other people. You helped me get to the Wisteria house when we had our mission together, you bought me a beret that I don't even want to know how expensive it was, you're willing to help out with my mentee program when I couldn't even imagine you doing something like that just a year ago. It's awful of me to assume, but is all that because you like me? Or am I dumbass and reading far too into you doing your due diligence to me as your senpai? If we were together in person, I could just ask, because you know how my mouth is, but it seems that when it comes to letters, I'm a coward, so yeah. Me running around in circles for ages. Let's see if I can write the rest of this without dying. Do you like me? In a romantic sense. Let's make that clear. If so, are you interested in dating at all? If so, how about dating me? If not, are you willing to at least let me embrace you once so I can stop thinking about it? No, scratch that last one. If I embraced you once, I'm sure I'd just make myself want to do it more. Additional questions, then. If we did go out, what would you even want out of a relationship? Do you want something exclusive? Marriage? I've never thought much about it before, but I think I might be polyamorous, someone that wants to have CNSNS and TMT relationships with more than one partner. That's still up in the air. If I am, would that be something you'd be comfortable with? Fun fact, Kaigaku, I'm blushing so strong right now that Michi-san just went and got some water for me. Funny enough, I still have some shame left in me. You know, this isn't too bad. Hell, I think I might be okay with asking all of this if it weren't for one other fact. I like someone else, too. Once again, in a romantic sense. Let's make that clear. Please never mention this to Zenitsu, because I'm a massive hypocrite, but I've had a crush on Shimizu-chan since I met her, like an utter mess. You've met her at least the one time, so you know how pretty she is. Of course, if it were just an aesthetic attraction, it would be one thing, but it's just gotten worse since I've come to know her, so I'm in just as deep with her as I am with you, and it's a little bit overwhelming, if I'm being honest. And just to be clear, you're attractive, too, Kaigaku. Hell, you're super hot, and I feel like a dumbass for taking this long to notice it. While it's the better move when it comes to, you know, keeping yourself safe since the uniform's durable and all that, it's almost a shame you keep the jacket buttoned up, because keeping your kimono open back when we were still at home was a DMN good look for you, and I want to sink my teeth into your collarbone so bad. My groan echoed off the in-room's walls, and I let the brush tumble out of my hands, ink splattering from bristles to parchment. My head hit the desk next. Michi-san let out a startled yelp at the sudden thonk, while Tadashi ruffled his feathers. Rari. Deliver letter? Not FNG chance. Rari-san. Thanks again so much for writing to me again, I appreciate it a lot. It's been super fun to read your letters between patrol and missions. Makes me all excited. I'm sure there's a chance that you've heard so already, but I thought I'd let you know that we're working on setting up some Hashira training sessions. It's going to be a little bit tricky with our schedules, but Oyakata-sama has been organizing arrangements to help balance out our patrols and the like. I've started compiling some ideas, and Rengoku-san's been strong at work, too. I know that you're working with your own mentee, but both of you are welcome to come by whenever we get started. And if you want, I can pull some strings to have Kaigaku-san or Urokodaki-san come over when you do. Speaking of which, have you asked Kaigaku-san anything yet? I think you should. Based on what you wrote to me about so far, I'm even more sure that he's interested in you. Look at what he said back at headquarters. How about we strike a deal? If you confess to Kaigaku-san, I'll do my best to confess to Abanai-san. How's that sound? Now that I wrote it, I don't think I'm ready for anything like that just yet. But if you want to go for it, I support you. I haven't had the chance to see Abanai-san in a while, but he has been writing to me, so that's great. To tell the truth, I've been collecting his letters, but please don't tell anyone that. We're planning on going out to eat together the next time we can, though. I promise I'll tell you all about it. It's also been fun to hear about Urokodaki-san as well. I hope that I'll be able to meet her in person sometime soon. Don't worry, though. I promise that if I meet her without you around, I won't say anything, but maybe I can try to gauge how she feels about you. Of course, I won't do it without your permission. I'm just excited to see how things work out for you. You're a wonderful person, Rari-san, so I'm sure at least one of them will return your feelings. Please send me any other updates you have whenever you get the chance. I'll keep doing my best, so you do the same, Rari-san. Kanroji Mitsuri. Rari. We've compiled the base progress reports from the mentorship program into a short summary for this month. I know that you're handling missions in the field, but I thought you might appreciate at least seeing how things are progressing. There's nothing you need to worry about just yet. We can discuss things in more detail sometime in the next few months. Keep up the good work. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Kaigaku. What if I said I wanted to make out with you? Huh, just kidding. Unless. No, 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 no. Rari. Apologies for sending you a letter without any prior warning, and even more so since it doesn't have anything to do with activities for the Demon Slayer Corps. I debated on and off for a while if I should send this, considering my own duties, but, in the end, I decided that I should. I've been thinking a lot about what you said when we talked in person, about how our bodies don't have anything to do with who we end up being. The idea is new to me, but it has got me thinking about who I am. Perhaps this is disgraceful behavior, considering that I should be focusing my full attention on succeeding father. I assume you can understand the feeling, as someone who is also a successor to an important position. Despite my duty, I do still have some free time to myself, so I would like to learn more about this. I tried talking to mother and father about this, and, while they seemed understanding, they also said they didn't know much about the idea, so they couldn't offer much help. Would you be willing to discuss these things with me? You seemed so self-assured whenever you said you weren't a boy or a girl, like it was that simple. If possible, I'd like to know more about how you came to understand that about yourself. That said, Rari, please don't think of this as a requirement as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is simply a request from Ubuyashiki Kiriya as myself, not as the successor to my father. Don't rush to answer if you don't have the time for it. I'll be awaiting your potential reply. Ubuyashiki Kiriya. Kaigaku. Sorry for taking a while to get back a reply. I don't want to make you worry anymore, but I promise I'm doing all right. Like you mentioned, there's a lot going on, so it's been tricky to write out longer answers since I've been getting a lot of correspondence lately. It seems that I've gotten popular, though I can't imagine why. I'm glad to hear that you and Kei-san are getting along well. Oyakata-sama is sending me basic updates, and it sounds like everyone else is doing well. Thanks for filling out all your paperwork and reports. I appreciate all your strong work. Does Kei-san look up to me, though? If you're not joking, please break that habit. You should know that I'm an awful influence. She deserves better. I've been getting along well on this end, too. Michi-san has been performing pretty well. I managed to get someone a little bit higher ranked since Oyakata-sama wanted to see what benefits we can do for the mid-tiers. Still, I'm a little worried that there are people who can get this high ranked without learning the more advanced total concentration skills. I guess something like that just proves that we need this kind of program, which is good for me, then. Still concerning for everyone else, though, but we're working on it. It sounds like it'll be a little bit longer before Oyakata-sama and I meet up again, but that doesn't make the possibility any less nerve-wracking. He's just got such a presence that catches me off guard every time. If I could make up an excuse to have you as my backup again, I would do it, if you were willing to help me out, of course. I've noticed that the demons we've been facing have been more aggressive, too. Like I said, Michi-san's more mid-rank, but it's still never a good time whenever the enemy you're up against doesn't want to let up. I'm just trying to have faith in myself that I'll be able to put up a good enough fight, no matter what comes our way. If I'm being honest, I keep thinking about how you're doing, too. Spending time together back at headquarters just made me realize how much I miss your company. I'm looking forward to when we can see each other in person again. Stay safe, Kaigaku. I'll try my best to do the same. Rari. Tadashi chirruped, tilting his head as I attached the letter to his leg, my face flushing hot. Rari? Sick? Wisteria House? No, I'm fine. Just, deliver it before I chicken out, okay? If Tadashi wasn't such a sweetheart, would have suspected that his next call was laughing at me. Rari-kun. It's been way too long since we've seen each other. If I didn't know better, I'd say that the Corps was trying to keep us all apart, since you haven't been able to see Zenitsu-kun or any of the others lately either. Still, I know you've been working strong, so I want to let you know that I've been cheering you on. I may not be high enough of a rank to serve as a mentor, but I have been working on something with Rengoku-sama. I'm going to be helping him and Tanjiro-kun out with an upcoming mission soon. You said that you've met Yuzui-sama, right? We'll be working with him. It sounds like Zenitsu-kun and Inosuke-kun will be coming along with us, too. I promise that I'll keep an eye out for them, so you can count on me. Once we're done, though, we should make plans to meet up again, whatever it takes to make that happen. Maybe I'll ask Rengoku-sama to pull some strings or something. Your letters are great, but I do miss seeing you in person. Whenever we get the chance, would you be willing to swing my way and have a talk over another cup of coffee with me? I'd like that a lot. I'll give you an update when we finish up this mission, so keep an eye out for that letter, Rari-kun. Yours. Shimizu. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 29. Interlude. Happiness is something that everyone wishes to have. Urokadaki Shimizu is a name that doesn't belong to anyone until she picks it up for herself, albeit it's in pieces. The given name comes first, though there's no ceremony to it whatsoever. In fact, there's no ceremony to anything about the whole situation, including how she ended up there in the first place. She should be dead. That was the plan anyways. But there she is, still alive. There aren't even wounds or scars to prove that she once decided to leave the land of the living. Considering that she woke up what seemed like seconds after the moment that she should have been gone for, did she even die? It doesn't seem like it. Well, at least her body's right this time, so that's a plus. What's less a plus is that she has no idea where she even is. Not America, that's for sure. Also not modern day by the looks of things. Oh, hell, this is one of those reincarnated in another world things, isn't it? This was not what she asked for in any way, shape or form, but it's what she's getting, so she needs to at least figure out what she's going to do about it. Step 1. Get a name that isn't her old one. She has no qualms whatsoever never thinking about her old name again, so it's not like that's a big loss. Just like every isekai'd into an anime fanfiction ever, she's in Japan, so she should pick out a name that matches that. She thinks through a few names and lands on Shimizu since it belonged to a cute anime girl, once upon a future time. If she's going to do this, she's going to embrace the stupidity of the situation. It seems her new body is in complete support of this approach. In terms of height and build, she's about the same as before with the obvious proportion changes and whatnot. Her hair and eyes are now a brilliant teal. She has a face that's pretty enough that she's surprised she doesn't have shoujo sparkles following her around. Thinking about genre leads Shimizu to the ever-important step 2, figuring out where the hell she even is. Based on what she's seen before, this is historical fiction of some sort, which, assuming that she is in a piece of media and not some other random universe, narrows down the pool, if not quite enough to give a guaranteed answer. The good news is that it doesn't take long at all to get the essential clue she needs. A passing person on the street, dressed in a black uniform with a Gakuren-style jacket and somewhat poofy breathes. The kanji for destroy stitched into the back, a sword hanging at their waist. Kimetsu no Yaiba it is, then. Enter step 3, figure out what the heck she's going to do about it. Shimizu's first instinct is to wander around and end up in a demon's path by coincidence. Wouldn't death by supernatural creature be much more permanent than, well. No, if this is anything, it's proof that I'm just going to get SEKED into something else, even if I do die. It wouldn't be so bad if she could just ditch her memories of the last time, but there's no guarantee about anything. Hell, the end of the manga even had reincarnation in it. Delaying the inevitable is just going to wear her out. And besides, I've read enough insert fics to know how the emotional crisis goes. Even if I don't care if I live, I shouldn't abandon the lives of other people, because they're people, not just characters. Yes, I know, I get it. So if I'm going to accomplish anything, I gotta figure out if we're in canon at all yet. And the best way to accomplish that is toss myself into the middle of everything and become a demon slayer. I know. Maybe, she can't help but wonder, if she dies doing something heroic this time, the universe will let her rest in peace. The easiest way to get a gauge on the plot is to find the protagonist. Lucky for her, Shimizu binged Kimetsu no Yaiba not too long ago in celebration of the manga finishing up, so a lot of the details are still fresh in her mind. Sajurayama is where Urokodaki Sakanji cultivates new demon slayers, where Kamado Tanjiro trained, not to mention it's one of the few locations in canon that gets a name, so it's somewhere solid to head other than just wandering around and hoping she gets SEKED up in the plot. If nothing else, the fact that the Demon Slayer Corps are still active means that canon's not over yet, and the weather feels like summerish. Shimizu doesn't have the timeline memorized by any means, but she does sort of remember there being snow during the final battle, so there's at least a half a year before things go down, assuming that things have even started yet. Which, it turns out, they haven't. There's no sign whatsoever of the Kamado siblings present, which is the first clue. The second is that Urokodaki seems reluctant to take on another apprentice, which is, well, yeah, Shimizu doesn't blame him. Having most of your students get slaughtered will do that to you. Hell, knowing that Tanjiro hasn't shown up yet and the hand demon is still wandering around final selection is almost enough to make Shimizu want to run for the hills. Come on. You're scared of dying? Give me a break. So Shimizu introduces herself in full politeness like her newfound Japanese fluency allows her to, and asks to be Urokodaki's apprentice. Given her knowledge of the series, it's not too strong to mention that she heard rumors that he could help with fighting demons, make up some revenge story or another about losing her family to one. Urokodaki Sakanji is a harsh trainer, but a nice man, so he accepts Shimizu under his care, and then Shimizu's far too exhausted to even think about regretting her actions. It doesn't matter how much Shimizu knows about Kimetsu no Yaiba and total concentration breathing, learning to do it still SCKS. But, piece by piece, Shimizu picks up the basics of water breathing and, piece by piece, learns how to survive, though training feels a lot more like death than actual death did, which is some utter bull. You were a champ to keep pushing through this, Tanjiro. Mad respect to shonen protagonists for putting up with this, holy cow. Whenever Shimizu isn't dying, she's working on logging everything she can remember about canon in a notebook that Urokodaki-san lets her use, in English, of course. It'll be far less of a pain to explain writing in a foreign language instead of trying to come up with an excuse for all the junk she knows. Urokodaki-san seems to respect her privacy, so she's not worried, but better safe than sorry. The plot of the anime isn't too disastrous. Given the levels the series goes to later on, there aren't any major catastrophes, save for what happens to the Kamado family. If Shimizu had any clue where they lived, she'd go and try to help, but checking every mountain town in Japan in an age with minimal motor vehicle transport is just not practical. Learning to use a sword so she can help with later events is much more pertinent. Shimizu takes quick notes on the anime, opening act, training, final selection. The hand demon is the first major roadblock, which is not encouraging in the slightest. Sure would be hilarious if Shimizu decided to live and she couldn't even make it past the test to become a demon slayer. Assume that you'll make it. What comes after that? A pile of demon encounters is what? The swamp demon with 3 bodies and a collection of hairpins, Tanjiro Itsudan in Tokyo, encounters Kabutsuji Muzan, meets Tamayo-san and Yashiro, fights the Temari girl and the arrow guy, then it's the drum house where the squad assembles, a short break before Spider Mountain, with 5 total demons, including the Lower Moon 5, Rui. Nezuko gets exposed, there's a training arc and transition. Muzan destroys the Lower Moons, credits roll. And then there's the manga continuum and Mugen Train, and, well, hello Heartbreak. Lower Moon 1, Enmu, with a dream-based BLD demon art. Upper Moon 3, Akaza, who kills Flame Hashira Rengoku Kaijuro. The first major character death and a big blow to the Demon Slayer Corps in general. Is it possible to save Rengoku? Sure, fics do that thing all the time, but is it possible for one person, someone who's just now training to become a Demon Slayer, mind you, to make enough of a difference against someone as powerful as Akaza, a demon who died in the end because he chose to surrender? Get information down. That's all you need to do right now. The Red Light District Arc, versus the Upper Moon 6, Daki, siblings Ume and Jotaro, who need to be beheaded at the same time or they'll keep each other alive. That battle, Sound Hashira Yozui Tengen loses his hand? Foot? Something that makes him retire. Then there's the Swordsman Village arc. Tanjiro gets a new sword, and there's 212 Kazuki at that fight, Upper 5 and Upper 4. Shimizu can't remember their names, but she remembers their powers, one that can split into multiple beings and whose true body is super tiny, the other with his art jars and fish aesthetic. Between Tanjiro, Genya, and 2 Hashira, there's not a lot of substantial damage, and Nezuko even becomes immune to sunlight, which kicks things into gear for Hashira training in the final plotline. Ugh, Infinity Castle. So much FNG heartbreak. Shimizu couldn't even go a week while reading the updates without sobbing. But she does her best to remember, logging as much information as possible. The abilities and backstories of the Upper Moons 1, 2, and 3, plus the replacements for 4 and 6. The strategies that end in victories, the many, many deaths of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shimizu ends up crying all over again as she records the fights in the castle, plus the battle with Muzan after. During Countdown to Sunrise. Like, CRP, these are actual people who are going to die, and it'll be for the sake of wiping out all demons, but still. I'm the only one that knows about this. It's just me. So I'm responsible for trying to stop this. Can I even stop any of this? Shimizu has an existential crisis that doesn't pair well in the slightest with Urokodaki's training whatsoever. At the end of that winter and the start of spring, the Kamadu siblings arrive. Seeing Urokodaki in person was a little jarring, sure, but that impact can also be attributed to the fact that the man runs around in a literal Tengu mask all the time, one that's actual carved wood and not a cosplay substitute. Tanjiro and Nezuko seem a little bit more surreal. The iconic clothes patterns, the pink of Nezuko's eyes, Tanjiro's scar, not yet in the pattern of his Demon Slayer mark, their once animated faces now in reality. There's not much room to interact with Nezuko, seeing as that she's down for the count in her 2-year power nap. Tanjiro, though. Tanjiro is every bit as much of a sweetheart in person as his portrayal in the anime, and it breaks Shimizu's heart to know what he's going to have to go through over the next few years. What's even worse is that, once Shimizu shares her own, very made-up, motivation for training to defeat demons, Tanjiro extends some of his kindness and worry to her as well when he's already got so much on his plate. For the most part, though, the two of them are focused on their training. Just like with Tanjiro, Urokodaki sets her on the task to cut a freaking boulder in half. If Shimizu hadn't already seen the series, she wouldn't think anything like this was possible, but, well, total concentration breathing is kinda broken. Sure, she has to practice like heck to get it to work, but the moment she breathes the right way and has the trail of water follow her blade is exhilarating. Supernatural powers unlocked through breathing, check. How it works isn't anywhere near as important as the fact that she can do it, just one of the thousands of things she has to worry about down. Even with that out of the way, though, controlling the technique enough to get through the boulder is its own challenge, but Shimizu manages that, too, and without the help of any ghost children. Yeah, being flippant about it doesn't help. Everything with Sabito and Mikomo and the rest of Urokadaki's students is just sad. So Shimizu's not surprised in the slightest whenever she shows off her clean-cut boulder and Urokadaki hesitates to congratulate her. You said if I could do this, then you'd recommend me for final selection, Shimizu says, not giving him an option to say otherwise. If you don't, I'll just go there on my own. Please, Urokadaki-san. I need to go and do this. Urokadaki sighs and retrieves a fox mask from a cabinet, the appealing wave patterns painted on the surface. Take this, at least, Shimizu. It should help keep you safe. Shimizu bites the inside of her cheek and accepts, not trusting her voice enough to speak. Final selection itself feels way more critical than it should be. Life or death isn't a concern as far as Shimizu is concerned. However, it's also a good point to figure out if it's even possible to change canon in the first place. In theory, it should be within Shimizu's ability to beat the hand demon. She received the same training as Tanjiro, who defeated him while fresh off of Sajiriyama. The problem is that Tanjiro is the protagonist. That's kind of an unfair advantage, not to mention his unknowing experience with sun breathing and his general physical ability thanks to cutting down trees for coal and other such chores. Having gone through the same training means that Shimizu knows that it's not like he's been good at it since the moment he started. Heck, right now, he's still training against Sabito. Still, Shimizu can't help but worry that there's a possibility that the pull of canon/destiny/whatever is so powerful that there's no way to impact anything. Well, either I succeed in killing this thing or I die. That's about how it goes. Being one of Urokadaki's students means that Shimizu's an obvious target for the hand demon, but once the test starts, she can't bring herself to put on her fox mask. It's beyond stupid. She was so willing to die not that long ago. Did a few years change that much? The realization is such a shock that Shimizu almost runs right into a proper test level demon. She manages to defeat it, but she's still shaken. I want to live. Shimizu's hands are trembling, light rippling across her borrowed sword as it quivers under the moonlight. There hasn't been much time while training and trying to recall every possible canon detail she can to think about much else like her own feelings. Right in the middle of the literal murder mountain of a test, Shimizu starts crying, overwhelmed by it all. Wow, caring again hurts way more than it should. No wonder she gave it up. The first morning is a godsend, and Shimizu half sleeps, half has another existential crisis. After taking a power nap and getting some food in her stomach, hooray for old camping trips and some tips from Urokadaki and Tanjiro, she feels a little better. At the very least, she has enough resolve to do her best to make it through the final selection, though the fox mask still weighs heavy inside her Haori. It's on the second night that she meets Rari. It's not the best first impression out there. Shimizu is trying to fight a demon when the enemy runs. Not wanting to leave them to run into some other candidate, Shimizu takes chase, and manages to corral the enemy right into someone else who was just trying to sneak in some food. At least no one gets hurt, and the demon goes down without too much of a struggle. This other candidate is a thunder-breathing user, and the triangle patterns on their Haori make Shimizu pause for a moment, because she's seen that design before, though in different colors. This person's name is Rari, which means nothing in the larger scheme of things. There was no canon character with that name in Kimetsu no Yaiba, but it's not like that matters. This is a flesh and blood person. Just because they weren't in a manga doesn't mean that they matter any less. And on top of that, there's a chance they might be. Shimizu wasn't expecting to run into any story connections during this test, so she didn't review her plot notes, but even she remembers the major cast without any issues. After an agreement to team up and surviving the second night, though, it's safe enough to strike up casual conversation. Shimizu asks about Rari's training, and that confirms it. They're also a student of Kawajima Jigoro, which, more important than anything else, means that they're the senpai of Zenitsu and Kaigaku. There was no mention of anyone like this in the manga, but Shimizu's not surprised. There are so many people who weren't relevant to the plot, so why would they get any attention? Even with Urokadaki's many lost students, just Sabito and Mikomo got names. Maybe there were other students of Kawajima's who died, who just didn't get anywhere. Things like that are inconsequential to the stories of the boy with shattered self-confidence who grew and developed Thunder Breathing's new seventh form, to the demon slayer who sacrificed his humanity to live and became the Upper Moon 6. But this isn't a story anymore, and Rary is very real, and if you have kōhai, you should take care of them, Shimizu says, and Rary blinks at the sudden piece of unsolicited advice. Still, it's the one thing that Shimizu can think to say without spilling the beans about her situation, and she comes up with enough of an excuse that Rary doesn't question it any further, instead turning the conversation to Shimizu's own training, and that just brings up the hand demon. By all rights, Rary should abandon Shimizu, but they don't. Instead, they decide to team up with her to fight, which is out of nowhere enough that Shimizu ends up crying all over again. The point of this test is to survive, and yet Rary has no hesitation running right into death to help Shimizu, to try and help their kōhai. No matter what happens, I need to keep them alive. At least for Zenitsu and Kaigaku's sake. The battle against the hand demon isn't easy. Both Shimizu and Rary get knocked around a bit, but, in the end, he's defeated, his soul set free. Tanjiro won't need to fight the demon, and Sabito and Mikomo and all the others can rest in peace. And, on top of everything, that means it's possible to change canon events, which means there are so many other people's lives who can be saved if Shimizu plays her cards right. So, yeah, she cries again. If anyone wants to blame her, they can talk after they've survived a fight with a demon. The fact of it alone is enough to make Shimizu more than a little bit excited. She's in an actual anime, she's got superpowers, and she can change the plot. Making it through final selection just adds to her overall high, which makes her beyond giddy when it comes to picking out her I'm going to get a Nichiren sword, holy CRP. Oh, sure, it's a chunk of metal right now, but it's going to be a sword. Which she knows how to use to do super cool things. And it's possible to change the plot, there's so much potential. Shimizu's so caught up in the excitement that she almost misses the moment whenever Rary decides to tell off the literal children of the Demon Slayer Corps' leader about not maintaining the testing ground to let something like the hand demon even exist. Yeah, nothing even close to that happened in canon, considering that Tanjiro still had a dramatic battle sequence. The chances that Rary would have just died in the canon timeline are looking a little more likely. Considering that Shimizu and they are friends now, that's not an idea that she wants to consider. Well, they're alive now. That's good. Let's hope they can do some good with Zenitsu and Kaigaku. Half worried about that whole plotline, which doesn't have anywhere near enough canon content to help Shimizu to work on fixing things, half wanting to keep in touch otherwise, Shimizu asks to exchange letters with Rary and heads back to Sakurayama. There's no Nezuko kicking down the door to welcome her back, but there is Tanjiro picking up Shimizu's scent and Urokadaki pausing in shock before hugging her when he realizes that his first student since Tomioka has come back alive. Maybe it's a little cheap of a victory, considering that Shimizu had a heads up, but she's not complaining since it means Tanjiro will be able to make it through final selection in peace. One less trial in a very long year of suffering for him. Shimizu-san, Tanjiro whispers that night whenever everyone's gone to bed. Shimizu rolls over in her futon, squinting through the dark and past Nezuko to where Tanjiro is. What is it, Tanjiro-kun? I understand if you don't want to answer, but I've been wondering, are you okay? Shimizu stills, sking in a gasp. Sometimes she's so focused on the fact that Tanjiro's soon going to be walking into a constant state of danger that she forgets he'd be concerned for her, too. While we've known each other, you've had such a sad smell about you. When you came back, it was a little different, but you started to seem sad again, so, I just wanted to check that you're alright. Oh, Tanjiro-kun, sweetie, that's the depression. But it's also that you're going to go through so many more awful things, and my heart can't take it whatsoever. I smelled different than usual, though, she asks, curious. If Tanjiro's nose has picked something out, then she's willing to trust it. What was it like? If I had to describe it any certain way, I'd say, a little lighter than what I smell most of the time. Like you weren't as weighed down as usual. Shimizu mulls that over. Would something as simple as an adrenaline high be enough to change her smell that much? Other than acknowledging it existed, there weren't a lot of details in the manga when it comes to how Tanjiro's super smell works. I know you're going to be heading out to be a proper demon slayer soon, but if there's anything I can do, let me know, okay? You were kind to trust me and Nezuko when we showed up, so I want to return the favor. Pure cinnamon roll too good for this godforsaken world. Thanks, Tanjiro-kun. I appreciate it. And she does. Considering that Shimizu could screw up a lot by being here, after all, if canon can change for the good, there's no reason that it can't change for the worse, too, which is a just charming thought to have. It's nice to know that at least Tanjiro doesn't see her as a burden, even if he doesn't know her full circumstances. Whenever I leave here, would you mind writing me? It'll be nice to keep in touch with someone. And also to know where in the plot they are at any given time, because there's going to be a lot to do. Oh, of course. I wanted to write to you anyways, Shimizu-san. It occurs to Shimizu that Tanjiro, as in, actual Kamado Tanjiro, thinks of her as a friend, which is extra surreal on top of the already surreal situation that is her life. Since the windows are boarded up for Nezuko's sake, there's not enough light to see with, but it's not that strong to imagine him with that soft little smile on his face. If you don't mind, though, if you hear anything about how to maybe change Nezuko back into a human. Shimizu thinks of Tamayo and everything she'll sacrifice to help the Kamado siblings, to defeat Muzan. She thinks of Nezuko, who will pull through and regain her humanity, of how Tanjiro will come so close to losing his. Shimizu considers dropping a hint for Tanjiro to go to Asakusa whenever he gets the chance, just in case the story she knows has no bearing on what's happening in this reality that she's stumbled into. But for now, there's no way to bring that up, so Shimizu tucks it away for later and smiles. Somehow, the expression feels a bit more natural than she expected. If I find anything out, Tanjiro-kun, I'll be sure to let you know. She hopes that he can't smell that she's hiding something from him. If he does, he never brings it up. Shimizu's excitement further blasts off whenever she realizes that her sword has arrived, half panics when she realizes that the infamous Haganazuka Hataru is her swordsmith and all the trouble that consists of, and then gets excited all over again whenever she at long last gets the Nichiren sword in her hand and watches the pure silver metal change color. Blue is a little bit basic, sure, but Shimizu doesn't mind. For how rough all the training was, she likes the way water breathing feels as a style, the flexibility it offers. Haganazuka seems a little bit disappointed. Just you wait a little bit longer, buddy. Urokodaki looks content enough, and Tanjiro is outright ecstatic for her, even if he doesn't have a full grasp on what the colors of the blades mean. Nezuko, wrapped up in her blanket burrito, watches in interest through the gap in the door to the bedroom. Urokodaki pats Shimizu's head and congratulates her. Whenever she receives her first official missive via her new Kasugai crow, the message calls her Urokodaki Shimizu, and she straight up cries right then and there, surprising a precise count of no one whatsoever. The addition of a family name makes her feel a little bit more connected to this place, a little bit more like she belongs here. And then it's time to head out on a mission, Tanaka leading the way, and Shimizu tries to figure out just how she's going to even start to influence the plot. All things considered, nothing too awful happens in the anime timeline, so she should focus on figuring out some way or another to be involved with Mugen Train, not to mention be strong enough to maybe make a difference. So Shimizu focuses on her missions and parses through her notes when she gets the chance. While she was never one for training arcs, she did manage to remember that total concentration, constant, was a thing. Before, it seemed obvious, but now that she understands what total concentration takes out of a person, it feels beyond ridiculous. She tries, though, but it's beyond tricky to get down, and even more so when she's traveling half the time and on missions during the rest. Gotta focus. Gotta get down the Tanjiro boom boom. And then Shimizu manages to get into a not-so-great scuffle with a demon that's not one of the 12 Kazuki but still manages to rip her uniform apart. The final status condition on that fight happens to be a victory with a critical HP bar in the form of a not-so-fun gash across Shimizu's stomach, and it's thanks to the help of a Kikuchi that she makes it to a wisteria house. Lying around in a bed and recovering is not what Shimizu would call anything close to helping do something worthwhile about the plot, but at least Tanjiro and the others spent their fair share of the series recovering, too. After a few days of medical care and bed rest, another core member joins Shimizu in the infirmary, and it's a familiar face. Rari has broken their arm, but otherwise seems to be doing okay. While it's unfortunate circumstances, it's nice to have the company. It's less nice to have a reminder that Rari is also vulnerable, can be harmed. If their mission had gone a little bit worse, they could have been gone, and that's not something Shimizu wants to think about. Not just for Zenitsu and Kaigaku's sake, but for hers, too. While they both recover, Shimizu decides to mention total concentration, constant to Rari in hopes that the skill will serve them well. Rari's reaction is just as disbelieving as Shimizu expected, but they decide to give it their best anyway, and that determination helps give Shimizu the mental boost she needed to buckle down and get serious as well. By the time they've both healed up, Shimizu and Rari both have total concentration, constant under their belts, which is an excellent step in the right direction. If nothing else, Rari is a little stronger, a little more likely to survive, so that's good. Of course, there's still reason to worry. The next time Shimizu sees Rari, a few months have passed, and they're injured again, though this time it's nothing as serious as a broken bone. A rolled ankle is child's play in comparison to the other kinds of injuries demon slayers can end up with. Still, there is a moment that makes Shimizu pause, even as she listens to Rari. Accompanying them is none other than Kaigaku, whom Shimizu needs no introduction for. He's recognizable, thanks to the choker and magatama around his neck, but it's still strange to see him as a human, his eyes clean and clear of any kanji, when most of his very limited page time in canon was as a demon, even stranger to see him with a bruise marring his face from whatever he and Rari dealt with on their mission. Shimizu is once again struck by how little it seems to matter that she knows things from canon when there's no way to bring it up. Kaigaku hasn't become a demon yet, there's still at least a few months until then, considering that he had an interaction with Zenitsu after the latter became a slayer if she's remembered right, and Tanjiro hasn't tested yet, but it's going to happen by the year's end. How could she even bring up that it will happen and give him a warning without being suspicious as heck? So I know you don't know me, but I'm your senpai's friend and I come from another timeline where I saw what was going to happen in the future thanks to a manga, and you're going to become an antagonist. It'd be super great if that didn't happen, though, so maybe be extra careful when you go out on missions, okay? Yeah, no, there's no good way to do this. Staring at Kaigaku ahead and outpacing her on the road, Shimizu laments her inability to do anything helpful about the situation all the way back to the wisteria house. There's just too much tragedy in Kimetsu no Yaiba, and so little that can be done about it. At least with major plot events, Shimizu has enough of an idea of when things are happening. With Kaigaku, there's so few clues at all, and there's even less chance that Shimizu will be around to contribute in any way, shape or form. Even if she were, what the hell could she do against Kokushibo, the Upper Moon one? If nothing else, though, it seems like Rari is a good influence. In what limited context canon gave, Kaigaku was rude and dismissive of anyone he didn't think was worth the time, but he at least gave a performative greeting whenever Rari elbowed him, plus he's putting in the effort to make sure they get treated for a minor injury. Of course, none of that guarantees anything in the long run, but it's still potential. Unless having his senpai die helped him spiral. If Shimizu thinks of Reri dying one more time, she might just scream without giving anyone context or the chance to question it. She can't let theories distract her from the facts that she does know. Worrying about Kaigaku won't help, not since Reri seems to get along with him good enough. As long as Reri's still around, maybe things will work out okay. And if they don't, well, it's not like it'll be the first time I go ahead and blame myself for everything. I at least know what to expect. And with that cheerful thought, Shimizu sneezes, more than ready for some medicine and some rest. Time goes on, and Shimizu receives a letter from Tanjiro, indicating that he's passed final selection and that Nezuko's woken up, which is both exciting and terrifying news. On the one hand, Shimizu fighting the hand demon didn't mess up Tanjiro's plotline. On the other hand, it's now time for the capital P plotline to start, which means every day is one less until the next tragedy unfurls. And then Tanaka swoops in with a mission that has Natagumoyama as its destination, and Shimizu can't help but wonder if this is where her very short second life comes to an end, because there are just so many things on this mountain that can kill her. If it's not one demon, it's the other, and if it's not that demon, there's still 3 more to go, with Rui as the most dangerous option of them all. So many ways to die, so little time. God, I hate this, Shimizu says, but Tanaka just guides her to the destination like usual, so this is her life now. If nothing else, getting involved in this mission will be a good opportunity to keep track of Tanjiro so Shimizu can maybe do something about the impending threat of Mugen Train, but that kinda assumes that Shimizu's going to survive the literal worst mountain across both her lifetimes. Lucky. For her, she doesn't end up with one of the groups that got controlled like puppets. A little less lucky for her, the group of slayers she heads in with gets scattered, and soon Shimizu's stuck alone in the woods with no one for backup. Each step is a fresh opportunity to remember all the awful ways it's possible to die, melted in a cocoon. Crushed by Spider Dad. Turned into a literal spider. Neck snapped by puppet strings. Sliced to ribbons by spider webbing, and Shimizu can't help but debate if it'd be much more worth it to just bail and hope she can send a message of warning to headquarters, asking for the help of Hashira since there's no guarantee that they know already. And then a loud voice shouts, "Senpai," and Shimizu has to try not to jump right out of her skin as a figure comes barreling through the trees. There's no one that calls her that. It seemed a little silly to call herself Tanjiro's senpai when she didn't help much in his training, so she wasn't sure who to expect, but it does end up being someone she couldn't mistake for anyone else. Agatsuma Zenitsu, in the flesh, and yet another canon character for Shimizu to encounter. Several pieces of information flash through Shimizu's mind in succession, that if Zenitsu's here, then so's the rest of Protag Squad, which means Tomioka and Shinobu will arrive soon enough, that it's likely they're near the lair of the older brother Spider Demon, who is the grossest of the bunch. Shimizu is not accepting constructive criticism on her thesis at this time. That one of Zenitsu's major character traits was his unfortunate habit of hitting on any girl in the immediate vicinity. Except, whenever they introduce themselves, there's no real sign of that. Zenitsu gives a polite enough introduction, and then he asks if Reri's around, which Shimizu has no clue about. She can hope that, if Reri did get assigned here, they're one of the slayers that make it through. The best thing to do to guarantee that, though, is to make sure the canon victories still happen, so that means directing Zenitsu to fight the literal worst demon ever. Shimizu half lies about being able to sense a demon's presence, and then Zenitsu's super hearing does the rest. Except, it doesn't matter that Shimizu has foreknowledge of what they're going to face. Seeing the Toy Story nightmare in person is awful, and the demon at the head of all of it is even worse. No wonder Zenitsu had an anxiety breakdown strong enough to knock himself out. Except that doesn't happen either. Sure, Zenitsu's not calm, but he's not screaming, he's not running away, and he's still conscious. Something has changed somewhere in the timeline, but figuring it out doesn't matter. Both Shimizu and Zenitsu have been bitten, so every second wasted is a second closer to also becoming a spider, which is a strong freaking pass. If Canon Zenitsu were capable of being the demon on his own, then Shimizu's more than willing to bet that he can beat the thing while she runs back up. And she ends up being right. The Rokuren variant of the Hekureki Isen is even more amazing in person than Ufotable's stunning animation made it look, and Shimizu has to snap herself out of it to make her way up to the roof of the floating cabin where Zenitsu landed. Given that they've had the poison in their systems for a certified while, using total concentration to control it is for the best. Shuntaro's already raced off for help, so it's just a matter of time before Kocho Shinobu herself, oh, look, another person that's going to die by time things are over, just great, shows up on the scene and there's a miracle cure ready for everyone. Shimizu explains the situation as best she can through the growing poison pain, but the good news is that she has enough control on her breathing that her limbs have just shrunk the slightest amount, while Zenitsu has it worse. Sure, everything hurts, but a quick injection of Shinobu's antidote means everything's settled, or, at least, as settled as it's going to be for what Shimizu can influence. Tanjiro-kun, Nezuko-kun. I hope this goes well for you. If I need to, I'll put my life on the line with Urokodaki-san and Tomioka-san as well. Somewhere in the middle of thinking that and getting toted around by a Kikuchi, Shimizu's body decides to take a well-deserved nap. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 30. Interlude. Happiness is something that everyone wishes to have too. Canon Zenitsu was right. The medicine that Shinobu makes to help recover from the demon's poison is beyond disgusting. Every single dose is bitter enough to make Shimizu want to retch, but it's what needs to be done to get better, and she's not about to miss the opportunity to be useful when she's in an excellent position to help with Mugen Train, provided she can stick with the main cast. There are still a few months until then, and if the past near year as a demon slayer has taught Shimizu anything, it's that there's no guarantees whatsoever about what will happen. Zenitsu-kun, time to take our medicine. In the infirmary bed next to Shimizu's, Zenitsu pulls a face, but he drops the dose of powder into a glass of water and downs it anyways as Shimizu does the same. Yuck, he says, tearing up at the taste, but that's it. No wailing, no theatrics, no need to invoke Kanzaki Aoi's wrath for being an uncooperative patient. Everything about him is so, not what Shimizu has been expecting of Agatsuma Zenitsu at all. If it weren't for her experiences with Tanjiro and the fact that Inosuke is sulking over his defeat, Shimizu would guess that she's in some strange alternate universe. It sure is gross, huh? Shimizu asks. Zenitsu nods, grimacing, and Shimizu feels for him, she does. She's just also still having whiplash about how calm he is in comparison, so she aims for a convenient change in conversation. Besides, what else are they going to do while recovering? Twiddle their thumbs in awkward silence for weeks on end? By the way, Zenitsu-kun. You got any good stories about Reri-kun during their training days? I want to hear what they're like when they're in senpai mode. Though he was scowling not even a few moments before, Zenitsu's expression lights up like a neon glow stick. Oh, senpai. They're great. He giggles, excited, and, when he moves his arms around, the sleeves of his for the moment too long infirmary pajamas wave through the air. Senpai was always willing to help me out, even whenever I was still running away and panicking all the time. They always encouraged me, and, even now, whenever I feel stuck, I think about them along with Ji-chan, and I feel like I'll be able to make it through, no matter what. Plus they never look down on me, even though I can only do one of the thunder-breathing forms. Oh. But they were never afraid to let me know when I was doing something wrong, and they helped me change a lot for the better. Zenitsu smiles down at his lap, his cheeks burning a brilliant shade of red. I owe senpai a lot, so I want to make them proud of me. Oh, I see, Shimizu thinks, smiling as well. This gushing is a little bit closer to what she expected upon seeing Zenitsu, because, let's be real, her new body is pretty, though it's still nowhere near as bombastic as his canon portrayal. Is this because he's a real person, rather than a character with his traits played up to 11? It's beyond obvious that Zenitsu admires Reri, and maybe even a bit more than that. The next few days' worth of conversations confirm as much. Zenitsu has an enormous crush on Reri, and he gives them praise for everything from helping out with his training to even the simplest things like sending him regular letters. It's adorable, seeing him be so into someone without it being as much of a disaster as canon, and Shimizu's glad he has such a positive influence besides Kawajima, because Kaigaku wasn't doing him any favors. This is just more proof that it's possible to change things, though, so these are all good signs. Yes, they are. So the next natural step is to invite Reri to Butterfly Manor to see if they can help out with the boys' rehabilitation training. It's more of a whim than anything else, and Shimizu doesn't expect anything to come of it, but Reri makes an appearance soon enough, seeming concerned but overall relieved that everyone's alright. If Shimizu thought that Zenitsu was lit up before just talking about them, he's fluorescent in their presence, and Shimizu can't help but giggle. They'd make a cute couple, Shimizu thinks, since Reri seems to bring out a lot of good in Zenitsu. Shimizu will vouch for him if she has to. Of course, there are far more pressing concerns. Shimizu's body has already reverted back to its normal size and shape in this time, so she's slotted into the rehabilitation schedule with the others. With total concentration, constant under her belt, the activities aren't as much of a challenge as they are for the boys, but they're still a good form of getting back in shape. Reri also handles the games with no issue at all, and they're both an effective tutor for the boys and an excellent practice partner for Shimizu to train against. Time passes much like this until Shimizu's cleared for combat, and then she gets sent out on a mission. Reri is paired up with her, and Shimizu gets to see Zenitsu getting flustered one more time as he asks Shimizu to help with Reri's nightmares. It's a new piece of information, sure, but Shimizu's glad to help, and even gladder to tease Zenitsu for how much he cares about his senpai. "Don't worry, Zenitsu-kun. I support you," she whispers, and Zenitsu's face burns an even brighter red than it already was. Oh, he's so into them, and Shimizu is here for it. She'll have to drop a few words in Zenitsu's favor while she and Reri are out on their mission together, maybe gauge what Reri's feelings are like. Playing matchmaker for a little bit might be fun, assuming there's enough time between work and stuff. I gotta keep an eye out for Mugen Train. Hey, Reri-kun, it sounds like Zenitsu-kun and the others are doing well. It's been a few weeks since Reri and Shimizu set out on their first mission together, but they're still working as a team. Natagumoyama seems to be a catalyst for more slayers getting sent out in pairs, which is nice, all things considered. Traveling alone isn't awful, but it wasn't doing Shimizu's already precarious mental health any favors either. The more time she spends with Reri, the more relaxing of a presence they become. In general, Reri is nice to be around, but the added familiarity just makes them even more so. It's also nice to have someone that's close, too, that Shimizu shares a social circle with, because then there's so much more to talk about besides training and work. Like dropping Zenitsu's name into a conversation and seeing how Reri happens to react to it. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Reri reaches out for the letter that Shimizu's finished with, and she passes it over, noting the faint smile on Reri's face. It's nothing as obvious as Zenitsu's feelings, but it's still something, maybe a seed? Then again, Shimizu could just be trying too strong to read something that's not even there, so she's not going to push it. I'm glad. It sounds like they're moving along with rehabilitation okay. Reri has every right to smile, because it should be a cause for celebration, but all Shimizu can think of is what will happen after Tanjiro and the others recover, when they go out on a mission again. Is it wrong to wish for the possibility where they won't be able to go back out into the field, where they won't have to face any of the tragedy that's to come? If there's anything that being in the thick of things has taught Shimizu, it's just how unfair it is that Tanjiro, Nezuko, Inosuke, Zenitsu, and everyone else can't just be normal kids. Instead, they're responsible for bringing an end to a millennia-long war. Shimizu-chan? Rari asks, looking worried, and Shimizu blinks back to the present, rather than her ever-spiraling thoughts of the future. Rari reaches out, curls their fingers around Shimizu's, the touch the most grounding thing she's felt since, who even knows? Years, it seems like. You doing okay? With a practiced ease, Shimizu recognizes the strained expression on her face and reforms it into something that doesn't go so far as to be fake, but is much more neutral. Sorry, I got stuck in my head again. Didn't mean to ignore you. No, that's fine. I get it. And that right there is part of what makes Rari so relaxing. They understand whenever Shimizu's not present, never give her CRP for it. If they were this empathetic when it came to Zenitsu's anxiety and propensity for panic attacks, it's no wonder he likes them. Rari squeezes Shimizu's fingers one more time. Do you want to talk about it? Sometimes it's better to let it out instead of keeping everything in your head. Shimizu considers for a moment just spilling her guts right then and there. Rari's right, it would be incredible to word vomit out everything, get it off her chest, but the idea of having Rari not believe her, of losing a major piece of her support system is way too much to bear, so Shimizu swallows it down. It's okay, Rari-kun. I write stuff like this down to get it out. Besides, I wouldn't want to burden you with everything that goes through my head. It's strong enough for Shimizu to handle the things she thinks about, and she wouldn't wish that mess on anyone else. She expects for Rari to take the easy out, considering mental health stigma, and the current era is even worse than what Shimizu left behind, gosh, and all that jazz. Instead, Shimizu sees Rari frown, though their expression isn't angry. Don't say things like that, Shimizu-chan, they say, their tone scolding yet gentle. If you're doing something to take care of yourself, that's great, and I won't push you to talk about anything you're uncomfortable with sharing. But please don't act like you or your feelings are a burden, Shimizu-chan, because they're not. You're someone important to me, so I'd never consider anything you want me to support you with a problem, okay? Oh, Shimizu whispers. Okay. It's a miracle that she doesn't start crying again, all things considered, but there's a warm feeling rushing through her chest regardless. Though she shouldn't be saying so, it's been some time since she recognized that someone else is concerned for her, that she's cared about. It's incredible to feel wanted again. It's because Rari's so considerate that Shimizu can't say it, can't make them also carry the weight of knowing who's likely to die, can't tell them about their own kōhai's turmoil, can't make them bear the guilt if there's a chance that nothing that can be done about Zenitsu and Kaigaku. Shimizu squeezes Rari's hand one more time, enjoying the point of warmth between them. Sometimes I need to be reminded about that. So thanks, Rari-kun. I appreciate you. Anytime, Shimizu-chan. If you ever do want to talk about anything, just let me know, alright? Rari smiles, the expression adding more to the comfortable feeling Shimizu has settling in around her heart. Even if you gotta write to me, I'll always be here for you. That's a promise. Thank you so much, Rari-kun. Knowing I have you in my corner helps out a lot. I'll be sure to give it my all so you don't have to worry about me anymore. In less than a year, everything will be done with, and everyone can live in the peace they deserve. Shimizu's original plan was to not bother Rari with any of the Isekai nonsense, but soon it becomes beyond clear that Mugen Train's not getting any farther away as the time goes on, and Shimizu's apprehension just skyrockets as the days go by. Every mission is a potential mandated distraction to not be anywhere close to where Shimizu will be needed, and she's hoping that she is needed, that her presence will somehow mean something, and then the letter arrives, noting that Tanjiro and the others are almost cleared for combat, which means the time has come. Between the necessary breaks to swallow down her impending panic, Shimizu tries to figure out a plan. She knows well enough what happens in this arc, it's just a matter of being there for this arc. At least the Mugen Train has a name, which means it's conceivable to find it and get on it. The trick is ending up there without running rogue on an actual core mission, because disobeying orders and getting in trouble when all she was trying to do was save Rengoku would just be nice and ironic now, wouldn't it? Except the universe decides to throw Shimizu a bone, because she and Reri managed to cross paths with none other than Rengoku Kyojuro himself, and that's an automatic into the mission. Shimizu's fear kicks in again. 12 Kazuki are so much more dangerous than something like the hand demon, but she needs to at least try, considering the blessing of foreknowledge she has. The problem is that it's one thing to throw herself into horrendous danger, but it's another matter to drag Reri into it, Reri, whom Zenitsu cares so much about, Reri, whom Kaigaku seems to at least respect as a senpai, Reri, who shouldn't have to risk their life just because Shimizu happens to be around and is about to do something stupid. And while Reri chose to help Shimizu out during final selection, that was with an understanding of what they'd be facing. It would be for the best if they decide not to come, but I don't want to do this alone. It's a selfish reason, but Shimizu can't change her mind. Having to be the sole variable in the scenario is beyond overwhelming. Having Reri along means there's an extra little chance that something will go different, though the two of them are nothing but a couple of Tsukino, and, wow, Shimizu's risking someone else's life just because she doesn't want to be alone. How is that even anything close to fair? She's about to mention that it's alright, maybe try to prod Reri into staying behind, but they've already agreed to it, and then Rengoku's directing their group to the train station, and it's too late to go back without running for the hills and causing a scene. Mugen Train's about to happen, whether Shimizu likes it or not. Shimizu has way too much going on in the moments leading up to Enmu's BLD demon art that it's a miracle that she manages to think, it's going to be a dream, it's going to be a dream, it's going to be a dream enough times to still be aware of it whenever things hit. It's distressing just how real everything still feels, though, and Shimizu would not have been able to tell the difference if she hadn't already known what she was getting into. Alright, dear, if that's what makes you happy. I suppose we have a daughter now. Who would have thought? Oh, dear, did you want to change your name? Dear, is something wrong? She ignores the impossible conversation going on around her, because she might have wished, but her family never, clinging strong onto the image of her core uniform and Haori. After what feels like an eternity, and like a miracle, the familiar weight of Shimizu's sword ends up in her hand, and she brandishes the blade before her, the deep blue metal a reminder of where she is, of who she's become, Urokadaki Shimizu, friend of Reri, Kamado Tanjiro, Kamado Nezuko, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibara Inosuke, student of Urokadaki Sakanji. Joke's on you, she says, having no clue if Enmu can hear her or not, ignoring the panicked protests of your dream parents at the sight of her wielding a weapon, but I kinda ended up here because I killed myself. This isn't even a real challenge. Nichiren blade meets skin far too easy, same places, same old wounds, still no evidence left over on her skin, and Shimizu launches back to consciousness, gasping for air and head throbbing. She thought she acted fast, all things considered, but Tanjiro's already gone from his seat, the group of people responsible for attacking the demon slayers already unconscious, and Nezuko is out and about, looking at the sleeping others with worry, her brow furrowed into a fierce look of concentration. Whenever Shimizu pulls herself to a sit, Nezuko snaps to attention, rushing over to Shimizu's side, those pink eyes wide and expectant. I'm okay, Shimizu says, but Nezuko still stares. I mean it, I promise. I'm just a bit shaken, but I'm okay. It takes Shimizu patting Nezuko's head to appease her 100%, while Shimizu tries strong not to think about the conclusion this night is racing towards. At least Nezuko being adorable serves as a temporary distraction, though Shimizu can't afford to sit in that for too long. Come on, you can help the others out, if you burn their tickets with your BLD demon art, that should take care of it without hurting anyone. Nezuko nods, turning to see the others, and soon there are ruby-red flames everywhere, burning bright, but harmless to anything non-demonic. From there, it turns into a bluster of activity. Inosuke launches himself through the roof, and Rengoku goes to take care of the back end of the train after Enmu's weird train fusion, and trusting Shimizu and the others with the front cars. Even with the complications from Rari's panic when they wake up, things seem to work out well enough, and Shimizu presumes that Inosuke and Tanjiro beat Enmu, because the whole train starts writhing, and Shimizu just manages to get out of the upset train safe thanks to Nezuko's help, but that's nowhere near all that she needs to worry about. I don't know what I can do, but I at least need to get there, or Rengoku-sama will. She tries to make a beeline for where she thinks she needs to be, but she comes across Rari and Zenitsu first, and she can't just ignore them. Zenitsu's knocked out, but Rari says he'll be fine, and seeing Rari up and aware of their surroundings again after the way they awoke from Enmu's nightmare is beyond a relief. But, again, there's still the impending threat of Akaza and all that entails, and Shimizu's about to spill everything to Rari if it'll get them to move, but Inosuke sweeps in and gives the perfect excuse. Shimizu follows after him, trying to steel herself for the fact that she's about to get into a fight with freaking Akaza, but none of that mental fortitude means a DMN thing once she's there. From a logical standpoint, Shimizu knows that the upper moons are bad news. Every fight with one in canon required a load of sacrifice to emerge victorious, and those battles for the most part involved Hashira, the strongest warriors in the Demon Slayer Corps. The upper moons are ridiculous powerhouses. This is just a logical fact, but knowing and knowing are two different things. Shimizu now has combat experience under her belt. Shimizu understands what it means to risk her life, what danger is. So Shimizu can tell just by standing on the sidelines that this is a fight she has no business even trying to butt into. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Akaza could kill her without even thinking about it. Nothing seems to have changed much from canon. It's safest to just stay on the sidelines, where she'll be safe and alive, because Rengoku will. Rengoku will die so everyone else can live. The moment plays out before Shimizu in an almost ridiculous cinematic fashion, of Akaza and Rengoku taking their stances in preparation for the clash that's about to come, and Shimizu starts moving, her body feeling so sluggish as the flames start to burn around Rengoku's sword in preparation for Flame Breathing's 9th form, the attack that will charge him straight into a fatal wound, and Shimizu breathes, praying that the effort will be enough, that she'll somehow be able to reach, though she knows that she won't, the tears already starting to spill from her eyes. You got the chance to save him, and you couldn't do a thing. In the darkness of the night lit by Rengoku's flames, there's an extra light, a blazing flash of yellow, and Shimizu's seen the Hekureki Isen in action enough times by now to recognize its form. Except it's not Zenitsu pulling off his signature move, but Rari instead, and their sword just manages to wound Akaza, and Shimizu's heart is in her throat as all she can manage to do is stare and watch as Akaza's technique development knocks Rari all the way back into the side of the train with a far too loud bang right before their limp body sinks down to the ground in a heap. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Rari-kun. It's one thing to see the canon cast get hurt, oh, sure, it's awful, but at least there are some certainties of who can take what based on information from the manga. But it's another beast altogether to see Rari, who is here because Shimizu dragged them along, hurt, maybe even dead from an injury like that. And Shimizu can't just stand there and not risk herself whenever Rari's willing to charge into a battle they had to know they couldn't win. Shimizu moves at the same time as Tanjiro and Inosuke, all of them desperate as they try to do something to help. In some ridiculous godsend, Rari's interference seems to only upset Akaza's attack without stopping Rengoku from getting his sword partway through the Upper Moon 3's neck, and Shimizu begs that this isn't some ridiculous form of cosmic give and take, Rari's life sacrificed for Rengoku's. If Shimizu could somehow take Rari's place, she'd do it in a heartbeat. No, don't think. Just fight to keep everyone alive. If we can save Rengoku-sama and hold Akaza off until sunrise, then it'll be okay. Shimizu had a bit of a head start on the boys, so she gets there first, taking advantage of the Shizuku Hamansuki's speed to try to make it in time. She flips into the air, aiming down the blow from above, distracting Akaza for a split second as Rengoku howls with determination to attempt to make his blade carve straight through the demon's neck. Techniques of water and fire alike ripple through the air, and Shimizu would be proud of herself for landing a blow on an upper moon if her sword didn't decide to shatter all the way from the tip to the tsuba with enough force still left behind that she can feel it all the way up to her shoulder. Oh, Haganazuka-san is going to be so upset with me. The thought evaporates the moment Akaza looks at her, and Shimizu lands off balance enough that she has to roll once she hits the ground just to get out of harm's way. What, you think you can take advantage of the fact that I don't fight women? Akaza asks, rumbling anger coursing through his tone. Even with that, you're way too weak to make a difference. Don't listen to him, Urokadaki, my girl. Your assistance has helped plenty. Shimizu's heart catches in her throat as she sees what she thought was impossible, Rengoku pushing further, the bright metal of his blade starting to glimmer in the light of the approaching dawn, carving Akaza's head from his shoulders as Tanjiro and Inosuke sweep in with their own techniques to cage the upper moon 3 into place as Rengoku at last cuts through his neck. Holy CRP, Shimizu says, though her tongue is burning with the taste of BLD, holy CRP, holy CRP, holy CRP. There are several moments where everyone stares in disbelief, even Rengoku's ever-present smile replaced with a look of pure shock, despite him being the one to swing the sword. We did it, Inosuke says, the quickest to get riled up before he shouts, we won. You, goggle eyes, you're strong, so fight me next. Inosuke. Tanjiro says, just as much like he's reigning in a younger brother as ever. Rengoku-san got a lot of injuries, he needs to rest. Rengoku, Rengoku whole, Rengoku warm, Rengoku alive, not bleeding out and speaking his final words as the day breaks, chuckles. No need to worry, Kamadu, my boy, I'll be alright. For now we should focus on, he starts to list off several tasks, like helping those on the train finish evacuating, but Shimizu's brain is spinning too much to process what's going on. In canon, Akaza didn't die here. It wasn't until Infinity Castle that he went down in a fight against Tanjiro and Tomioka, and, even then, decapitating him wasn't enough, because he... Not yet. Shimizu shouts, scrambling to get her back up to her feet, despite the fact that she doesn't have even a fragment of a sword left to fight with. He hasn't started disintegrating yet, he's still alive. The celebratory atmosphere vanishes as it settles in that Shimizu's words are true. Akaza's decapitated body is otherwise unharmed, still standing upright, with the main point of the wound healed over and reforming at a crawling pace. Even without the extra months in between, Akaza already has the potential to transcend the limits of demonkind, and if that gets proven to be possible, who knows what kind of nightmare that will unleash if the other upper moons realize what's feasible and reach that level as well. The others are moving, Rengoku with his sword at the ready once more, but Shimizu's just half registering the scene as her mind scrambles, trying to remember the outcomes of pieces of canon she hasn't reviewed her notes in a while. Akaza could regenerate, but the reason he didn't was because some part of him remembered. Hakuji. Shimizu screams, a human name that hasn't been applied to the demon before her in hundreds of years. It's a long shot that it'll work, and yet Akaza's body stills, the rippling skin on the stump of his neck seeming to slow its regrowing advance. Shimizu's stunned that it worked, and then she remembers to get herself together before she misses the opportunity that she's gotten. Hakuji, you've done enough. You don't need to fight and get stronger anymore. Koyuki's waiting to see you again, so you can stop now. Please. Despite Akaza being responsible for Rengoku's death in canon, despite the hundreds of thousands of people he had to kill to become one of the highest-ranked demons, Hakuji was still a misguided and broken man that Muzan took full advantage of. Even without considering the battles to come, Shimizu would want him to find peace even just a second earlier, would want him to be freed from Kibutsuji's influence. Oh, a quiet voice says, and Shimizu's eyes fall on Akaza's head on the ground, where tears are trailing down and over the blue lines on his face. I forgot, but Koyuki, the yellow color of his gaze lands on Shimizu. Thank you, Demon Slayer, for helping me remember. And then the dawn breaks over the shadow over the capsized Mugen train, and Akaza turns to ash. If Shimizu had anything close to energy left, she would cry. As it is, though, she just collapses back to the ground, gasping for air. Maybe this is it, maybe this is Enmu's real happy dream for her, and any second it's going to morph into an awful nightmare that will tear her to shreds. Shimizu-san. Tanjiro shouts, sprinting her way despite the fact that he should still have a bleeding wound in his stomach. Are you okay? That Kazuki didn't get you, did he? No, I'm fine. He doesn't hurt women. Because even a part of him under all he became still remembered how much he wanted to protect Koyuki, more than anything else in the world. I just got a little scuffed up on the train, that's all. Tanjiro's brow furrows in concern, and Shimizu realizes what she's just said out loud, personal information about an upper moon Kazuki that she has no rights about knowing. Urokadaki, my girl, Rengoku says, now standing nearby. Shimizu swallows, an unrelenting worry pushing away any possible relief over Rengoku being alive. I'm grateful that you managed to stop him before he regenerated. However, I think it's understandable that I'm curious as to how you pulled it off. Shimizu's mouth goes dry as she tries to think of an excuse for what just happened. Somehow, in all her imaginings of pulling off a change in the story, she never managed to consider that she might need to have a reason at the ready if she were to get caught. She swallows, chews her bottom lip. Is the best option to just tell the truth? I'm sorry, but it's a lot to explain. I promise we can talk about it later, but right now we should check on everyone else. Rari-kun and Zenitsu-kun were injured, and Nezuko. Scared for his sister, Tanjiro's back on his feet in no time flat, and Shimizu tries to follow his example. Rengoku may be hurt, but his mastery of total concentration means that his injuries shouldn't be fatal. Rari is another matter, though, and the one saving grace about their crumpled form on the train tracks is that there doesn't seem to be any visible BLD, for what little that matters, considering that the sound of the impact is still ringing in Shimizu's ears. Shimizu stumbles on the way over, and Inosuke helps her from one side until they make it over to Rari. Rengoku outpaced them both, and his large hands are already checking Rari's pulse. They're still alive, Rengoku says, and Shimizu exhales in relief, almost collapsing all over again. Rari also seems to understand total concentration, constant, so that helps. They'll still need further care, though. We'll have to wait for some Kikushi to help, but they should be here soon. Senpai. Zenitsu's voice cuts through the air with a near unmatched volume as he approaches with Nezuko's box on his back and Tanjiro right there with him. There's BLD over the side of his face, and the confident expression he wore back in the train car is gone, replaced with pure panic as tears stream down his face. What happened? How did they get like this? Rengoku repeats his assessment and steps aside, giving Zenitsu space, and Shimizu can't bring herself to move closer or say anything, not feeling like she deserves to do either as the guilt gnaws away in her chest. I'm sorry, Rari-kun, Zenitsu-kun. You both had to go through this because of me. The guilt doesn't fade in the slightest, even as the Mugen train gets taken care of and the passengers are all in good shape, considering they almost got devoured by a Kazuki. The Kikushi that arrive are excellent at getting everything in order, and it's not long at all before their group of demon slayers gets transported back to Butterfly Manor for medical care. The mortified look on Aoi's face whenever she catches sight of both Rengoku and Rari doesn't help Shimizu's guilt at all. Rengoku waves off immediate treatment in favor of the others getting looked over, citing that the triage care he received from the Kikushi is enough for now, and Rari, still unconscious, disappears behind a door that no one's allowed to enter aside from Shinobu. Shimizu sits still aside from chewing her lip, staring down at her hands in her lap as Sumi cleans and wraps up the sticky, scabbed-over wound buried deep in her scalp. Are you doing all right, Shimizu-san? Tanjiro asks, and Shimizu nods. In terms of injuries, at least, she's going to be okay. When it comes to her emotional state, though, well, like that's ever been a guarantee in the first place. Tanjiro frowns again, and he must be able to smell just how much of a mess Shimizu is, but he doesn't push it. Well, if you want to rest some more, that's okay, but Rengoku-san was wondering. It's okay. Having a conversation, even if it's a conversation that's going to SEK, is much more preferable than sitting around in her own head while Rari's well-being is up in the air. Shimizu hops to her feet, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles in her fresh infirmary pajamas for the sake of having something to do. I'll be okay, Tanjiro-kun. Besides, I promised. You all deserve at least some kind of explanation. Tanjiro nods and, despite the fact that he's way more hurt than she is, helps Shimizu along to the main infirmary room where Rengoku and Inosuke are waiting. Zenitsu's not around because he set up vigil outside of Rari's room and refused to budge, and Shimizu's relieved, because if she had to tell him to his face that she brought Rari into danger on purpose, Nezuko, as expected after using her BLD demon art to wake everyone else up and protect the passengers, is hibernating. If nothing else, Rengoku used his rank to ask for complete privacy for a bit, which is at least a little bit of relief on Shimizu's nerves. This whole thing is already going to sound ridiculous enough without the added pressure of it getting out to a larger audience. The four of them look a mess, all of them with bandages of some sort visible. The atmosphere hangs heavy with concern over Rari. If anyone can help them, it's going to be Kocho Shinobu and her ridiculous genius, isn't it? Isn't it, that worry dampening the victory over 2 of the 12 Kazuki that should be leaving them ecstatic? Urokadaki, my girl. Don't worry about it, Shimizu says, cutting the apology off. She doesn't feel like she deserves it in the slightest, not when talking to somebody else about things sooner could mean that Rari. She wrings her hands tight enough that her fingertips turn purple. I know this is going to sound ridiculous. But I promise it's true. Tanjiro can smell when people are lying, so he'll be able to confirm it. With a thick black eyebrow raised, Rengoku glances to Tanjiro, who nods. Okay, so I'm from the future. Or, well, a future. In a parallel world. All that earns her is a trio of quizzical looks, and goodness does it SEK being in a time where isekai and multiverse stories aren't commonplace, because there goes anything even close to a good reference point. Ugh, what can she even use that will make sense? Okay, so you know about the afterlife, right? There are nods. Okay, so like how Yomi is a different plane of existence, there are different universes out there, places that are a lot like this one. But different. The world I was from didn't have demons, well, as far as I know, and the year I killed myself, she doesn't want to say out loud. The year I was from was 2020. Almost a full century in the future from the current year in Taishō, and that's not even the wildest sounding part. Oh. Tanjiro lights up. It's like Urashima Taro, but in reverse. Sure. Shimizu knows the name of that myth, but not much else. Rengoku seems to have a spark of recognition, though, so she'll roll with it. Well, none of that matters because the whole point is that where I was from, there was a story about you. Tanjiro blinks, pointing to himself, and that means I know what's going to happen until about the end of this year. Shimizu lets that sink in, already feeling like she's talked herself into a corner, but, to heck with it, we're doing it live. You know, the future? Rengoku asks, a hand to his chin in thought. Correction, I know a future. A future where I'm not involved with any of this, and neither is Rari-kun. This is turning into a continual loop of Shimizu says something that makes no sense and then everyone gives her blank stares, isn't it? So she decides to just plow through and not stop unless someone has a question. Take the Mugen Train mission for example. In the story, future I knew, it was just Rengoku-sama and the 4 of you, Tanjiro-kun, Inosuke-kun, Nezuko-kun, Zenitsu-kun. And then Akaza. Rengoku-sama, you fought Upper Moon 3 and lost. Whenever you charged for that attack, with your Rengoku, you got your sword in his neck, but he impaled your stomach all the way through, and, Shimizu takes a shuddering breath, somehow still not crying at the thought. You protected everyone, but you didn't survive, and Akaza got away. Just the reminder of the manga storyline makes her heart ache all over again, and it's even worse now that she's met Rengoku Kaijuro, this reminder of how easy it would have been for him to just be gone, that yesterday could have been his last day alive. Tanjiro's brow is furrowed, but he's the one to break the silence with, Shimizu-san isn't lying. I see, Rengoku says, sounding serious. All things considered, he's taking the news better than Shimizu expected. So then, when Reri stepped into the battle, Shimizu nods, because, somehow, Reri managed to land just enough of a blow to keep Akaza from causing a fatal injury, and now there's no need to look so upset, Urokodaki, my girl. I'm still here, and Kocho-san is capable of getting Reri back into shape. Things will work out. Yeah. Tanjiro says, patting Shimizu's shoulder. Shinobu-san's incredible, and Reri-senpai's strong, too. I'm sure they'll recover in no time. God, Shimizu sure hopes so. And like Rengoku-san said, no matter what you thought would happen, we managed to win this time. That means that things can work out for the better. His smile is so earnest that it washes away most of the worry Shimizu's been feeling, at least for the moment. You believe me? Tanjiro nods. I can smell that you're telling the truth. Not to mention that there's no way you'd make something like this up, Shimizu-san. Besides, it would explain how you knew what to say to that demon to get him to stop, Rengoku says, seemingly accepting the situation as well. Then again, if any Hashira were to believe such a story with so little evidence, Rengoku fits the bill. Too much thinking. Inosuke says with a huff. Gimigu helped us win, so you're worrying over nothing. Shimizu's mouth opens, but she can't get any words out. She wants to, though, because releasing a bit more of the hundreds of secrets about the future that she's been holding in would feel incredible. And she bets, soon enough, things will start spilling out, but until then, Shimizu's just going to sit in a bed in the infirmary in sheer disbelief that it was this easy all along, or maybe it's just because she managed to stop Akaza from regenerating and dragging out the fight. Either way, it's something, and Shimizu isn't alone in this anymore. I don't know how much of this will stay the same, since we just changed a few big things, Shimizu says after a stretch of silence, but let me tell you what I know about the other upper moons and what's going to come. You and Nezuko-kun were at the center of all this, Tanjiro-kun. You at least deserve to know. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 31. Interlude. Happiness is something that everyone wishes to have. 3. Shimizu's memory is nowhere close to perfect, but she gives the details she remembers and sends Tanaka back to Urokodaki-sensei's place, asking for her complete journal of notes. While she's waiting for that, Rengoku and Tanjiro make their ill-advised trip back to the Rengoku estate for the writings on flame breathing. Even if they know in advance that the book will be destroyed, it's still important to make that connection and assure Sanjuro that things will be okay, and Shimizu doesn't want to risk something important getting messed up just because one arc happened to go for the better. And the conclusion is that things do go for the better, because Shinobu mentions that Reri should have no problem recovering to the fullest, provided that they get their bed rest and don't do anything stupid. The good news is that Reri is overall reasonable, unlike a certain duo of demon slayers, so they don't argue with their recovery plan whatsoever. Don't worry about it, Shimizu-chan, Reri says, noticing Shimizu's discomfort and moving to ease it, despite the fact that they're the one injured worse and in a hospital bed. You were brave enough to try and do something. I just figured that I couldn't leave you to face that all on your own again. Somehow, Reri thinks Shimizu's the one that made the biggest difference, without understanding just how much they did to save Rengoku's life. I know what I did was reckless, but let's just all be grateful that things worked out, yeah? Even so, Shimizu feels like she needs to apologize because this outcome is all her fault. I'm the one that asked if we could help Rengoku-san. If I hadn't done that, then you wouldn't have. But Reri just brushes her off without so much as hesitating, because they don't mind. If they knew that Shimizu knew full well she was dragging them into danger, would that answer be different? For the time being, though, Rengoku suggested not spreading the information Shimizu had since that would put extra pressure and possible suspicion on her, and that's a little bit of a relief, too. I don't want Reri-kun to hate me for any of this. So please forgive me for keeping this a secret. I'll be sure to work with Tanjiro-kun and Rengoku-sama to keep you and everyone else safe from here on out. In comparison to the others, Shimizu got very few injuries, so it's not that long before she gets back to active duty. Rengoku pulls a bit of his Hashira rank to have Shimizu sit down with him and translate her English canon notes into much more readable Japanese rather than heading back into the field. Since Infinity Castle is connected to the BS that is BLD Demon Arts, there isn't much they can do to speed up the encounter with Muzan, but at least there's the opportunity to prepare for the Red Light District and Swordsman Village arcs. The latter is just a matter of bolstering the defenses on the village to prepare for the eventual arrival of Upper Moons 4 and 5, so the focus then becomes preparing for the battle against Daki and Jotaro, which would be a bit easier to manage if Shimizu could freaking remember the name of the place they were hiding out at. Ugh, this is so dumb. Shimizu shouts, flipping through her notes for what has to be the 1000th time. I know that Red Light District had a canon name, why can't I remember it? There's no reason to be so strong on yourself, Urokadaki, my girl, Rengoku says, observing his own Japanese copy of the plot details. It's been a few years since you arrived here, yes. The information you have provided us with is incredible enough. Knowing the abilities of the Upper Moons is a boon to help us when we fight, rather than going in blind. That will help us save plenty of lives as it is alone. I know. Shimizu sinks down onto the table, the surface cool and comforting against her forehead. It's just that we could save more people if I remembered the name of the place we needed to go. There were several months between Mugen Train and the Red Light District arc. How many victims did Daki and Jotaro kill in that time? Rengoku's large, warm palm pats against Shimizu's shoulder. Worrying about what-ifs won't do any good, Urokadaki, my girl. Your notes mention that Yuzui-san will be on the case in time. As soon as we catch word of that, we can sweep in to assist, and then the Demon Slayer Corps will have another victory on our hands. Shimizu peeks up from the table to see Rengoku's smile, looking as unflappable as ever, save for the new addition of the flame-patterned eye patch that Shimizu hasn't gotten used to yet. Until then, the best thing we can do is continue to face the demons we know of and to build our strength for the battles to come. Rengoku stands from the table. Speaking of which, I was about to go do some training, since I'm still practicing adjusting to one eye. I know you're a water-breathing user, but you're more than free to come along. Maybe you can help me figure out how to best train Kamadu. I don't know how helpful I'd be with that, Rengoku-sama. Shimizu may be a higher rank than him, but Tanjiro is special, that's why he's the protagonist, after all. In the end, he's going to be the one to defeat Muzan, if not on his own in battle, then in the realm of sheer willpower instead. With the direct guidance of a Hashira and the foreknowledge that the final sun-breathing form is chaining the rest of the techniques together, he'll be capable of so much more when that time comes. But you're right, I'll be able to help more people if I improve my sword skills. So I'm in your care, Rengoku-sama. That's the spirit, Urokadaki, my girl. That kind of attitude is one of the many requirements to become Hashira. The months feel like they crawl around at a snail's pace. What was nothing more than a small transition in the manga now has to play out in real time as summer reaches its peak. Like the others, Shimizu returns to active duty once her translation project is complete. Every day, she keeps an eye out for any crow bearing a message that it's time, that Yuzui's found his target and it's time to go, but it just doesn't happen. Instead, she gets regular missives from Tanjiro, exchanging the usual pleasantries and sharing new combat techniques he's learned during training. Rengoku, who every now and then asks for clarification on what Shimizu wrote down about canon. Senjuro, who got attached to Shimizu in the short time she was at the Flame Hashira's estate. And Rari, who always asks for updates and then reports back on the new mentorship program they've gotten roped into creating to help out the lower ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. For not the first time, Shimizu feels a vague sense of guilt. In the years since she realized where she was, Shimizu has been focused on the larger losses, the Hashira, Genya, characters with names and stories. Aside from the consideration she's given Rari, a friend, who also just so happens to have connections to, more canon characters, Shimizu hasn't thought all that much about all the people that must have died in the process. How many people lost their lives on Nadagumoyama? How many more are dying just because they're not trained enough? I know these are real people. I know they're not just background characters and canon fodder. I know that. So why haven't I ever thought about them before? Why haven't I ever thought that they were worthwhile to save, too? As selfish as it was, Shimizu can't regret dragging Rari into helping her at final selection. Without them, there's no guarantee she would have survived the fight against the Hand Demon, no way she could have made it in time to save Rengoku. Zenitsu seems overall happier, too, more confident. Rari, it feels like, is the one making the changes, not Shimizu, which is all sorts of ironic considering Shimizu has the knowledge to make a difference. Which is why, when the notification comes that Rengoku has heard word of Yuzui's plans and the Red Light District arc is upon them, Shimizu debates for several days on whether or not to invite Rari. If Rari is somehow the key to things changing, it might be better to bring them along. But in comparison to Mugen Train and Infinity Castle, the loss of Yuzui's hand is minor in comparison to the death of Rengoku, but wouldn't having yet another Hashira in the mix be even better? And what if that's not what happens? What if Rari-kun gets involved and gets hurt even worse this time? What if they happen to die just because you were too afraid to handle things on your own? No, she won't invite Rari along. Rari is doing important things, like helping out lower-ranked demon slayers and building a program to protect more people. Rari is also important to Zenitsu, to Kaigaku, who already have so much tragedy in their lives, who might end up having even more soon. Shimizu won't take Rari from them, not over something like this. It's going to be okay, she says to herself, folding up Rengoku's letter and double-checking that she has everything she needs. You're not by yourself anymore. Rengoku-sama, Tanjiro-kun, and Inasu-kun know what's coming next, too. They'll be on the lookout, and everything's going to be fine. And so, after about a day's worth of travel, their little group has assembled. Thanks to Rengoku's involvement, there's no need to stop Yuzui from dragging literal children into the line of fire. Sheesh, what the heck was that even about? Leave the baby butterflies alone. Instead, Shimizu and the Protag squad come along as Rengoku's recommendations, and Shimizu does her best to look attentive though she already knows while Yuzui explains what they're aiming to do. Yuzui intends to focus on gathering intel while sending the others into the BRTHLS to investigate what they can. Somewhere along the way the conversation shifts to Yuzui's concern over his wives, it taking a bit longer for the plural implications to register thanks to all that Japanese linguistic stuff, and Tanjiro flips through the pile of letters in interest, explaining a few characters here and there to a half-listening Inasuk. Zenitsu also has a letter in his hands, but he's looking at it without looking at it at all as his face flushes red. 3 wives, huh, he mutters. Yeah, Yuzui says, you have a problem with that? And no, not at all. I just. Zenitsu-kun, you wouldn't happen to be thinking of marriage already, would you? Shimizu asks with an almost too giddy grin on her face. Even without saying Rari's name, Zenitsu knows just what Shimizu is getting at, and his face burns an even darker red. Oh ho! Rengoku says, his voice echoing through the small room. Are you already courting someone, Agatsuma, my boy? What's courting? Inosuke asks. Can you eat it? No, Tanjiro says, it's something you do when you're interested in someone else as a romantic partner. If you get married, it's because you want to spend the rest of your life with someone and make a family. Inosuke's face scrunches up, and there's a strong chance he's not processing at all what that means. Tanjiro leaves him to contemplate it and turns to Zenitsu. I didn't know you were seeing someone, though, Zenitsu. Congratulations. I'm not. Tanjiro tilts his head as Zenitsu flails, and Shimizu catches the latter's honey golden glare in her direction, to which she flashes back an unapologetic smile. I'm just. There's someone, Zenitsu seks in a breath. Aren't we supposed to be planning for our mission here? The door to their room opens up to reveal a few members of the Wisteria house staff with a box of supplies that Yuzui requested. The blondie's right, Yuzui says, dragging the box into the room with no visible effort. He pops open the top before tossing bundles of fabric at Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Shimizu. We don't got all day to waste. Come on, get changed, the lot of you. Chattering breaks out amongst the boys, and it just gets louder once they realize what they're getting dressed up in. Shimizu takes a moment to register that she, too, has been given a disguise, which she didn't quite calculate for. It makes sense, considering that she's a girl, but will her presence throw things off? No, it doesn't matter, because once Shimizu sees Daki, she'll know, and that will be more than enough for Rengoku and Yuzui to do what they need to do. Shimizu excuses herself to another room, exchanging her core uniform for a kimono with a wave pattern that matches her usual haori, however the Wisteria house pulled that off. Yuzui's disguise kit also included a small amount of makeup, including a cute little hand mirror, and Shimizu combines the new set with some of her personal stores. Day to day, she just uses the stuff for touch-up, but she spends a little extra time on the details to make herself look appealing enough to get picked out by a BRTHL without much convincing. The process of fixing herself up is relaxing, almost meditative, and Shimizu's calmed down most of her nerves by the time she opens back up the door to the room where the others are, though that serenity vanishes in a near instant. You've got to be kidding me. Her outburst catches the attention of everyone else in the room, and maybe even everyone else outside the room, which gives her an even more direct view of the disaster of a makeup job that each of the lower-ranked boys is wearing. Shimizu had kind of hoped that was some sort of exaggeration done for the sake of a manga GG, but nope. It's somehow even more horrendous in person, and she marches right up to an also changed and so handsome it's frustrating Yuzui to grab right onto the front of his partway open kimono. Urokadaki, my girl. Hey, hands off, trash. I don't want to hear that from you. Shimizu shouts, stunning both Hashira into silence. You spend all this time going on about how you're a god and other people are trash, and you can't even do a decent makeup job? A vein pops in Yuzui's forehead, but Shimizu plows on before he can retaliate. Mr. I used to be a ninja over here can't even realize that he's got 3 pretty boys to work with and make their appearance look stunning. You should be ashamed of yourself. Shimizu releases him and spins around to the protag squad, who all flinch when she points at them. All 3 of you, clean your faces off right now. I'm going to fix you up before we go anywhere. They all comply without protest, though Inosuke is more than a bit twitchy when Shimizu runs the brushes over his face, but he's pretty enough on his own, so he doesn't need too much of a touch-up to get anywhere. Shimizu makes sure to explain to Tanjiro how to reapply the cover-up for his forehead scar while she does it, and he seks up the information best he can while Shimizu applies enough cosmetic around his eyes to highlight their color. Zenitsu is last, and, being this close, Shimizu notices the faintest traces of freckles over his cheeks that are pretty adorable. Gotta mention those to Rari-kun later on. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have my phone to share a picture, too, they all look great. Shimizu's one regret is that she doesn't get to sneak in another quick teasing comment to Zenitsu, but she's overall proud of her work. Well done, Yurokadaki, my girl. Rengoku says, clapping her on the back once her hands are empty of brushes. You're quite skilled at this. Oh, it's just a lot of practice. And YouTube tutorials. All those hours spent watching videos seem a little less like a depressive waste and a little more like a practical investment of her time. Yuzui still looks disgruntled, but he's nodding, which is good enough for Shimizu. Now that we're all ready to go, should we head out, Yuzui-sama? No wonder Reri sasses off to their superiors so much. It's a little satisfying to see Yuzui look a bit humbled for once. In comparison to all the anxiety that came with worrying over Mugen Train, the Red Light District arc is a joke. A few nights after she gets taken in by a BRTHL, Shimizu hears the name of Daki's Oiran disguise, Warabeheim, and she passes the name onto the Hashira via Yuzui's ninja mice, and he can train mice to be ninja, but he can't do a decent makeup job. Maybe his wives handle that stuff for him. With a known target, it's simple to plan a coordinated attack when everyone's prepared for one demon to split into two, for the oncoming challenges of Jotaro's poison and Daki's OBs. Is it a clean sweep? Not in the slightest. Tanjiro still breaks his sword, Shimizu gets a fresh wound in her stomach that's low-key threatening to spill her guts over the streets of Yoshiwara, and everyone else is exhausted and scrappy as all hell, but they survive. That's 2 upper moons down without any major character deaths, though Yuzui's left eye still doesn't get out of things unscathed. Shimizu does feel a little guilty about that one, but that's still a small loss in a much bigger picture, since he won't have to retire with his arms still attached. Heck, Rengoku offers to be depth perception practice buddies in the aftermath. The point is that everyone manages to make it okay, which means that now they just need to wait for the next arc to kick in. It seems that no amount of foreknowledge is about to stop Tanjiro falling unconscious from manifesting his Slayer mark the first time, but at least Shimizu knows that he'll be okay in the long run, which is a nice load off her mind. Oh, and he's the one who broke his sword this time. Better him dealing with Hagen Azuka than her. Shimizu already took one for the team after Mugen Train, and she's still kinda traumatized. Her own injuries will also recover, though she gets put on bedrest until she's good enough to head back out into the field, again. The one real good thing about that outcome is that it makes it much easier to keep tabs on Tanjiro and for Reri to come by and visit, them arriving within the week of Shimizu sending out the update letter she promised. No surprises that Reri's expression is worried when they arrive, though relief mixes in once they see Shimizu, alive and well. Shimizu raises a hand. Hey, Reri-kun. Don't you just, hey me after you got into another fight. With an upper moon. Reri says, attempting to be stern, but Shimizu can see the smile twitching on their lips. Behind Reri is another Slayer that must be their new mentee, Michi, who gives a polite bow but stays on the sidelines while Reri settles down into the chair beside Shimizu's bed. How many times is this now that we've crossed paths because of a serious injury of yours? If you don't count the spider poison, it's only twice. Reri levels Shimizu in an unimpressed look, and she acquiesces, adding a third finger to the other 2 she'd already had raised. Fine, 3 times, but in a little over a year of active duty, that's not that bad. I guess when you put it like that, Reri still doesn't look happy about it, but they pat Shimizu's arm anyways. Well, either way, I'm glad that you're safe. I just wish I had more time to stay around and talk with you, though. Michi-san and I still have a mission assigned that we need to get to, oh, but I can always spare the time to come see that you're okay, Shimizu-chan. For the first time since they've arrived, Reri smiles, bright and uninhibited, and Shimizu finds part of her own worries slipping away. It was well worth it, keeping Reri out of the Daki and Jotaro fight, so there wasn't a chance of them getting hurt, too, because Shimizu would never want Reri to vanish from her life. Well, you know that I'm always glad to see you, Reri-kun. If you can, don't be a stranger, okay? Nodding, Reri pulls their braid over their shoulder, fiddling with the end, and Shimizu notices the sparkle of the barrette's gems under the lights. "Oh, that's nice. Is it new?" "Huh, this?" "No, I've had it for a while, since my birthday." Rari's already peach-colored cheeks tint redder in a blush. "Kaigaku picked it out for me." Shimizu's eyebrows raise, half out of surprise that Kaigaku has decent taste, half out of the way Rari's reacting, with that small little smile and embarrassment mixed together on their face. Before, Shimizu was apologetic that Rari happened to show up while Zenitsu was out on a mission, but maybe it's for the best if Rari's crushing on Kaigaku? Shimizu's about to ask to be sure, but Rari's already digging into their pockets. Before Shimizu knows it, she has a small cloth bag in her hands, and Rari's fingers linger over hers. "Speaking of gifts, though, I did pick this out for you. Just think of it like a get-well/early birthday present, if you gotta, okay?" "Oh, okay, thanks." "Rari-san," Michi says, looking to the clock in the room, "we should get going. We still have a lot of ground to cover before it gets dark." Right, I'm coming." Rari pats Shimizu's hands one more time, a noticeable warmth lingering after the touch. "Write to me again whenever you open up the present, okay? I wanna know what you think. Get well soon, Shimizu-chan." Shimizu has just enough time to get out a farewell before Rari and Michi have vacated the infirmary, and soon Aoi's there to help swap out Shimizu's bandages, which gives her plenty of time to think. Rari's letters have been pretty standard as of late, with no real hints of romantic endeavors of any kind, but that reaction wasn't the sort you have when just talking about a gift from your kōhai. Or maybe they were flustered about giving Shimizu a gift instead, but that's nothing out of the ordinary, either. Friends can get each other presents, so maybe. Get a grip on yourself. You can just ask, anyways. Besides, if Rari-kun likes Kaigaku-kun, that's their business, though it is a little unfortunate for Zenitsu-kun. Even with the logic that their love lives are sort of Shimizu's business as a friend, it doesn't change the fact that she doesn't like the idea. She tries to pin down what the cause is, though. Is it because of how Kaigaku was in canon, the decisions he made? No, that doesn't sound fair, because Shimizu knows that Rari trusts him enough to help with the mentorship program. Is it because it'll hurt Zenitsu's feelings if he finds out, the idea of him enduring that heartbreak? Again, no, because focusing on that brings a feeling more akin to faint disappointment for her friend and not, whatever this other sensation sinking into her chest is. Aoi finishes up Shimizu's bandages with the finesse from extensive hours of practice, and Sumi, Kyo, and Naho all show up bearing lunch along with a few snacks and the regular doses of medicine. Shimizu settles into chatting with the girls, enjoying the extra company and their calming presence as a nice distraction from her thoughts, at least until Sumi perks up, points at Shimizu's bedside table, and asks, "What's that, Shimizu-san?" It's the little fabric bag that Rari left behind, still closed with a drawstring. Shimizu was so caught up in her thoughts that she almost forgot about it, and she pulls the package into her lap. She didn't notice before, distracted by the touch of Rari's hands on hers, but the fabric is soft and silky, something of quality, with a pretty ocean pattern on it. "Rari-kun dropped me off a gift. Wanna see what it is?" The girls all nod their interest, their eyes sparkling, and Shimizu grins as she undoes the drawstring. Inside the bag is a piece of paper, which she pulls out first, finding the familiar shape of Rari's calligraphy on it. "Shimizu-chan. I saw this design and thought of you. I dunno if hair clips are your thing, but I figured this could maybe help keep your bangs out of your eyes while fighting demons if you like it. Rari." Sure enough, whenever Shimizu reaches inside, a small hair clip meets her fingers. It's not an intricate or complicated design by any means, but the simplicity keeps it elegant, and the deep purple shade complements Shimizu's hair and attire well enough that it'll be a good fit. Kyo runs off for a hand mirror, so Shimizu checks her reflection and clips her bangs to the side, thinking about what makeup options this will give her and the moment of warmth that comes from hands touching, from the simple happiness of receiving a gift from someone you care about. Oh. I don't like the idea of Reri-kun crushing on someone else because I'm jealous. Shimizu-san? Naho asks. What's wrong? Do you not like it? With the mirror still showing her reflection, Shimizu sees that she's frowning. She shifts to a smile and shakes her head. No, I ended up thinking about something else. I like it a lot. Does it look good? All the girls nod, chipping in their own compliments, and Shimizu entertains them until they head off to tend to their other duties, and then she has full rein to flop back onto the bed and consider what she's realized. Shimizu has never been anything even close to straight, so she's not surprised by this outcome. What she's more surprised about is that she knows the exact extent of danger that's going to be present in this world, and yet her heart still insists on developing romantic feelings. Is it better or worse that she's fallen for a non-canon character in terms of fanfiction tropes? Oh, wait, that doesn't matter, because she's landed in the middle of some stupid love triangle/square/shape from the underworld, where Zenitsu also likes Reri, but Reri might like Kaigaku, and who knows how the heck Kaigaku feels in the middle of all this. The idea of the character Shimizu remembers caring enough about someone to form a romantic attachment seems almost funny, but that barrette also couldn't have been cheap, so maybe. Since rolling onto her stomach and screaming into her pillow is going to aggravate her still healing injury, Shimizu settles for pulling her pillow over her face. And groans. Who likes who shouldn't matter in the slightest, not when the end from canon is so close, but maybe, in the aftermath, if Shimizu and Reri both survive. If you want to have anything even close to that, then you need to do your best to make sure everyone gets through canon okay. Rengoku still has all the information on the other upper moons to help out with Infinity Castle, and Tamayo will get even more BLD to work with once Nezuko is immune to sunlight. Tanjiro also understands that Muzan will attempt to infect him to become a demon at the end of that fight, so things will work out, so long as Shimizu helps things along. She can't eliminate all of the risk of fights, so people may still die against the upper moons, but maybe there is a tragedy she can prevent. Regardless of if it's romantic or not, Reri-kun does care about Kaigaku-kun, and they and Zenitsu-kun don't deserve to lose Kawajima-san either. I don't know Kaigaku-kun well enough to help him, but I'm sure that Reri-kun can do it. Just, how do I convince them without breaking their trust? Getting Tanjiro, Rengoku, and Inosuke to believe her was easy, considering the whole deal with Akaza. And Reri might believe her, too. But how much of a betrayal of trust is it that Shimizu has known about the oncoming tragedy this whole time but hasn't ever decided to mention it to someone that she's close friends with, that Shimizu dragged Reri into the danger of Mugen Train just because she didn't want to face it alone? Will Reri hate Shimizu once they find out the secrets she's been hiding? If they hate me, it's fine. They still deserve to know. Shimizu sits down with some paper and a brush, trying to figure out what to even write. If possible, it would be easiest to just write it all down, the time travel, the anime, the future, but letting something like that be in the still reliable but nonetheless very still interceptable clause of a Kasugai crow seems like it could be asking for trouble. If the enemy found out we have someone who created a massive information leak like that, that would paint a target on Shimizu's back, and maybe even Reri's, too. The best she can do is send a letter, asking to see Reri soon, and hope they can have a long talk in person to settle things. Leave a hint to keep in touch with Kaigaku under the guise of trouble brewing after the death of 2 Upper Moon Kazuki. Pray that, somehow, things will work out for the better. Shimizu ties the letter to Tanaka's leg, sends him off, runs her fingers over the hair clip in her bangs, and starts to write anew on a fresh piece of parchment. Dear Reri-kun. Shimizu gets placed back on active duty before Reri has the opportunity to stop by again. They do both end up at Butterfly Manor in the course of duty, but always at different times. If Shimizu has to wait until Hashira training to warn Reri, it's going to be too late, and she panic writes a request to Rengoku to do something so the two of them can talk. Tanaka takes off without argument into the sunset, and Shimizu pokes at the remains of her dinner as she worries her lower lip. It's already been a month since the fight against Daki and Jotaro, which means soon it will be time for Tanjiro to take care of the Swordsmith Village arc. A lot of heavy defense measures from the Corps is stacked on that end. Rengoku proposed a Hashira defense of the village to Oyakata-sama, who agreed, so missions handling regular demons are more frequent than ever to fill in the gaps. This is the first evening in a while that Shimizu hasn't had any work to take care of, and she's looking forward to just collapsing in a nice cushy hotel bed and praying that she gets a response from Rengoku tomorrow. Ah, thank goodness. You're a Corps member, right? Shimizu looks up, catching sight of another demon slayer who's out of breath and in tears, their auburn bun in disarray. They look at least a year younger than Shimizu, and her protective instincts kick in. Yes, I'm a Corps member. Are you okay? Did you get hurt on a mission? No, I'm fine, but, the slayer takes in a shuddering breath. I was on a mission, with a higher ranker as my mentor, but we ran into a demon too strong, and he told me to escape, and I couldn't do anything. Please go help him, I'm not strong enough on my own. Dear Rari-kun. I know that I already said that I wanted to meet in person and talk, but I needed to write this as a backup. The truth of the matter is that I'm a time traveler. Surprise? Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but what you call it doesn't matter. Either way, I know some things that will happen in the future, up to a certain point at least. Remember when I told you about the hand demon during final selection? How about when I asked if you trusted me before we got recruited by Rengoku-san before the Mugen Train mission? That's because I knew what was going to happen, and I hoped that having both of us there would help change things. You helped save Rengoku-sama, Rari-kun. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have made it through that fight. Please don't doubt that. But talking about the past isn't what's important right now. Instead, I want to make sure that you're prepared for the future. By the time winter is over, the Demon Slayer Corps will have defeated Kibutsuji Musen. However, this will not be without sacrifices. I don't know if we can make it through these fights without anyone dying, but I hope what knowledge I have will be enough to at least save a few people. Which is why I need to apologize to you. If I could have acted sooner, maybe a piece of the future wouldn't have been left up to chance. I should have trusted you in advance, but I can't change that now. All I can do is make sure you have access to the records I left behind so that you can help where you need to be. I'm certain that if there's anyone who can make a difference, Rari-kun, it's you. I've seen evidence of that for myself. When you read over my notes, I'm sure you'll understand. Of course, I would have preferred to share everything with you in person. But if you're reading this, then that wasn't possible, because this. Oh, Shimizu says, and she can't help the sad smile that forms on her face, because she should have expected this, because she deserves it for foisting off her problems on others, for not facing things sooner. It looks like not even Rari-kun could save you. Kaigaku-kun. Is my last will and testament. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 32. Calmness before dark skies. I stood at the side of the vendor's stall, weighing my options, despite thinking way too strong about a decision that didn't matter in the larger scheme of things. In fact, with how much had been going on as of late, I shouldn't have even been thinking about it at all, but I needed something to distract me from the fact of just how much things had decided to escalate in the past month or so. My predictions had been correct, and the plot had kicked in once more not all that long ago. Again, an upper moon had been on the scene, the fresh promoted rank 5, as it were, along with, again, none other than the protag squad plus Shimizu. Surprise. The saving grace was that both Rengoku and Yuzui were there, and 2 Hashira had been enough for there to be no major losses or casualties, which was an undeniable godsend. What was far less of a godsend was that victory meant that things were still kicking up a notch, and even more so if we were getting into powers like 2 upper moon level demons in one, and I didn't like the idea of where things might end up after an event like that. I knew the lower moons got replacements whenever a Hashira defeated them, but were things the same for the upper-ranked Kazuki? What the hell were we going to have to face before this whole mess would be over? Dear Lord, I prayed that canon didn't have some bullshit non-ending and we could have this whole mess be over for real. Tanjiro and everyone else deserved some proper rest after being goddamn trouble magnets for so long. Just like I was having zero luck trying to think of something positive about all my dear friends and loved ones being in regular and increasing states of danger, I was also having zero luck with finding a suitable gift among the wares before me. Holding back my own sigh, I gave the vendor an apologetic smile and stopped taking up their precious space that could better be used on an actual paying customer. You would think, I thought as I trudged down the street, casting my eyes over the various artisans who had happened to gather while Michi and I had stopped in town for a now complete mission, that with so much sheet to buy, finding a present would be easy. At Mitsuri's suggestion, I'd decided to pick up some presents for my crush pile. She'd convinced me that it would be a good way to show my appreciation for those I cared about, and she'd also requested to hear about Shimizu and Kaigaku's reactions to help gauge their potential interest for me. I might have been a bit interested in both options, but I'd at least agreed to follow through on the condition of Mitsuri doing the same for Iguro, because if I was going to embarrass myself, then she was going down with me, damn it. Picking out something for Shimizu had been simple, and the response I'd gotten with her follow-up letter had been positive, so I'd had success on that front. Though I did have to say I would have liked it if I could have seen her reaction in person, but in a fit of anxiety over her response I'd had Michi lie for me so I could escape in case she didn't like it, and I was counting her written excitement as reward enough. The issue was none other than my resident problem kōhai himself, Kaigaku. I'd thought so before when I'd been picking out a gift for his birthday, but buying a successful present for Kaigaku was a pain in the butt. Unlike Zenitsu, who I'd gone shopping with plenty of times during our training days and had a general idea of his tastes, Kaigaku wasn't one to collect trinkets. He was way more of a practical person, hence the sword maintenance kit I'd gotten him before, and getting him anything excessive would just get in the way and be seen as a nuisance. It's a shame he keeps his hair short. Then I could get him a hair tie or something in return and call it even. I fiddled with my own barrette between my thumb and forefinger as I walked through the mini bazaar, thinking through my options. While Kaigaku would be able to pull off jewelry well, I couldn't very well just send him some earrings or whatnot out of the blue with the note that I thought they'd look good on him. I guess he likes his choker, though. I don't think I've ever seen him without the thing. From the day he'd arrived at Sensei's to the last time I'd seen him at headquarters, the golden magatama had been ever-present tied around his neck. Whether he had a sentimental reason to keep it or he just liked it enough that he was used to always wearing it, trying to get him a replacement wouldn't work out either. I quashed down my forming, very stupid, fantasy of him wearing a gift from me, visible underneath his open collar for the world to see. There you are, Rari-senpai. Are you still looking around? Michi had managed to find me again after we had split up. Since we'd been paired up under my mentorship program, we'd gotten a bit more familiar with each other, but he still made sure to address me with respect. I hoped it was more because he thought I was a worthwhile mentor than because I'd scared the shit out of him back during our beach mission. Yeah, I still need a little bit of time. Sorry about that. No need to worry. We don't have a mission to take care of right now, so it's okay to meander around a little bit. Even we slayers need breathers. I tried to hold back my smug smile but failed. That had been one of the first lessons I'd given him. You've been searching for something for a while, though, huh? Is it something else special for, Shimizu-san, was it? The blush that formed on my cheeks was very undignified for a mentor, if I had to say so myself. I almost took the easy way out and agreed, but that lie would reveal itself in no time. No, it's not for Shimizu-chan. Oh. Michi tilted his head as he looked me over. Is it for someone else special, then? Since he was gossiping about Kaigaku on a mission, should have known this guy was tuned into the rumor mill. But acting like it's nothing will just make it worse, won't it? If I admit that it is, will you not press me for more details? Because there might just be something the slightest bit awkward about admitting to Michi that I was crushing strong on Kaigaku, all things considered. I could consider extending mercy for now in exchange for you picking up the bill for dinner. That was an easy enough deal to make, considering that we already picked up the bill for each other out of convenience's sake. When I nodded my agreeance, Michi pumped his fist in victory. Well, in that case I won't pester you more and instead offer you a suggestion. Here. Michi reached into his pocket, pulling out a small parcel that he offered out to me. Since it was a gift, I accepted, and when I opened it up, I found an Omamori talisman inside. The characters on the back were Kanayanzan, a blessing for the safety of the family and household. Yeah, that's probably the best option, all things considered. Thanks, Michi-san. You sure about that? Maybe I should have picked you up Enmusubi instead. Once again abandoning any sense of decorum as a responsible mentor, I stuck out my tongue. Protection of my family, and if the gods didn't think chosen family counted, then F them, was far more important right now than my having a successful love life. Michi snickered, but didn't take any more pot shots at me. That said, if you're pressed for something, you could always get an omamori. To let whoever it is know what you're thinking about their well-being. Putting aside all the teasing we'd had to endure to get there, that wasn't a half-bad idea at all. I didn't know if Kaigaku put any particular stock in ideas like the blessings of the gods, but it was the thought that counted. Though I could also just see myself buying a batch for everyone, because heavens knew we could use some luck headed our way. Well, it's better than any other idea I had. Michi-san, would you do me the favor of leading the way? Sure thing, Rari-senpai. With Michi-san in the lead, we navigated our way through the crowd. Out of habit more than anything, I kept my eyes peeled on the off chance that there would be something suitable to Kaigaku's tastes along the way, but I came up just as empty as before. That said, however, I did end up finding a convenient distraction, and I gave Michi a warning before changing course. While I was sort of a failure as an otaku for not having watched Kimetsu no Yaiba before, getting dumped into it, I at least could maintain my pride and say I'd watched Kimi no Na wa before. As such, I recognized the complicated-looking stand that served as the effective loom for making the infamous braided cord from the film. A miniature table on a stand with several weighted spools of thread hanging over the sides, the marudai stood at the ready as the craftsperson moved the pieces around to weave together the final product. Oh, Kumihimo, Michi said once he caught up with me. I haven't seen one of these made in person in a long time. Whoa, check out that spread. These are pretty nice. I agreed with that sentiment, no doubt. While the person was strong at work making a fresh Kumihimo cord to add to the collection, plenty more were spread out as wares in a near rainbow of colors. Some were single hues, others were multiple colors, but they were all pretty, and the end result was an impressive lineup to look at. Is it corny for me to want to get one of these for Kaigaku because of a ship in a movie from the future? Oh, no doubt there. For having a grand total of a few months of being aware of my crush, because I wasn't enough of a MSCST to pin down when this whole mess had started, I was kind of in it deep. Why was it that whenever I fell strong for no other conceivable reason than I was a complete and utter disaster? Some mysteries would never see a resolution, I supposed. Not that it means I can't get Kaigaku one, anyways. While I didn't know if it was a Kumihimo, the cord he wore his pendant on was similar enough in design. So long as it could fit the Magatama on the end, he could use it as a replacement if something ever happened to the one he already had. Or, well, that could make a good enough excuse for why I was sending it to him. I leaned down to get a closer look at the Kumihimo, inspecting the different colors. You think you'll pick one up? Michi asked, and I nodded. Maybe I should get one, too. these are pretty cool. Leaving Michi to consider his own potential purchase, I tried to narrow down my own options. The one he has right now is dark blue, right? It would be a good idea to match that if it's going to be a replacement. Or so I was planning to do, when I found one in a pale lilac, and I had to bite my lip. While I hadn't had any choice in the matter when it came to the Haori that Sensei had given me, I didn't mind the design in the slightest, and purple had just about become my signature color after so long of wearing it. Would it be too obvious to get Kaigaku a present that was all but outright asking him to wear something meant to remind him of me? Was that all but a confession? That's the point, dumbass, I reminded myself. If nothing else, gauging Kaigaku's reaction could help me get a clue as to what his feelings for me were. Besides, it wasn't like the purple didn't go with the golden color of his pendant, and everything went with the black of the core uniform since he didn't wear a Haori, so I tried to tell myself as I asked the vendor to wrap up the kumihimo and passed over the money for it. So, Michi said as I ignored him, do we still need to go to pick up some omamori, or? What's that, Michi-san? You missed training already? You're right, we should keep our skills sharp. Right. The stand was over here, Rari-senpai. I don't think there was ever such a thing as a fun mission summons, but anything prefaced with known cases of demon slayers going missing was one of the worst possible things to hear. Tadashi didn't know the exact ranks of whoever had failed this mission before us, but I at least hoped whoever had assigned this wasn't sending us on a job that some Kanoto or whatever had already bombed beforehand. I also don't think there were a lot of slums that one would call pleasant, but snooping around one in the dark didn't do much to make the place look better. There was the usual mix of trash and dirt on the streets, and most residents seemed to have already locked themselves up in whatever shelter they could have in protection against the recent disappearances. I did wish that could do something against a determined demon, but since it couldn't, it was our job to do something about it. Should we split up? Michi and I had already done a first sweep of the area, and we'd found jack squat other than some scared locals. Considering that the Corps had already lost a couple of slayers in this area, I was loath to separate us, and even less so since Michi was my responsibility. Sure, he was just a bit lower than me in rank, and he'd shown his skill well enough so far, but still. After being around each other for a few months, Michi knew the exact argument I was about to make, just like I knew the counter-argument he was about to make. If we kept together, he was bound to insist using his BLD as bait, and I had no one to blame for him to picking up that habit but myself, and I didn't want to risk that when it wasn't necessary. At least if we parted ways, we could reconvene with each other by using a flashy breathing technique, and it wouldn't start with kicking a powerful demon into a frenzy that could do more damage to the surroundings than we could mitigate. Fine, I said, and Michi nodded, knowing my logic. You know what to do if you come across anything. Meet up here again at the regular time. And don't do anything reckless. Michi glanced away. Yes, I had to give him that warning every single time, and it never got any less frustrating. Lucky for him, I was used to dealing with handfuls of kōhai, so I at least had the patience for it. Understood, Rari-senpai. I'll be careful. That verbal promise was as good as it was going to get, so we blocked out who would cover which areas and went our separate ways. After working with another slayer for so long, it was a bit strange to be on my own during a mission, but I fell back into the rhythm soon enough. All we could do was scout out the area and hope we acted fast enough before the demon here could claim another victim. I didn't come across anything, and neither did Michi, based on his lack of a signal. While multi-day mission searches weren't that unusual, they still weren't what I preferred to do. Around the time we'd agreed upon, I headed back to our rendezvous point so we could eat without getting ambushed, but Michi didn't arrive on time, and he was still MIA even about 10 minutes later, which wasn't like him whatsoever. And, well, after this much time in the field, I knew to trust my instincts whenever I got a bad feeling. "FNG hell," I said, taking off down the same road I'd just seen Michi off down just a few hours beforehand. "FNG hell, Michi-san, please be okay, please, please. Prayers didn't mean much in the face of demons, so I just had to run and hope I caught up with him before it was too late. Sheet, what kind of demon could pull off enough of a sneak attack that Michi, a skilled Tsukino, couldn't even give me a signal? An answer occurred to me that was enough to make the taste of vomit start to flood my mouth. Kazuki. It had been a long time since I'd worried that I was just some background character that got offed, but the possibility of running into a Kazuki made it seem way more possible. Should I have Tadashi send a warning in advance, just in case I didn't make it? No, I couldn't waste time on that, not when there was still a chance that I could help Michi out. Except when I found what I was looking for, I wasn't sure there was a chance I could do anything at all. Not because Michi was in too bad of shape to be saved, but because I didn't know if I had it in me to draw my sword against the figure that looked up to face me as I approached. "Rari-senpai," he said. I started, stalled, and stammered, "Kaigaku." He may have looked different, but that was Kaigaku. Kaigaku with a blue obi around his waist and his black kimono hung over his shoulders, the white collar creating a clear boundary between that fabric and the darkness of his core uniform underneath. Kaigaku with a bloody sword in his hands and Michi collapsed on the ground beneath him, unmoving. Kaigaku with black scara, Kaigaku with pointed ears and sharp fangs, Kaigaku with dark marks across his cheeks that looked like they could have been placed there by a calligrapher's brush. Kaigaku, a demon. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 33. Separate storm clouds. I couldn't breathe. If you told me that I was in the middle of a nightmare, I would have believed you. Someone I cared about hurt? Check. Someone else I cared about an enemy before me? Check. The complete and utter feeling of paralysis that prevented me from being able to move or help anything that was happening before me? Check. If only you'd never woken up here. This is all because of you. Except I knew. I knew this wasn't a nightmare, because I hadn't had a nightmare in months, since my breakdown on the Mugen train. Even the night where I'd gotten wasted and forgotten my meds, I'd managed to sleep in total peace, and, well, Kocho Shinobu was a goddamn genius. Whenever she made a drag, it did what it was supposed to do. I was very much awake, which meant this was reality. Kaigaku, I said again, my voice not even sounding like I was speaking at all. What happened? Come on, Rari-senpai. You're smarter than that. Kaigaku flicked his sword, BLD splattering onto the dirt as he turned around, like Michi was some toy he'd lost interest in. It's what it looks like. Oh, but if I'd known you'd been assigned here, too, I would have come and greeted you first. I stared, trying to make logical sense of what was going on. I'd gotten a letter back from Kaigaku not even a few weeks ago, and I'd just been waiting on his reply to my response to send him the present I'd gotten him. In such a short amount of time, how the F had we gotten here? What, you of all people don't have anything to say? That's not like you at all, Rari-senpai. He wasn't wrong. I had a nasty habit of talking shit in all the worst possible moments, and yet I couldn't unstick my tongue from the roof of my mouth. Even if I could pull that off, though, I was more convinced all that would come out would be vomit rather than words. What the F was I supposed to say, supposed to do? He's a demon now. You know what you're supposed to do. I was a demon slayer. It was in the goddamn name. It wasn't supposed to matter if you'd known them when they were human, demons were still the enemy, still needed to be defeated. Yes, they had souls that needed to be set free, but, other than that, they were monsters that would kill if left alone. We couldn't afford to show mercy because of personal connections, and maybe I would have believed that if I didn't know the exception. Nezuko was more than enough proof that becoming a demon didn't mean you had to become a monster. She'd even been granted amnesty from Oyakata-sama so long as she continued not to eat humans, so maybe. Okay, Kaigaku, let's talk, I said, glancing down to where Michi was on the ground. He was still, yes, but there wasn't an excessive amount of BLD, and I could just make out the movement of his CHST. He was still breathing, thank goodness. I know there's a chance you haven't heard about this, but one of my friends has a younger sister who's a demon. She hasn't eaten anyone, so the core is letting her live. Michi-san's not going to die if he gets care soon, so if you haven't hurt anyone else, I'm sure we can. Kaigaku laughed. I'd maybe heard the sound a few times in all the years I'd known him, but it was always smaller, a snort here, a subdued chuckle there. What I heard right then was so different from any of that, a full-blown belly laugh that was filled with more mocking scorn than anything else. Don't be naive. You don't get it at all, do you? What transforming is like. I didn't. I'd never seen a newborn demon, never had that experience. I had my first meal before I even realized what was happening. Not to mention that you two aren't the first slayers to show up here. Why do you think you got assigned to this place? From a logical standpoint, it made sense. Tadashi had warned us that we were up against a demon that had already beaten other demon slayers. In the back of my mind, I'd already known it, that Kaigaku was beyond saving, but the idea of drawing my sword to decapitate my own kōhai was so awful that I didn't want to think of it. You can't just leave him, though. I'm not just a demon slayer, but I'm his senpai, too. Kaigaku is my responsibility. So I'll. Taking a shaky breath, I drew my sword. Kaigaku's face broke out into a grin, his new fangs prominent in the expression, and his blade flashed back up into position. You're going to try and fight me, Rari-senpai? Go ahead, now that I've become a demon, I'm way stronger than I was before. Give it your best shot. It took me longer than usual, my heart aching all the while, but I managed to find that focused boost within total concentration, some of my battle instincts taking over. There was no call of the rules, no agreeance to not make any fatal strikes. Those training days were long over, and now we had no choice but to fight to the death. Stand proud as a student of thunder breathing. I made that my focus, rather than the nightmare that was unraveling before me, and I charged. In our usual bouts, I had speed as one of my advantages, but Kaigaku knew well enough what thunder breathing was capable of. He read my charge without issue, raising his sword to counter, and we exchanged a few blows, but he hadn't been joking about his increased strength either. While his technical skill was at about the same level, his strikes were stronger than ever, and, for the first time since we had started sparring over 2.5 years ago, my grip slipped enough that Kaigaku's next blow knocked my sword right out of my hands, far enough away that I couldn't recover it without exposing myself to an attack, and that hesitation on what to do next cost me. Kaigaku's foot slammed into my chst not even a breath later, the force knocking me straight to the ground and the following stomp cracking against my ribs as my head bounced off the ground. His sword came down in a flash of metal next, stabbing right into the dirt not even a breath's width away from my neck, and, though I should have been more concerned over how easy it would be for him to slit my throat and be done with it, my brain instead decided to focus on how the once golden yellow thunderbolt pattern on Kaigaku's sword had been stained to black. You call that a fight? You're disappointing me, Rari-senpai. You should be able to do better than that as one of the old man's successors. Not Sensei, I noticed, but a dismissive old man. Was there even a piece of Kaigaku still in there? Should I want there to be, or would that just make it harder? Either way, he was right, I hadn't given him my all, which was beyond pathetic, but that didn't mean I had to give up. If I was going to die here, I wasn't going to give Kaigaku an easy victory in the slightest, and I glared up at him as best I could muster while my lungs screamed under the pressure of his foot compressing them down. Kaigaku sneered back at me. What do you think you're going to accomplish by just scowling at me like that? You think that would do any good in the face of an upper moon? Of him? When you're just a weak and fragile human? Do you understand the FNG position you're in? His shout snapped into the air like the roar of thunder, not all that different from the dinner where he'd exploded in anger over Sensei naming us all as his joint successors. You don't understand how powerful they are. You can fight all you want, but you're never going to be able to defeat them. all you'd be doing is throwing your DMN life away. No, this was different than when he'd exploded at Sensei's declaration. That night he'd been full of anger and rage, but now there was something else, some sort of desperation, an undeniable fear of the higher powers. Had Kaigaku met an upper moon? Kibutsuji? I didn't know, and I was too busy failing to breathe to be able to ask. Kaigaku pulled his hand off the hilt of his sword, leaving it stuck in the dirt as he reached inside his kimono. You're lucky, Rari, he said, senpai missing from the end of my name, as if knocking me down was all it had taken for him to decide I was no longer worthy of his respect. He's interested in seeing you alive. He? As in Kibutsuji? What the hell for? So I can make sure you live. You just need to become a demon, too, and everything will be alright. You're strong, I'm sure you can survive the transformation. The awful taste in my mouth got worse, and even more so as Kaigaku pulled out a vial filled with a dark liquid that I guessed was BLD. If I consumed that, then I, too. Just take it and drink it, Rari. It's that easy. It would be that easy, and that was what was terrifying about it. Drink one little vial and abandon humanity, but for what? Strength? Immortality? Survival? If I didn't, what would happen? Would Kaigaku kill me? Michi? By all logic, I should be dead already. What the F could be important enough that Kibutsuji Musen, the literal main antagonist and progenitor of all goddamn demons, wanted me, a slayer who just had my big mouth and a mentorship program to my name, alive? Why? I asked, my voice a winded and pathetic reflection of itself. Why even bother with someone like me? Are you kidding me right now? Like you don't know what you are, that you're not from here, not like the rest of us. If I had had the capability to do so, I would have gasped. Failing that, I could feel my stomach falling right out of me. While I wouldn't say I'd done a perfect job of keeping my time/dimension traveling under wraps, I didn't think I'd done anything to give myself away enough that Fanji Kibutsuji would know where I was from. I didn't know what to think when I first heard it, but it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I've never met anyone else like you, Rari. But that's not what's important here, because if you're like her, then you know, don't you? About what's going to happen in the future. Why wouldn't he want that? Oh, God, what? Somehow Kibutsuji knew. He knew that this world wasn't on its own, he knew that I'd come from somewhere else, Fanji knew that I had access to something that would tell how the story of this world was supposed to go. Not that I knew jack shit that would be helpful, but the fact that he'd found something like that out did not bear well for my health and safety whatsoever. You've known all along, haven't you? Was it fun for you? Playing the good senpai when you knew how I'd turn out? No wonder you gave that piece of scum all your attention. Because I wasn't going to be worth it, not when I turned out like this, huh? Stringing me along, like you thought I was going to be worth something in the end, huh? Well? What the F do you have to say for yourself, Rari? You're wrong. With the new glow of his turquoise irises contrasted against the black scara, it was easy to see the way Kaigaku narrowed his eyes at me, even in the dark. But I'd never backed down from his rage before, and I wasn't about to start now, even when I was at an undeniable disadvantage. I didn't know a goddamn thing. If I had, do you think I would have just let this happen without a fight? I could have known, though, and that just made it worse. If I'd picked up a Fanji manga volume, maybe this wouldn't have happened, maybe I could have saved him. I already know that I haven't done a single good thing by showing up unprepared, but I never asked for this. If I could go back and make it so I had a fraction of a chance at knowing anything that could keep you safe, I'd do it, but I can't, so I don't know what you or Kibutsuji Fanji want from me. Kaigaku stared, some of the anger melting out of his expression as he looked at me with surprise on his face. You don't know, do you? You don't know about anything. Running his free hand over his face, he laughed again, though the sound was mirthless. Well, I guess Yuro Kadaki didn't have to Fanji worry about you, did she? Should have kept her mouth shut, then. Yuroko. I thought as a fresh sensation of dread joined the nausea already spiraling in my stomach before the realization proper hit me. While I'd written about her plenty of times, I couldn't recall a single instance of Kaigaku talking about Shimizu before, let alone referring to her by name, so it took me a moment to make the connection. Shimizu-chan, I whispered. What does Shimizu-chan have to do with any of this? She was my friend, sure, but I was the outlier in this situation, unless. What a FNG joke. You sit there and fawn over her all the time, but you didn't even realize she was like you? Shimizu, like me. Shimizu from a world where Kimetsu no Yaiba was just a story to enjoy. Shimizu, not part of this world whatsoever, and Kaigaku knew about it. Not that I had any clue until a week or so ago, but you'd think you'd at least be able to tell. Well, not that it matters, since she's dead now. I'd managed to catch my wind, but that sentence knocked the breath straight out of me all over again. Shimizu, dead, Kaigaku, a demon. How could these things just happen without any warning whatsoever? Just like that, two people I loved were gone, one killed, the other I'd have to kill if I wanted to fulfill my duty as a demon slayer. It was Kaigaku or me, but if I had to fight him just so I'd live, I'd rather. Don't you get it, Rari? Kaigaku knelt down, his knee still keeping me pinned in place, though my arms were free. He pressed his hand against mine, the smooth glass surface of the vial separating our palms. Despite his new claws, his touch was gentle, and his hand was warm. No one can stand up to him. Even if you don't know anything, it's still safer for you to be a demon, to be on the winning side. In the next second, Kaigaku's weight vanished from my chest, and I gasped for unhindered air. A powerful gust cut through the place where Kaigaku had just been, Michi's wind-breathing technique kicking up dust. Kaigaku had dodged the attack, landing further down the street, and, coughing, I forced myself to at least sit up so I'd be less vulnerable. Even without my sword, I could fall back into the rhythm of total concentration, constant to not be dead weight. What I wanted for myself was one thing, but I couldn't give up whenever I was still responsible for Michi. Just like I thought, you're a real arrogant a-hole, aren't you? Michi said, spitting at the ground. While in any other situation he would have pressed the advantage, my unarmed status kept him standing guard over me, which I was both grateful for and guilty about. I don't know what the F you're talking about, but trying to force someone to make the same mistake as you is complete bullshit. Rari-senpai stood up for you, and look at you now. You've sure gotten cocky, huh? Learned how to say shit to my face, I see. Kaigaku had grabbed his sword during his dodge, but he didn't move into a ready stance, though I watched his form for any sign that he was about to unleash an attack while trying to find where the hell my katana had landed. Whatever, I don't have time to waste on weaklings like you. Michi bristled, but Kaigaku looked my way, one of his fingers pointing at my fist, where I had grabbed onto the vial he'd passed on to me. You can keep that BLD whenever you decide you want to join us, just drink it. If you haven't by the next time we see each other, well, I won't be able to get away with sparing you again. So make the right choice, okay? I won't keep using this place as a hunting ground, but I'll still be waiting for you, Rari-senpai. Kaigaku drew in a breath, and then he was gone, disappeared into the dark. Hey, get back here, GGH. Michi doubled over after his shout, gripping at his side, and I rushed to support him, making sure he didn't end up face-planted on the ground again. Take it easy, I said, managing to keep us both upright despite the fact that I was still trembling. Even if you use total concentration to help a wound heal, you'll just open it up again if you push it. Yeah, but we just can't let him go. The priority is making it out of the mission alive, Michi-san. How many times have I had to tell you that? There was no FNG point whatsoever in hunting down demons if we sacrificed our own pieces in the process. That was the whole DMN premise of my mentorship program in the first place. I have a duty to keep you as safe as possible, Michi-san, and letting you run off after an enemy while injured won't help us. Hell, thunder-breathing user or not, I didn't even know if I could keep up with Kaigaku now without pushing it, and that would involve leaving Michi vulnerable. You just need to focus on your breathing, and we'll get you to the closest wisteria house, you understand me? That's an order. Michi clicked his tongue, but he didn't argue, letting me help wrap up his injury. Yes, Rari-senpai. Though I would have more than deserved it, not once did Michi mention that it wouldn't have mattered if I had chased after Kaigaku instead, because there was no way I could have brought myself to kill him. Walk steady on this cruel world's path. By Aviantei. Part 34. Final Roars of Thunder. Considering that we were well into autumn by now, it was a little unfair how nice the weather was. The temperature was downright balmy all things considered, and the sky was an unrelenting and unfair clear blue. If it weren't for the vibrant oranges, reds, and yellows of the nearby trees and the presence of green kabocha pumpkins in the fields, I might have been convinced that it was still summer. Just another summer day off from training, a chance to enjoy the world as it was without any other stress, except I knew those days were long, long past as I gave half-hearted greetings to the locals that recognized me. Funny how much could change in just a year, what a different person I was since I had last set foot at home. Sensei's house looked the same as ever, not even changed at all, and I wanted so much to believe that I'd find the same old scenes inside, Zenitsu playing the koto, Sensei sipping at tea, Kaigaku training despite the fact that he could take the time to rest, though I knew I'd never see anything like that again. Once more in the few days I'd been traveling, I stopped and hunched over on the side of the road, trying not to vomit. Considering that I had nothing left in my stomach, I'd already hurled up my breakfast on some forest road and not even a few hours ago, nothing came up save for bile, but I couldn't erase the feeling of sickness. I should have just sent Tadashi with a letter, but that had felt like the coward's way out. No, I needed to deliver the news to Sensei in person, take responsibility for my failures as a demon slayer, as a senpai. As one of thunder-breathing's successors, as a student of Kawajima Jigoro. With way more concentrated breathing than I would have liked to admit was necessary, I steadied myself and made it to the house, opening the front door and trying my best to guess where Sensei would be at this time of day since he didn't have to fuss over any students to train, and here I was, bursting in on his retirement with the worst possible news. Rari-sama? I looked over at the voice, finding Kimiko, one of the members of the home care team, gaping at me. You should have written that you were coming to visit, we could have prepared something for. She cut herself off, noticing that I looked awful, what with a few days' worth of travel and guilt clinging to me. Are you sick? You shouldn't be walking around. Here, I'll prepare a bath, so. I shook my head, stilling her protests. Is Sensei home? In general, with no one home, everyone else had the day off, too, but Sensei's letters had mentioned that he was getting a bit too old to tend to the chores without us around, so who knew what else had changed? Yes, he just sat down for some tea, but you should, Rari-sama, wait. I didn't wait, marking my course for Sensei's favorite sitting room to take tea in. It got plenty of sun, and you could smell the peaches from the orchard when they were in season. Kimiko tried to keep up with me, but I didn't give her much of a chance at matching my pace. Now that I was so close, the need to get everything out in the open was incessant, like something was trying to crawl out from underneath my skin. And, well, if I didn't push through now, I was afraid that I'd lose the courage to go through with it. As trite as it was in comparison to my barging in without any forewarning whilst looking a total mess, I at least didn't slam open the door to the sitting room when I arrived. Even so, Sensei looked up at my presence. Sorry to intrude, Sensei, I said, wanting to show some respect in the middle of everything. Child, he said, you can at least pay your respects to me after you've at least rested a bit. No, I can't. While me talking back to Sensei wasn't anything new in the slightest, he didn't snap at me for whatever reason, maybe because I looked as desperate as I felt. Not getting told otherwise, I settled down onto the floor in the usual Seiza position, not even caring that I didn't have a cushion or a cup of tea. Just the thought of drinking anything made me feel nauseous all over again, but I swallowed down what I could of the awful taste and forced the words out of my mouth. Kaigaku became a demon. Sensei was excellent at keeping his expression under control, but for a moment I saw his beady eyes widen before he wrangled his face back into a focused look. Rari. Rari, not child. Serious. Explain. So I did my best to share what I knew, that at some point in the past few weeks, Kaigaku had become a demon, that he'd shown up on one of my missions, that he'd offered for me to become a demon as well. I didn't tell why he'd made that offer, nor did I mention the vial of BLD still tucked in my pocket. I had no intention of drinking it, of course, but I hadn't been able to convince myself to throw it away, either, like it was somehow important as a gift Kaigaku had trusted me with. What a FNG joke. I see, Sensei said once I was done, and I couldn't read his expression anymore. He sipped at his tea, though it must have gone cold by now. To have my own student choose to betray the Demon Slayer Corps is my failure as a teacher. I'll have to take responsibility for it. The twisting feeling of dread hit me again in full force. We don't know that, I said, still clinging to whatever I could find. Sensei looked at me, something like pity in his eyes, but I pressed forward. We don't know if he made that choice or not, Sensei. Kibutsuji can turn people into demons without any consent at all. Do you think he would bother with a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, his enemies? If so, why not just turn us all? My mouth snapped shut, and a familiar harsh burn prickled in my eyes, though I refused to let myself cry. You're right, child, we don't know what happened. But the fact remains that Kaigaku's become a demon, and he said himself that he's already killed people. Having a user of thunder breathing turn into an enemy is my responsibility. I'd hoped I could have a peaceful death after retiring, but seppuku is the least I can do. In that moment, I remembered talking with Tanjiro back at Butterfly Mansion, how he'd mentioned that his and Shimizu's mentor, Urokadaki Sakanji, along with the water Hashira, Tomioka Ju, had both put their lives on the line for Nezuko. How did offering to kill yourself fix anything? It didn't, and yet they'd decided that was the best outcome, a form of repentance, and Sensei was saying the same thing. That's not fair at all. My shout echoed through the room, and I clenched my hands into fists in my lap, glaring at Sensei without any reservation. You shouldn't have to do that, Sensei. If anything, I'm the one that should take responsibility. If I'd known, I could have stopped this. If I'd stopped Kaigaku, Sensei wouldn't. I couldn't even fight him. He's my kōhai, so I should have handled it. I failed in my duty as a demon slayer and let him escape, too. If anyone should die because of what he's done, it's me. It wasn't like I belonged in this world, anyway. Taking me out of the picture wouldn't matter in the long run. I've already lost Jaden and Shimizu and Kaigaku, Sensei. Please don't make me have to live through losing you, too. Not like this. If Sensei could at least be alright, I'd take his place without hesitation. But Sensei shook his head, and I knew I wasn't going to convince him otherwise. No matter how stubborn I was, he was always able to outlast me. If you feel responsible, Rari, that falls with me, too. A student's mistakes are their teacher's mistakes, after all. I tried to form a retort, but I couldn't find any words, and, even if I could, I wouldn't have been able to make them take shape in my mouth, FING speechless at the worst possible time. Besides, I need you two to carry on as my successors, after all. It won't be the future I wanted for you all, but you and Zenitsu will do wonderful. Oh, God, Zenitsu. Sensei couldn't have known, but bringing up Zenitsu was both the best and the worst thing he could have done. Because I knew that if I disappeared, too, Zenitsu would be even more heartbroken than losing Kaigaku would make him, that he would need me if Sensei did take his own life in penance. But it was also a reminder that I'd not just failed Kaigaku by not being able to prevent this, but Zenitsu as well. I could have protected him from this tragedy, but I didn't, and now. Isn't there some other way? We can't, I can't make it without you. Please. You can. I know better than anyone what you two are capable of. It won't be easy, but you two will make it through, just like you always have. I recognized that tone, the one that meant there wasn't any room for argument. If the news wouldn't have made it back to Sensei, I wouldn't have even told him if I knew this was going to happen. You can rest here for the day, child. I'll need time to settle matters beforehand. Tomorrow. Sensei dead, another loved one gone just like that. Unlike the others, I was here and could prevent it, but I wasn't being given the opportunity to. Sensei, about your second. In that moment, I could read Sensei's intent loud and clear, even without him having to say a word. You can't be serious. In seppuku, after you slit your own stomach, someone else was supposed to behead you or stab your heart so you could die quick. Without one, you were just prolonging your suffering before death. I can't just put this off until someone agrees to help. The end result will be the same, regardless, so it doesn't matter. It does matter. It was one thing for Sensei to die, but for him to suffer while doing it? I slapped a hand to my chest, I'm here. I'd rather do it myself than just walk away and pretend that I don't know what's going to happen. I wouldn't ask you to do such a thing. You don't Finji have to. I'm volunteering. I was impressed I hadn't started bawling already, but I was also grateful. Crying like a child wasn't going to convince Sensei in the slightest that I could perform that duty, even if it would help me process some of the fragile feelings inside of me. I know you want to take on the responsibility for us, but I can't just pretend that I'm blameless in all of this. Please, Sensei, let me at least carry some of this weight for you. Let me at least suffer a bit for not being able to save Kaigaku when I should have been able to. I bowed, my forehead pressing against the floor. It was the first time I felt like I was begging for something, with no sense of shame involved. Even if I couldn't talk Sensei out of it, I'd at least let him pass on sooner rather than later, even if I had to be the one that made that happen, and I'd stay kowtowed on the floor for as long as I needed to get the answer I was looking for. The time dragged on, and Sensei sighed, the sound so much like the exasperated exhale he'd give during my early days of training that I almost expected a scolding rebuke to follow. But, instead, he said, if you insist, Rari, you can stay. But I won't blame you if you change your mind by tomorrow. Know that you're free to go whenever you want. All I could do was nod and prepare myself for what was to come next. Dinner was simple. My sleep that night was peaceful. The morning was so appealing it hurt. The weather was clear, and the sun was high. In my time as a demon slayer, I'd rent the heads from the bodies of dozens of demons, but the weight of that day's decapitation was the heaviest single swing of my sword I'd ever felt. The sun was setting in a mix of reds and pinks, the colors bleeding together. In contrast, the courtyard was already clean, not even a single stain on the dirt to prove what had happened. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the resistance that had come with the clean slide of my katana through flesh and bone, the thud that had come afterward still echoing in my ears. It had been quick and, I hoped, painless. Despite everything, I still hadn't cried. I had every right to, and I was sure it would have helped. But all I had left in me was numbness that I recognized well enough from when Jaden had died. I couldn't even remember how much time I'd wallowed in it back then, however long it had been, it was time I didn't have now. Demons were still going to hunt people down, the plot of the manga was going to continue barreling forward. As much as I would have liked to just sit around and stare into the sky, I couldn't afford to stay on the sidelines and let anything else awful happen, not while I could help it. Excuse me. Excuse me. I understand now isn't the best time, but would you be Kawajima Rari-sama? I snapped out of my reverie, my eyes landing on the plain-dressed man that I recognized as someone who Sensei stepped out with to discuss business with on occasion. The polite thing to do would have been to ask his name, but I couldn't even begin to think that as I failed to process his words. What, I asked, the F, did you just call me? My apologies. I mostly called you Sama out of habit, Kawajima-san. I gaped, my mouth forming the syllables for Kawajima but unable to put voice to them. The man noticed my confusion, pulling up a sheaf of papers he was carrying and thumbing through them. Were you not aware, then? As one of his heirs, Jigoro-sama had you added to his family register, along with, he trailed off, and I realized just where that sentence was going, that Sensei had given Kaigaku his family name as well. The man cleared his throat. As things stand, I'm Natagoro, I'm serving as the executor of Jigoro-sama's will, and I wanted you to understand what was happening on that front, Kawajima-san. Right. Unlike myself, Sensei had assets that needed to be distributed to people. It was one of those things that I'd always been aware of from a logical standpoint, given Sensei's age, but I'd avoided thinking about it for so long that it was strange to see things playing out in reality. I understand that part of Sensei's income was from. While Jigoro-sama did receive an active income as a cultivator, he also had separate savings for his heirs. You and Agatsuma Zenitsu-sama will be able to continue to use this home for as long as you wish. I didn't even know why I'd bothered. Sensei may have been gruff and strict on us in training, but it was obvious that he cared for us. Of course he'd make sure that we were provided for, even after he was gone. There are some legal matters to handle to make sure all the assets transfer without issue, but if you'd like to watch over things. No need. Sensei would have never had someone handle his affairs that we wouldn't have been able to trust. After all, Zenitsu would have been able to hear if there was something to worry about, and Kaigaku had good instincts for people, and I breathed, clearing the thoughts away from my mind. I'm sure you have some idea of what my work requires of me, Natagoro-san. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to watch over things in close detail. I trust you to handle matters. Natagoro dipped his head in a bow. I understand, Kawajima-san. I'll be sure to send a message after you if I need you for anything. I nodded, trying to figure out something else to say, but whenever I tried to think, all I could focus on was the way that Sensei had decided to give me a name when I hadn't had one, not just once, but twice. Perhaps it's not my place to say this, but Jigoro-sama cared very much for you all. Please remember that. Yeah, I whispered, I know. That night, I also received several messages, 2 brought by Tadashi, another by Tanaka. Unlike usual, the latter crow was well behaved whenever he arrived. I untied the letter he'd brought with him and let the birds have their way with my half-eaten dinner that I wasn't going to finish anytime soon. Solemn, Tanaka pecked at my rice while I felt my heart ache at the sight of Shimizu's penmanship on the outside of the paper. Dear Rari-kun. I know that I already said that I wanted to meet in person and talk, but I needed to write this as a backup. The truth of the matter is that I'm a time traveler. Surprise? Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but what you call it doesn't matter. Either way, I know some things that will happen in the future, up to a certain point at least. Remember when I told you about the hand demon? How about when I asked if you trusted me before we got recruited by Rengoku-san before the Mugen Train mission? That's because I knew what was going to happen, and I hoped that having both of us there would help change things. You helped save Rengoku-sama, Rari-kun. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have made it through that fight. Please don't doubt that. But talking about the past isn't what's important right now. Instead, I want to make sure that you're prepared for the future. By the time winter is over, the Demon Slayer Corps should have defeated Kibutsuji Musen. However, this will not be without sacrifices. I don't know if we can make it through these fights without anyone dying, but I hope what knowledge I have will be enough to at least save a few people. Which is why I need to apologize to you. If I could have acted sooner, maybe a piece of the future wouldn't have been left up to chance. I should have trusted you in advance, but I can't change that now. All I can do is make sure you have access to the records I left behind so that you can help where you need to be. I'm certain that if there's anyone who can make a difference, Rari-kun, it's you. I've seen evidence of that for myself. When you read over my notes, I'm sure you'll understand. Of course, I would have preferred to share everything with you in person. But if you're reading this, then that wasn't possible, because this is my last will and testament. Ah, maybe I should have started out with that. If this is how you're finding out the news, I'm sorry that I couldn't figure out a more tactful way to say it. It's so selfish, but I'm counting on you to see things through for me if I can't do it. In the story I knew, you weren't there as far as I could tell, but you're here now. I believe you're the key to changing what can be changed for the better. Oh, but I promise you won't need to be alone, though. Tanjiro-kun and Rengoku-sama already know about all of this, and they've been helping me. Well, Inasu-kun also knows. I don't think he understands all of it, but that hasn't made him any less helpful. By the time I've written this, they've already helped take care of the upper moon demons hiding in Yoshiwara, and there's just a few more big battles until everything should be over, if the future I read about is to be trusted. Considering everything that's happened so far, I think it will be. Rengoku-sama has access to my notes. I already gave him permission, so he'll let you see them. Of course, whether you do or not is up to you, but I know you, Rari-kun. You're a wonderful person who wants to save as many people as possible. That's why you can charge into battle without hesitating, why you've started to build this program to protect the lower ranks of the Demon Slayer Corps. You may think that my courage inspires you, but the truth is, you've been the one to keep me going, Rari-kun. That's why I'm sorry if this message gets to you too late. Because it may just be my cowardice that will mean you'll get hurt the most. If so, I'm so sorry. I hope that maybe you can forgive me. You're a precious person to me, Rari-kun. If nothing else, please use the notes I have to stay alive until the end. You deserve that much happiness. With love. Urokadaki Shimizu. So, Shimizu was like me, I'd already known that from what Kaigaku had said. Well, comparing myself to her was pathetic, because she'd done one more than me. She knew the story we'd arrived in, knew what to expect. She'd wanted to make a difference, and so she had fought, while I had scrambled around in the dark, praying that I wouldn't hurt others just by existing. And though Shimizu was gone now, she'd left behind something that we could use to make sure the end of this story went the way it was supposed to. I wasn't even upset that she'd kept it a secret from me. After all, I'd never told her about me, had I? What if our confessions were met with disbelief? Who would even believe something like getting thrown out of time and space? Tanjiro and Rengoku and Inasu, it seemed. I could at least confess to them the truth about me, whenever I got the chance, whenever I could have the strength in me to face the weight of knowing the future on top of everything else. I folded Shimizu's letter back up and set it aside, as if I would destroy it if I held onto it for too long. One of Tadashi's letters was from headquarters, which was important enough for me to pay attention to, though I almost regretted it the moment I saw the neat lines of characters that came from the practiced hand of someone in the central office. Due to the defection of Demon Slayer Kaigaku, the clinical words, as it were, felt very much like a sword slotting right between my ribs and into my heart. The Demon Slayer Corps has chosen to issue his will. It is up to the recipient if they choose to respect these wishes. And then, on the second sheet of paper in just as neat writing, Demon Slayer Kaigaku chooses to waive his right to a will and leaves any remaining assets into the estate of Kawajima Jigoro, followed by a string of other jargon I didn't have the willpower to even begin to process. The single piece of evidence that Kaigaku had anything to do with this document was the signature and seal of his name at the bottom, his strokes as rough as ever, and I knew that he'd never predicted that these words would see the light of day like this. The estate of Kawajima Jigoro. The one I and Zenitsu were now in charge of. Jesus FNG Christ, I whispered, my quiet voice filling up the empty room. I may have felt exhausted, but there was no such thing as sleep for me that night.